Chapter 101, New Primordial Energy Art. Just like the last time, the Lost Immortal Sutra's circulation increasingly slowed down. After some time, it was as if it was about to stop. At the instant the Lost Immortal Sutra came to a complete halt, Zhou Wen felt his body suddenly come to a halt, as though there was a crisp sound of a lock being turned. The last time, Zhou Wen had been rather slow to react and didn't have too strong a feeling. Now, after carefully sensing it, he realized that the ceasing of the aura circulation wasn't the only thing. His entire body had come to a halt, and even his heart had skipped a beat. This pause only lasted for an instant. In the next second, Zhou Wen felt his primordial energy rapidly circulate. However, this circulation pathway was completely different from the Lost Immortal Sutra's energy. It also wasn't that of the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, but a different primordial energy art that he had never cultivated before. This primordial energy art had a strange feeling of having his body fuse with the world itself. It was as though his entire being had become a part of the universe. His heart and the breathing of the universe was happening at the same frequency. Zhou Wen did not see a single word on the wordless monument, but he could sense the primordial energy art came from it. It was a very strange feeling that was indescribable. Wang Fei constantly observed her students to prevent any accidents happening from staring at the wordless monument. However, Wang Fei's attention was mostly focused on Zhou Wen. She wanted to see him change. She wanted to see him turn from a loser obsessed with gaming to a diligent genius. But soon, Wang Fei felt something amiss. The other students were all sweating profusely, trying their best to hold back their irascible emotions as they wore heavy or ferocious expressions. Even the extremely resolute students were frowning and looking as though they were struggling to cope. However, Zhou Wen was completely different. He naturally looked relaxed as he sat there languidly, as though he was sunbathing. It was as if he didn't feel any pressure. Could it be that Zhou Wen is so disheartened that even the unwinding monument's power can't help him? Wang Fei naturally didn't believe this. She only believed that Zhou Wen hadn't been exposed for long enough. As time passed, the expressions of the other students worsened. The students who had weaker self-restraint started to move around as if their bodies were crawling with worms. However, none of them stood up. They were the top students from every high school, so they naturally had their pride. None of them wanted to lose to their classmates, so they had to endure it. Li Xuan's condition was slightly better. One could tell that his will was extremely firm. He sat there motionless without any changes in expression. However, the sweat on his forehead indicated that he was not having an easy time. As for Zhou Wen, he was still languidly sitting beside Li Xuan. His expression hadn't changed from the beginning to the end. Furthermore, he appeared more and more relaxed. If not for Wang Fei's requirements for them to sit, he would likely be lying on the ground. Strange, how did this happen? Wang Fei was alarmed. She had also stared at the wordless monument before, so she naturally knew how powerful it was. Zhou Wen was only at the mortal stage. Even epic experts would be influenced by the power of the wordless monument. It was absolutely impossible to be this relaxed. It has already been 10 minutes, but he hasn't reacted at all. Could it be? Wang Fei's heart skipped a beat when she thought of a possibility. Someone had previously guessed that there was a mysterious primordial energy art engraved on the wordless monument, but was invisible to everyone. If a candidate with a suitable physique placed their eyes on the wordless monument, perhaps it would reveal the primordial energy art on it. Could it be that Zhou Wen has a special physique that has an affinity with the art on the wordless monument? Wang Fei believed that the chances of that happening were extremely low, but Zhou Wen's present performance was somewhat odd. She planned on observing further. If Zhou Wen truly had a special physique that had an affinity with the wordless monument, she would have to reevaluate Zhou Wen's future achievements. If that's the case, Sis Lan has really picked up a treasure. She got a free son from her marriage, one who has a 1 in a billion special physique. That would be incredible. Wang Fei looked at Zhou Wen with mixed emotions as countless thoughts ran through her mind. Zhou Wen was feeling extremely relaxed. After completing one circulation, it was already enough for him to use it, just like the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. At the same time, he felt that his body was filled with primordial energy. It was as though every breath he took could draw primordial energy from the world into his body. Although he couldn't make attempts, Zhou Wen felt that his primordial energy recovery was much faster than before. Now, he wished to switch on the game to see how his stats had changed. But in the present situation, it was inconvenient for him to take out his phone to game. All he could do was hold back his desire and continue staring at the wordless monument. After waiting for quite a while, and seeing Zhou Wen maintain his languid expression with no special changes to the monument, Wang Fei began thinking about her previous idea. Could it be that Zhou Wen doesn't have a special physique, but that he's born with that expression? Wang Fei was puzzled as she looked at Zhou Wen's languid look. Half an hour quickly passed, but that was only for Zhou Wen. To the other students, half an hour felt like a century. When Wang Fei announced that the mission was over, all the classmates leaped up at the same time. Some were running at full speed, while others were exerting all their strength to strike out a set of moves. Some were constantly somersaulting. There were also some students who were quieter. Although they did not engage in any intense activity, they also circulated the primordial energy art they had cultivated and quickly circulated it again and again. As for some irascible fellows, they even used their primordial energy skills to deliver a barrage of fists on the mountain rocks. It was as if that was the only way they could vent their infinite energy. Li Xuan was an especially energetic fellow, but he didn't strike the rocks. Instead, he was sprawled on the ground doing push-ups as though he had an electric motor installed in him. Wang Fei was very satisfied with her students' performance. Although the power of the wordless monument was strange, as long as she used it well, it would be a great boon in educating them. However, when her gaze landed on Zhou Wen, her good mood immediately vanished. She saw Zhou Wen sitting on a rock beside the stone wall as he quickly took out his phone. He held the phone in his hands and was tapping away his fingers at a dazzling speed. Without looking at his phone screen, it was obvious that the fellow was playing a game. Chapter 102, Three-Eyed Antelope. Zhou Wen secretly dripped a drop of blood on the phone screen. Although the blood-colored avatar was still alive, he still did the same thing. This was because this blood could represent his present physical condition. The blood-colored avatar condensed from the previous blood drop had stats of his previous self. Zhou Wen. Age 16 years. Life form level, mortal. Strength 10. Speed 10. Constitution 11. Primordial energy 11. Primordial energy art, Lost Immortal Sutra. Primordial energy skill, Vigor Divine Fist, Ashen Palm, Blood Meditation, Penetrating Pierce, Dragon Gate Fairy Skill. Companion Beast, Truth Listener, Silverwing Flying Ant, Mutated Lotus Flower Ant. My primordial energy has risen to 11. My primordial energy art is still Lost Immortal Sutra without any new primordial energy art appearing. Zhou Wen looked at his stats as countless thoughts ran through his mind. The game displayed Lost Immortal Sutra as his only primordial energy art. It meant that he had not mastered any others, but he could freely switch modes to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra or the Wordless Monument's primordial energy art. It was truly fascinating. Seeing the other students desperately venting their energies without paying attention to him, Zhou Wen put away his phone and planned on walking around Mount Laojun to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol. Since he had mastered the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra the last time, he had obtained Truth Listener that was suspected to be a mythical creature. Perhaps the Wordless Monument's primordial energy art had similar benefits too. Legend had it that no one could ascend Mount Laojun's golden peak, so perhaps there was an existence akin to the three-faced Buddha inside. Of course, Zhou Wen wasn't planning on walking straight to Golden Peak himself to verify his theory. All he wanted was to find the tiny palm symbol to download Mount Laojun's dungeon and try it out in-game. He had only taken a few steps when Wang Fei appeared in front of him. She stared at him and asked, "Where are you going?" No matter how she looked at it, Zhou Wen didn't look like he needed to vent his energy. He was still as languid as usual, but he looked much better than before. "I have an inexhaustible amount of energy all over my body. I need to run to release it." Zhou Wen's insincere words were so obvious that they nearly made Wang Fei laugh out in exasperation. "You want to run? Very good. Run 20 times from the foot of the mountain to the stone bridge in front of Golden Peak. I'll be here watching you, not one round less," Wang Fei said angrily. "Yes, Miss Wang." Zhou Wen didn't even try to defend himself. Keeping his arms close to his torso, he jogged upwards. The wordless monument was the boundary of Mount Leijun. Any further up allowed one to see true dimensional creatures, and from that point onwards, there would be animals from Earth that had mutated. Zhou Wen ran up the stone stairs and saw a white antelope standing by the edge of the cliff. It was eating from a blade of grass that grew out of the cliff. The antelope was snow white in color with curved horns on its head that looked like carved white jade. It was obvious that it was not an antelope from Earth. On its forehead, there was a vertical eye that was half open. One could vaguely see a holy white light shimmering within. In between its four hooves, there was a faint stream of white light swirling about, making it look as though it was walking on the light. Although Zhou Wen didn't know the level of the dimensional creature, he could tell that it was definitely extraordinary. The antelope also saw Zhou Wen, but it ignored him. It continued eating the grass on the mountain cliff. The grass grew among the rocks, its leaves withered and yellow. It did not look eye-catching, but the antelope was enjoying its meal as though it was delicious. Mount Leijun's dimensional creature didn't harm others, so Zhou Wen wasn't worried that the antelope would attack him. He approached it curiously and carefully observed the withered yellow grass growing from the cliff. The grass was split into 5 leaves. A leaf was only the length of a middle finger. It was yellow and withered as if it was about to die. But in the middle of the leaf, there was a white flower. It was about the size of a fingernail and looked as if it was carved from jade. The antelope bit down on the withered grass and flower and chewed repeatedly before swallowing them down. Its face was filled with bliss, as though it was extremely satisfied. The antelope was only able to eat withered grass that was relatively close to the steep cliffs. Zhou Wen looked at the mountain cliff and saw that there wasn't much withered grass. An idea couldn't help but come to him. He leaped up and stepped on the mountain cliff with his toes, swirling around like a huge bird. It was none other than the Dragon Gate fairy skill he had just learned. He grabbed a withered yellow grass in midair and yanked at it forcefully. However, it remained motionless. With Zhou Wen's strength, he was surprisingly unable to pull the grass out. Zhou Wen held onto the grass with one hand while his body hung in midair. He turned his head and glanced at the antelope and saw that it had no intention of attacking him. As it chewed on the withered grass, it looked at Zhou Wen with a rather odd expression as though it was mocking him. Zhou Wen made 2 more attempts with all his strength, but the withered grass remained motionless. The leaf didn't show any signs of tearing. It was hard to imagine its tenacity. This withered grass is actually so tenacious. I'm afraid there's something odd about it. Zhou Wen had learned from textbooks that many dimensional zones had strange plants with various magical powers. Some plants could cause instant death from consuming them, while others could increase a human's physical fitness greatly by eating them. They could even break through and evolve to a different level. Since the 3-eyed antelope was eating such withered grass, it meant that it wasn't poisonous. As for whether humans could eat it or not, Zhou Wen didn't know. Seeing that he couldn't pluck out the grass, Zhou Wen changed his mind and summoned the lotus flower ant's bracer. Pieces of bone that resembled lotus flower petals wrapped around Zhou Wen's left arm, forming the razor-like blades along his arm as his fingernails became as sharp as a blade. Zhou Wen thrust his fingers forward as though he was cutting tofu and stabbed into the stone cliff. He hurriedly dug a few times and snapped the rocks around the grass and dug it out. Upon landing back on the stone stairs, Zhou Wen was unable to make head or tail. He had no choice but to put the grass back into his backpack. When he turned his head, he realized that the remaining withered grass had already been devoured by the three-eyed antelope. He was only curious at first, so he didn't think much of it as he continued running up the mountain. Mount Laojun was known as the safest dimensional zone, and as long as he didn't cross Golden Peak's gates, there wouldn't be any danger. Even if a human wanted to kill Zhou Wen, they typically wouldn't choose a place like Mount Laojun. Zhou Wen jogged as he surveyed his surroundings, but failed to see any tiny palm symbol. As he ran, Zhou Wen suddenly felt his back tighten as though someone was pulling him from behind. He couldn't help but be alarmed as he hurriedly turned his head and saw the three-eyed antelope biting his backpack. Chapter 103: Revenge. Zhou Wen could tell that the three-eyed antelope wasn't using much force. Since its bite could chew through the tenacious, withered grass, his backpack would have been torn to pieces if it exerted a little strength. It wouldn't remain in one piece as it was now. The antelope bit on the zipper in an attempt to unzip it. It most likely had its sights on the withered grass that Zhou Wen had dug up. Zhou Wen took off his backpack and carried it as he continued walking up the mountain with his back facing the three-eyed antelope. After all, Mount Laojun's dimensional creatures weren't violent, so he wasn't afraid it would do something to him. The antelope clearly wasn't giving up as it circled Zhou Wen and attempted to reach its head into his backpack. Zhou Wen could only constantly move his backpack around to dodge the antelope's head. Without trying, its speed was surprisingly fast. The moment Zhou Wen failed to focus, it had pulled open the zipper of his backpack. This three-eyed antelope is no ordinary mortal. If it wants to eat the withered grass so much, the grass must be extraordinary. With this in mind, Zhou Wen hurriedly hugged his backpack tightly and pressed down the hole. The three-eyed antelope didn't give up either. It buried its head deep into Zhou Wen's embrace, steeling its heart to eat the grass in his backpack. Although the three-eyed antelope didn't use brute force, its strength, speed, and reflexes were much better than Zhou Wen's. Unable to tussle against it, the three-eyed antelope was close to succeeding. Zhou Wen felt indignant, but ignoring how violence was not allowed on Mount Laojun, wouldn't have dared fight the antelope even if he could. The withered grass had already been revealed. Just as the antelope was about to bite onto it, Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something as he spat at it. Saliva sprayed onto the withered grass, covering its surface with spots of foamy saliva. The antelope, who already had its mouth open, was taken aback. It looked at the withered grass covered in saliva before looking at Zhou Wen, its expression extremely odd. "Do you still want it? I'm taking it away if you don't want to eat it." Zhou Wen spread open his backpack generously, but the antelope didn't react at all. All it did was look at the withered grass with a conflicted look. Seeing no response from it, Zhou Wen zipped up his backpack, slung it on his back, and ran up the mountain. The scenery of Mount Laojun was truly impressive. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen didn't see the palm symbol. Although the antelope didn't eat the withered grass, it didn't leave either. It slowly followed behind Zhou Wen without any intention of attacking him. He didn't know what it was up to. Mount Laojun wasn't very high, but after the dimensional storms, the space on the mountaintop seemed to be dilated. Despite the mountain looking short, Zhou Wen ran for quite some time before he gradually approached the mountaintop. From afar, he could see the scenery of the mountain peak. There were ancient buildings of various heights dotted on it. Although the buildings weren't majestic, they were built on the peak of the mountain with clouds clinging around them. They resembled the immortal residences as spoken of in myths. At the end of the stone stairs, there was a wooden structure that resembled a gateway. On it were the words, "Central Heaven Gateway." In front of the gateway was a stone statue, an elderly man riding on the back of a stone cow. His gaze was trained towards the firmaments, but the stone cow had its head turned towards the horizon. Zhou Wen had read the information on Mount Laojun before coming. He knew that the stone statue was likely the founder of Taoism, Li Er. Before the dimensional storms, although Mount Laojun was a scenic spot, it wasn't developed too well. This resulted in few tourists. Instead, it was common for locals to scale the mountain to see the sunrise over the sea of clouds from Golden Peak. From the information, the stone sculpture had been recently sculpted, so there was likely nothing odd about it. However, when Zhou Wen approached it, the mysterious phone vibrated. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out his mysterious phone and activated the camera function. Soon, he locked onto the stone cow's forehead. There was the familiar palm symbol. "I've finally found it," Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Before coming to Mount Laojun, Wang Fei had repeatedly exhorted everyone not to cross Central Heaven Gateway. If they did, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Zhou Wen wouldn't have dared venture deeper if he couldn't find the palm symbol. The phone screen showed that he had finished downloading the Mount Laojun dungeon. Just as Zhou Wen was reeling in delight, he suddenly felt a force slam into his back. He involuntarily flew up. The force was immense, making it impossible for Zhou Wen to control his strength. However, the force was extremely strange. Although it was heavy, it didn't injure Zhou Wen's muscles or bone. All he could do was fly involuntarily towards Central Heaven Gateway. In midair, Zhou Wen turned his head to take a glance, only to see that the three-eyed antelope was standing watching. It was giving him a nefarious smile. Holy SHT! Wasn't it said that Mount Laojun's dimensional creatures are docile? To think that the three-eyed antelope holds such grudges, taking revenge in a blink of an eye. One really can't believe in rumors, Zhou Wen thought unhappily. He had always been wary of the three-eyed antelope, but he hadn't heard any sound before he was sent flying. Zhou Wen slammed through Central Heaven Gateway, and when he landed on the ground, he immediately bounced to his feet and attempted to rush out. However, he was taken aback when he looked back. He had clearly crossed the gateway with the words Central Heaven Gateway, but when he looked back, he realized that the gateway, along with the stone sculpture and stairs, were gone. He was by the side of a hanging cliff with clouds swirling around. Is this an illusion? Zhou Wen carefully headed to the edge of the cliff and looked down. A gust of the mountain wind blew and nearly blew him off the edge. Meh! A goat's cry sounded from nearby. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he hurriedly turned his head and saw the three-eyed antelope standing on a nearby boulder, looking at him mockingly. In this day and age, you can't even offend an antelope. Zhou Wen licked his lips and ignored it before glancing at his phone. He finally understood what was happening. The three-eyed antelope didn't dare harm him on the mountaintop, so it had struck him, throwing him onto Golden Peak, hopping to use its forces to finish him. Zhou Wen made up his mind not to head forward. He stood there and waited. Then, he used his phone to scout the way to see what oddities lay ahead on Golden Peak. There was no more downloading notice on the phone screen. On its home screen, there was an icon of a stone cow. On it were the words Mount Laojun. Zhou Wen was just about to click on the Mount Laojun icon when he felt something amiss. The hair follicles in his pores began to grow thicker and longer. They even sprouted leaves, turning him into a humanoid grass field. It left him alarmed. No good. Zhou Wen was alarmed as his mind raced. He instantly thought of the new primordial energy art he had learned from the wordless monument and quickly switched from the lost immortal sutra to it. Chapter 104, 3 Talismans. The moment the wordless monument's primordial energy art was activated, the grass sprouting on Zhou Wen immediately stopped growing. Furthermore, it gradually began to recede. Soon, Zhou Wen's body returned to normal. The three-eyed antelope wore a look of surprise when it saw this. It stood nearby and sized up Zhou Wen. Thankfully, the primordial energy art of the wordless monument works. Zhou Wen heaved a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and saw that the area he came from remained a steep cliff and not the gateway he came from. Forget it. I'll find a way out in-game. Since there's the wordless monument's primordial energy art, there shouldn't be too much danger as long as that antelope doesn't find trouble with me. Zhou Wen's heart jumped for joy when he subconsciously looked at the antelope. The antelope who had been standing nearby just moments ago was nowhere to be seen. Meh! A bleat sounded from behind Zhou Wen, causing him to break out into a cold sweat. Turning his head, he indeed saw the antelope standing behind him, its eyes sizing him up. That was not all. As it sized him up, it circled around him as though he wanted to take in every inch of his body clearly, unwilling to miss out any detail. Zhou Wen didn't know what it was up to. He went on full alert, for he wasn't going to just sit back and do nothing if the antelope really wanted to harm him, even if he knew he was no match for it. However, it had no intention of taking action. It circled Zhou Wen a few times as the puzzlement in its eyes intensified. "Brother Antelope, let's negotiate. I'll wash that blade of grass and return it to you. Why don't you live and let live?" Zhou Wen carefully said to the three-eyed antelope. If he knew that the antelope would be so vengeful, he wouldn't have dug up the grass. The antelope ignored him as it moved closer and nudged him to walk inside with its head. The antelope had great strength, so much so that Zhou Wen felt that his strength couldn't put up any resistance. Being pushed by that force, he couldn't help but walk in. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind, but he ultimately didn't risk his life by fighting with the antelope. The ancient buildings on top of Golden Peak were extremely large. They were connected by stone bridges. Beneath the stone bridges was a swirling sea of clouds, and walking over them made one feel like they were walking in the sky. "Brother Antelope, where are you pushing me? Can't I walk on my own?" Zhou Wen asked. The three-eyed antelope seemed to understand what he said and stopped nudging him with its head. It bleated at him before walking off. Zhou Wen knew that his speed and strength were inferior to that of the antelope, as it was likely an epic creature, so it wasn't realistic for him to escape under its nose. All he could do was follow it. The antelope led him through the ancient buildings, passing under many stone bridges before arriving at a Taoist temple. Zhou Wen focused his gaze and saw that the signboard had the words, "Great Pure Temple." Zhou Wen had a superficial knowledge of Taoism, but he didn't know that Great Pure One was one of the three Pure Ones: Jade Pure One, Supreme Pure One, and Great Pure One. Among them, the Great Pure One was the most famous, also known as Taisheng Liajun. It was probably a name everyone in East District was aware of. This Taoist temple's name was Great Pure Temple, so it was definitely meant to consecrate Taisheng Liajun. Don't tell me that Taisheng Liajun is still living here. When Zhou Wen recalled his encounter at the small Buddha temple, he couldn't help but increase his circulation speed of the wordless monument's primordial energy art. The antelope came to the entrance of the Great Pure Temple but didn't enter. With a flash of its figure, it was already behind Zhou Wen, and before he even realized what was happening, it had pushed him into the temple. Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared, so he wasn't surprised. The antelope definitely wasn't taking him to sightsee when it led him here. Standing firm, Zhou Wen studied the situation within. Beyond the door was a compound that looked rather old. The ground was covered in dust and fallen leaves. It was as though no one had stepped foot into it for 1,000 years. In fact, what Zhou Wen knew was that before the dimensional storms, Great Pure Temple enjoyed plenty of incense offerings, and that was only decades ago. "Since you are a disciple of my Taoist school, you can choose any of the 3 pure talismans on the table." An ancient voice rang out from an unknown location, resounding inside Great Pure Temple as though it came from every direction. It was impossible to tell where the source came from. "Yes, master." Zhou Wen didn't dare hesitate. After bowing, his gaze landed on an offering table in the yard. After he passed through the door, he saw 3 talismans on the offering table. They looked completely different in material. One was like flawless white jade, while the second was made of metal, and the last one was carved from wood. The 3 talismans were the size of a palm with similar appearances. However, the runic patterns on them were different. Zhou Wen couldn't read the runes since he had a limited understanding of Taoism. He could only make half-baked guesses. Small Buddha Temple's 3-faced Buddha made me choose a mythical companion egg, but I'm made to choose talismans here. I wonder which one is useful. This is Great Pure Temple, so logically speaking, the 3 talismans should be related to Taisheng Liajun. However, that might not be the case. Taoism's 3 pure ones were one embodiment to begin with, so the 3 talismans might represent the 3 pure ones. If my guess is correct, then the Jade Talisman represents the Jade Pure One, Lord of Primordial Beginning. The wooden talisman has something to do with nature, so it likely represents Taisheng Leijun. As for the golden talisman, it should represent the Supreme Pure One. Which one should I choose? Zhou Wen was just making random guesses, so it was as though he knew if he was correct. However, from an aesthetic point of view, he would have taken the Jade Talisman. But upon realizing that he was at Great Pure Temple, he hesitated for a moment before taking the wooden talisman. The instant Zhou Wen picked up the wooden talisman, he saw the projection in front of him transform. Like a dream, Great Pure Temple dissipated. When Zhou Wen's vision returned to normal, he realized that he had already returned to the spot beside the stone sculpture of an elderly man riding on the back of a cow. If it wasn't for the wooden charm in his hand, Zhou Wen would have wondered if he had been dreaming. Meh, a bleat sounded. Upon seeing the three-eyed antelope, Zhou Wen confirmed everything that had happened was no illusion. He didn't dare stay here any longer. Although Mount Leijun's golden peak wasn't as strange as small Buddha temple, it left Zhou Wen apprehensive as he ran down the mountain with the wooden talisman in hand. When he reached the halfway point and saw Wang Fei and his classmates, Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Wen, I told you to run. Were you off merrymaking? Why did you bring an antelope back? Wang Fei frowned when she saw Zhou Wen. He turned his head and saw that the three-eyed antelope had followed him down. However, the vertical eye on its forehead had vanished. Apart from its whiteness, it looked no different from an ordinary white antelope. Wang Fei originally imagined that it was an earth animal that had mutated on Mount Leijun, not expecting it to be a dimensional creature. After all, dimensional creatures weren't able to step past the wordless monument. Chapter 105. The Antelope That Just Won't Leave. At the Special Investigation Bureau's dedicated hospital. Liz, answer me honestly. Is there anything you exaggerated in the report you submitted? Xianxia asked with a grave expression. Minister, I've been strictly trained in intelligence. I know the importance of correct intelligence. I can guarantee that the report I wrote has no exaggerations or falsehoods. I can be responsible for every word in it. Liz struggled to get up as she was pushed down by Xianxia. You have just received treatment. Only by recuperating and being able to move can you have what it takes to continue fighting. Xianxia placated Liz and flipped through her report. I have already done thorough investigations and have confirmed that there's a mysterious stone tablet in small Buddha temple. It's like the other lands of mystery. No one can master the primordial energy art on the stone monument unless that person possesses the special physique that matches. In that case, that Zhou Wen. The mere thought of Zhou Wen made Liz immediately clench her teeth. If it weren't for Zhou Wen, she wouldn't have been injured, much less have her sea of energy destroyed. Xianxia nodded slightly. According to your report, he was able to enter the temple hall without being harmed. As for you, you had Headless Angel to protect you, yet you were nearly killed. This means there are only two possibilities. First, it's that he has a guardian companion beast that's stronger than Headless Angel, protecting him from harm. The other possibility is that he possesses a special physique that matches small Buddha temple, preventing him from being attacked. I'm inclined towards the latter. Liz said hatefully, the Wen family must have known that Zhou Wen had a special physique. That's why they view him in a different light and gave him Jiang's candidacy at all costs. If by a stroke of luck, he has obtained another special physique, having two talents on him, it won't be impossible for him to have a chance to break through to the mythical realm. The Wen family has really made their plans. I think Ouyang Lan and Zhou Lingfeng's marriage was probably just a transaction. At the thought of the Wen family, Liz also gritted her teeth in hatred. She was the daughter of a senator after all. Yet, and Tianzuo had her sea of energy crippled. She had to have her revenge. Xianxia said plainly, the impact dimensional zones have in various parts of the world is growing more obvious. It results in the barriers between territories growing, therefore impeding movement. The factions from these territories have always been trying to use this opportunity to extricate themselves from the League's control. The Wen family is filled with ambition, and they have a primordial gold mine while they have been nurturing their army. They are also using all kinds of means to seek out a way to break through to the mythical stage. Their ambition knows no bounds. Minister, we can't let the Wen family continue. We have to nip Zhou Wen in the bud. As long as the Wen family doesn't have a mythical expert, they will have scruples and won't easily betray and abandon the League, Liz said excitedly. Calm down. You haven't recovered from your injuries. After placating Liz's emotions, Kaio Siyun continued. Let's not talk about whether Zhou Wen was intentionally nurtured by the Wen family. Just the fact that he has a special physique implies he needs to come under the League's service. He cannot become a private tool of the Wen family. However, Luyang is ultimately the Wen family's territory. After what happened the previous time, they will definitely enhance their protection of him. It's probably impossible to touch him in Luyang. Are we just going to watch the Wen family do whatever they want? Liz said angrily. Of course not. However, everything depends on the ways and methods employed. The League needs the Wen family's supply of primordial gold ore, so we can't touch them for now. However, since Zhou Wen obtained a nomination, he will definitely be sent to our League's holy grounds and lose the protection of the Wen family. From there, it will be a lot easier for us to bring him back, Kaio Siyun said indifferently. We let him off. He can live for a few more days, Liz said hatefully. Kaio Siyun exhorted again. For now, don't tell anyone about Zhou Wen's special physique. It's best if there aren't any external complications. Minister, don't worry. I understand what needs to be done. Liz nodded slightly. Having a special physique had wide implications. Even in the Senate, there were different voices. The various factions also treated special physiques seriously. If other factions knew that Zhou Wen possessed a special physique, it would likely be impossible for them to control the situation's development, something Liz and Kaio Siyun least wanted to happen. Kaio Siyun was thinking about work, but Liz only wanted to finish off Zhou Wen personally. In the Four Seasons garden dorms, Zhou Wen sat on a chair and stared at the white antelope. This antelope had been following him ever since he returned from Mount Laojun. It even squeezed into the college bus and returned to the college with him. Zhou Wen really wished to chase the creature away, but he knew how terrifying the antelope was. If he forcefully chased it away, it was possible that it would explode with rage and slaughter someone. When that happened, not only would it affect Zhou Wen, even his fellow classmates and teacher would be down on their luck. Therefore, even though Zhou Wen wished to chase away the antelope, he didn't forcefully drive it away. Thankfully, it was normal for students to use companion beasts at Sunset College, so it wasn't too shocking for Zhou Wen to bring one back. However, Li Xuan and the other students didn't cease mocking him on the way back. I say, Zhou Wen, your luck is pretty good. A pet automatically recognizes you as its owner. Unfortunately, this is only an antelope that mutated on Mount Laojun and not a high-level dimensional creature. If this fellow was an epic dimensional creature, that would be awesome. It's really a pity. Back when Li Xuan said those words, it was naturally a jibe at Zhou Wen. However, Zhou Wen knew very well that the fellow definitely had powers at the epic stage. Brother Antelope, I've washed your grass. Eat it with ease. I've used green, natural, uncontaminated cleaning fluid to wash it more than 10 times. It's clean. Quickly finish it and go on your merry way. A place like school has too much dust and the pollution is terrible. There are all kinds of people here and there's all kinds of noise pollution. It's nothing comparable to a place like Mount Laojun. It must be hard on you living here. It's best you return. Zhou Wen placed the withered grass on the table in front of the antelope, as he persuaded it sincerely. Glancing at the withered grass on the table, it didn't even sniff it but turned around and walked to the couch. It then lay on the couch and squinted its eyes comfortably. Brother Antelope, although you are indeed impressive, you should know that this is Sunset College. Many epic experts are stationed here. If they discover that you are a feral dimensional creature, I'm afraid. Zhou Wen had planned on reasoning with it when he realized that emotional appeal didn't work. To his surprise, the antelope had fallen asleep on the couch, as though it hadn't heard Zhou Wen at all. Chapter 106, Entering Mount Laojun Again. Zhou Wen felt a little troubled, but he couldn't think of a way to chase the antelope away. All he could do was let it occupy his couch. I'll take my time to think of a solution. Zhou Wen returned to his room and closed the door before lying in bed. Only then did he take out his mysterious phone and open the Mount Laojun dungeon. He wanted to see if he could enter Great Pure Temple in-game again and choose another talisman. The last time he entered Small Buddha Temple in-game, he got Truth Listener from it. Later, he went to Small Buddha Temple in real life, but he didn't discover anything. He did not even awaken the three-faced Buddha. Zhou Wen believed that it was likely that the three-faced Buddha had sensed Truth Listener on him, so the chance to choose wasn't given. Therefore, Zhou Wen first placed the wooden talisman he had chosen to the side and locked it up in a box. Only then did he turn on his phone and enter the game dungeon of Mount Laojun. The environment of the game's Mount Laojun dungeon was identical to the real Mount Laojun, but the dungeon started directly from the spot with the cow statue which had the elderly man riding on it. The moment the blood-colored avatar entered the game, it stepped through the central heaven gateway. Zhou Wen didn't switch to the wordless monument's primordial energy art in the beginning. Instead, he used the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, but once he entered, grass grew crazily on him with nothing capable of stopping it. He hurriedly switched to the wordless monument's primordial energy art, allowing the blood-colored avatar to gradually return to normal. It indeed shares the same logic with Small Buddha Temple. One has to master the corresponding primordial energy art to enter as they please or death awaits them. Zhou Wen had roughly understood the rules of the mysterious lands. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wen, people with Buddhist and Taoist physiques could enter Small Buddha Temple and Mount Laojun unscathed, without practicing the respective primordial energy arts. The reason Zhou Wen needed to master the primordial energy art to come and go freely was that he didn't have a special physique. It was solely because the lost Immortal Sutra's power confused those terrifying existences, allowing Zhou Wen to retrieve the benefits that only people with special physiques could obtain. Furthermore, the real difference between Zhou Wen and those with special physiques was that those with special physiques, like a Buddhist body, could only enter a place like Small Buddha Temple. They were no different from ordinary people when entering Mount Laojun, so there were no benefits to be reaped. The lost Immortal Sutra's powers allowed Zhou Wen to mimic all kinds of physiques and obtain the benefits he couldn't otherwise obtain. The Mount Laojun pavilions in-game were above the clouds, making them look like a heavenly palace. Zhou Wen didn't just casually walk around. His memory was pretty good, so he still remembered the path that the antelope had taken while leading him. He followed the route according to his memories. However, he had only walked a short distance when he saw an immortal crane with a red top. The immortal crane was standing on a rock railing by the side of the bridge, its snow-white feathers seemingly engraved from jade. It suffused a glittering divine glow, an obvious indication that it wasn't an ordinary creature of Earth. The game seems a little different from reality. I didn't see any other dimensional creatures when I followed the antelope. Zhou Wen looked warily at the immortal crane, unsure if it would attack him. While Zhou Wen was pondering over it, reality gave him the cruelest answer. The immortal crane opened its mouth and sucked at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen hurriedly controlled the blood-colored avatar to summon its companion beasts to engage in battle, but he had no chance. The blood-colored avatar and its companion beasts were sucked into the immortal crane's mouth before the game's screen went black. The immortal crane is probably a top epic creature, right? Zhou Wen helplessly put down his phone. The immortal crane was simply too powerful, and Zhou Wen's present strength was insufficient for him to challenge it, or rather, he was unqualified to fight it. Making another trip was useless. I'll do some research and see what uses that wooden talisman has. Zhou Wen had already given up on entering Mount Laojun. There was no way he could gain anything from that area before he advanced to the epic stage. Taking the wooden talisman out of the box, it felt warm to the touch. It was as if a refreshing energy was emitting from it, jolting his mind. How do I use it? Zhou Wen attempted to circulate the wordless monument's primordial energy art before injecting his primordial energy into the talisman. When using the item forms of his companion beasts, this was typically how it was done. All Zhou Wen could do was give it a try. However, the moment his primordial energy entered the wooden talisman, the runes on it lit up. Then, Zhou Wen felt like the wooden talisman had turned into a huge pump that was draining his primordial energy as it flowed to the wooden talisman. Boom! Zhou Wen felt pain all over his body as his mind nearly exploded. In an instant, his primordial energy was completely drained. Zhou Wen was too familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of incubating a companion egg. Could it be that the wooden talisman is actually a companion egg? Just as this thought surfaced in Zhou Wen's mind, the wooden talisman in his hand transformed into a sliver of refreshing energy that imprinted on his palm. The excruciating pain vanished at that moment as Zhou Wen slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Although it was only for a brief moment, Zhou Wen felt the fat in his cheeks disappear, and his eyeballs were almost tearing out of his sockets. Thankfully, he recovered a lot faster after cultivating the wordless monument's primordial energy art. Even if he didn't use primordial energy crystals, his primordial energy would recover quite significantly after some rest. It made Zhou Wen feel a lot better. When he raised his palm, he saw a leaf tattoo. The leaf was green and looked like jadeite. There were some crystal-clear white veins in it that looked like they were formed from frost. Zhou Wen already had information about the companion beast appear in his mind. This information was typically only obtained after contracting a companion beast. Based on the very vague information, he had no way of understanding the companion beast in detail. Thus, he still took out his mysterious phone and dripped a drop of blood onto the screen before looking through the blood-colored avatar's stats. Indeed, there was an additional companion beast on the blood-colored avatar stats. Banana Fairy, Mortal Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Primordial Energy 11. Talent Skill, Grand Yin Wind. Companion Form, Fan. Its stats are the same as Truth Listener, but why is there only one talent skill? Truth Listener at least has 4. For a companion beast of the same grade, there should be at least 2 or 3, right? Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed. Although this companion beast could evolve to the mythical stage in the future, who knew how long it would take to nurture it? Its present stats were still more important. A single skill was clearly inferior to having 4 skills in terms of usefulness. With this in mind, Zhou Wen summoned the Banana Fairy to see what kind of companion beast it was. Chapter 107, Banana Fairy. A green light flashed as an adorable palm-sized, green-dressed girl appeared in front of Zhou Wen. She sat on a jadeite-like banana leaf, floating in midair like a boat swaying above the lake under the moonlight. Why are all mythical companion beasts so small in size? Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned to Banana Fairy. The girl, along with the banana leaf, flew over and landed in Zhou Wen's hand, turning into a petite green fan. The fan was only the size of Zhou Wen's palm, and the leaf was crystalline like jadeite. Its design was also extremely exquisite and beautiful, but it was a little too small. It's so tiny. Isn't it a joke to use it as a weapon? Zhou Wen looked around and felt that using the tiny fan as a weapon wasn't suitable at all. Furthermore, he had never learned how to fight with a fan. However, he soon realized that Banana Fairy and other companion beasts were somewhat different. Typical companion beasts couldn't use their talent skills when they were in their companion form, but a Banana Fairy actually could. Zhou Wen held the tiny fan and flapped at a sandbag meant for training. Immediately, an invisible gust of wind blew over, shaking the sandbag left and right. Is that all? Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed. Although the winds were strong, they were not considered fantastic. They didn't seem to have much destructive force. Zhou Wen reached out to press down on the swaying sandbag and was slightly taken aback. When his fingers touched the sandbag, he realized that it was covered in a layer of frost. The spot his fingers had touched was ice cold. Grand Yin Wind has wintry effects, but such coldness isn't enough to kill an opponent, right? With this in mind, Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something. Grand Yin Wind is a wintry wind, so will it be able to repress the Fire God platform's firebirds? If so, wouldn't I be able to reach its peak? Zhou Wen didn't have much hope regarding his random thought. After all, the banana fairy was only at the mortal stage. Even if she advanced to the mythical stage in the future, her standards now weren't comparable to top legendary companion beasts. As for the firebirds, each of them had strength at the legendary stage. Despite having such thoughts, Zhou Wen still launched the ancient imperial city dungeon on the mysterious phone. He planned on testing out his theory by heading to the Fire God platform. If the Grand Yin Wind could really suppress the firebirds, he wouldn't do it, as all he needed to do was nurture her to the legendary stage. By then, scaling Fire God platform wouldn't be a difficult task. Zhou Wen had been grinding at ancient imperial city countless times. He had once again arrived in front of Fire God platform and ridden the silver-winged flying ant up the stairs. Soon, a firebird flew down from the Fire God platform. Seeing a firebird fly down, the blood-colored avatar clenched the banana fan tightly, aimed it at the incoming firebird, and produced Grand Yin Wind. A gust of cold wind blew at the firebird, making it look like a fire plume that fell into the water. It instantly extinguished, leaving no trace behind. Zhou Wen stared with his mouth agape. He couldn't help but hug his phone and give it 2 kisses. What a treasure! The Grand Yin Wind is so effective against firebirds. I have a chance of scaling the Fire God platform. Another 2 firebirds flew down from the Fire God platform. Zhou Wen ordered the blood-colored avatar to flap the fan, again and again, using the same Grand Yin Wind skill. However, before the Grand Yin Wind appeared, the game system notified insufficient primordial energy to release Grand Yin Wind. Holy SHT, does Banana Fairy's primordial energy only have enough for one use of Grand Yin Wind? Zhou Wen hurriedly controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush down Fire God platform. Without the Grand Yin Wind, there was no way he could rush up using the blood-colored avatar's capabilities alone. After finding a safe spot, Zhou Wen began researching the Banana Fairy and Grand Yin Wind skill. Indeed, the former's primordial energy had been expended, leaving nothing behind. After grinding a round of skeleton soldiers and having their primordial energy crystals drop, Zhou Wen filled up the Banana Fairy's primordial energy and got her to use Grand Yin Wind once. Indeed, her 11 points of primordial energy were depleted immediately. Zhou Wen made the Banana Fairy turn into a fan, attempting to infuse his primordial energy into it to see if he could use the Grand Yin Wind. He was able to use it, but his 11 points of primordial energy were instantly drained, leaving not an iota behind. With my primordial energy, I can only use the Grand Yin Wind twice in a short period of time. Can I rush up the Fire God platform only relying on 2 uses of Grand Yin Wind? Zhou Wen frowned in thought. The Grand Yin Wind is an area of effect primordial energy skill. If I can lure the firebirds into a certain range, it's not impossible to get rid of a large number of firebirds at once. If used properly, I might be able to rush to the top with just 2 uses. Zhou Wen inwardly made plans. With the hope of ascending Fire God platform, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to try it. With the help of the silver-winged flying ant's speed and flight, and Zhou Wen's Dragon Gate Fairy skill, the blood-colored avatar charged all the way up while consciously luring the firebirds in a particular direction. This was because Banana Fairy was only at the mortal stage, greatly limiting the range of the Grand Yin Wind. To eliminate the firebirds as best as possible, he had to try his best to bunch them in a certain spot. More than 10 firebirds were led to a spot by Zhou Wen. Almost reaching his limit, Zhou Wen no longer hesitated. He ordered the blood-colored avatar to hold the banana fan and gently fan the firebirds. The firebirds were instantly extinguished by the Grand Yin Wind. Only 2 firebirds that were not within the Grand Yin Wind's range managed to survive. Zhou Wen was delighted, as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to continue charging up Fire God platform. With more than half the distance traversed, A firebird horde erupted from Fire God platform, blotting out the sky as they charged down like a fiery cloud. The blood-colored avatar once again activated its grand yin wind skill and fanned the fiery cloud. Immediately, a large hole was blown through the cloud with the grand yin wind. An unknown number of firebirds were blown to nothingness. Using this opportunity, the silver-winged flying ant spread its 4 wings and passed through the hole and continued charging up. The firebird horde behind it swept back and closed the hole, chasing after the silver-winged flying ant. The silver-winged flying ant wasn't able to fly at a high altitude in one fell swoop. When it reached its apex, the blood-colored avatar jumped on its back and leaped up in the sky like a hawk, hovering above Fire God platform with the Dragon Gate fairy skill. This time, Zhou Wen finally saw the complete Fire God platform. Apart from a stone monument with the ancient Imperial Sutra, there was a stone furnace in front of it. The flames in the furnace flickered as the firebirds flew out of it. At that moment, a large flock of firebirds shot out from the furnace. Zhou Wen ignored them as his gaze landed on the ancient Imperial Sutra's stone monument, trying to memorize a few words. After memorizing about 8 words, the flock of firebird had surrounded him, and the game screen quickly went black. With 7 or 8 words each time, I wonder how many times it will take for me to memorize the complete ancient Imperial Sutra. Zhou Wen dripped his blood and revived himself as he entered the game once again. Chapter 108, Ziyuan Crystal Shop. Wang Fei had been in a bad mood recently. Based on her plan, Zhou Wen should have been motivated to diligently cultivate after starring at the Unwinding Monument. However, although it was true that Zhou Wen was motivated, it was towards gaming and not cultivation. You clearly have such great talent. Why do you want to be a loser that is obsessed with gaming? Wang Fei was completely perplexed by Zhou Wen's thoughts. From the looks of it, relying on external forces won't do. I have to give him some stimulation. Wang Fei thought about how to inspire Zhou Wen and make him get back on his feet again. However, after much thought, she was momentarily unable to think of a good solution. Wang Fei knew that one couldn't rush or force education. To change, a student's mindset would require a suitable opportunity. Hence, she planned on observing for a period of time and waiting until Sunset College's first comprehensive test before making any plans. There was a single comprehensive examination that every student had to take, regardless of seniority, 1 month after school began. All the students in each class and grade would have to take part in the exam. The test was uniform, and it determined a student's ranking in school. Wang Fei felt that Zhou Wen might be inspired if he were to see the true strength of the college's top students. Zhou Wen's life was ordinary and fulfilling. He crazily grinded daily at dungeons before committing suicide at Fire God platform to memorize a few words of the ancient Imperial Sutra. By now, Zhou Wen hated its length. Despite the numerous times he went up, he had only memorized half of the sutra. It was unknown when he would finish it. The antelope took up residence in Zhou Wen's dorm, eating and drinking for free, showing no signs of leaving. Zhou Wen could have just eaten anything without especially heading to the cafeteria. But after this fellow came, it required fresh vegetables daily, forcing him to have no choice but to head to the cafeteria to think of a solution. Zhou Wen wanted to ignore it, but as long as the fellow didn't eat anything, it would stay by Zhou Wen's side. It didn't do anything out of line except circle around Zhou Wen, nudging him with its head, giving him no peace. It was even more impossible to play games, so this forced him to prepare food for it. Zhou Wen originally imagined that his life would continue like this, but Ah Sheng's arrival had shattered his peaceful life. "Young Master Wen, Madam has asked me to take you over there." Ah Sheng was always so humble and polite. Even a person with a fiery temper would not flare up at him. "Is there a reason why Sis Lan is looking for me?" Zhou Wen asked with a frown. If there wasn't anything important, he'd rather not visit the Wen family again. "Madam wanted me to tell you that she's waiting for you at the shop in the city district. She has something private that needs your help," Ah Sheng said. "All right." Zhou Wen nodded slightly. Since he wasn't going to the Wen family and he didn't mind Aoyang Lan, he didn't find making the trip too aversive. Ah Sheng drove Zhou Wen out of Sunset College. Usually, after school started, students couldn't leave unless it was a holiday. However, people that Ah Sheng wanted to pick up were clearly not on this list. After the soldier guarding the door saw the pass Ah Sheng took out, he directly let them through. Ah Sheng didn't lie. They really didn't head for the Wen family home. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Aoyang Lan would meet him at a restaurant or a cafe, or perhaps a clothing or jewelry shop. However, when the car stopped, Zhou Wen realized that they had come to a dimensional crystal shop named Ziyuan. He found the name of the dimensional crystal shop a little familiar. After some thought, he recalled that in the delivery package the former principal had sent him, the owner of the name card was the owner of the Ziyuan crystal shop, Qin Ziyuan. As there hadn't been any other related incident since he had received the delivery, Zhou Wen ignored the name card. He only recalled the name card now when he saw the signboard of the Ziyuan dimensional crystal shop. I wonder if that string of numbers was casually written on Qin Ziyuan's name card, or if it has anything to do with Qin Ziyuan. Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind. It was impossible for him to show the name card to Qin Ziyuan. Without figuring out what the number on the card meant, Zhou Wen had no intention of letting anyone see it. Little Wen, come over quickly. After the car came to a stop, Aoyang Lan, who was dressed in sports attire, stood on the steps of the shop and beckoned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen alighted and approached Aoyang Lan. He politely asked, "Sis Lan, how may I help you?" Aoyang Lan smiled and said, "It's almost little Jiang's birthday and I want to give her a companion beast as a gift. I want you to give me some advice." "Sis Lan, you must be joking. Your understanding of companion beasts is definitely greater than mine," Zhou Wen said. Aoyang Lan thought nothing of it. She hooked her arm around Zhou Wen and walked into the shop. "This is a birthday gift, not a piece of equipment used to kill enemies on a battlefield. There's no need for pragmatism, just aesthetics. To let my little Jiang love it at a glance, I believe young people like you will do a better job than me. So give me some suggestions." Zhou Wen never guessed Aoyang Lan's important matter would be this, but since he was already here, he couldn't just turn around and leave. Besides, Zhou Wen wanted to see what kind of place the Ziyuan crystal shop was. The staff seemed to know Aoyang Lan, and the manager came over personally to greet her. "Don't mind us, we are just taking a look," Aoyang Lan said with a smile. The manager and salesperson knew better and retreated to the side. Only Ah Sheng maintained a distance behind Aoyang Lan and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was rather puzzled that they were the only customers in such a huge store. With such terrible sales, it was a miracle how the store managed to continue operating. As though reading Zhou Wen's mind, Aoyang Lan said, "Although Ziyuan's store is not the biggest in Luoyang, it is the store with the most excellent products. It often has trinkets that give one a pleasant surprise. My father and the boss here were childhood friends. He often brought me here when I was young. Before I advanced to the epic stage, many of my companion beasts were bought here. Many of them were also given by Uncle Qin. Back then, the Ziyuan shop wasn't that big. Every time father brought me here, Uncle Qin would close the shop by hanging the 'on a break' sign before taking my father around to see his latest collection." With that said, Zhou Wen roughly understood what Aoyang Lan was getting at. It wasn't because the business here was bad, but that Aoyang Lan's arrival made the Ziyuan shop temporarily closed for business. "However, since father left Luoyang, I haven't been here in a long while." As Aoyang Lan spoke, she walked to a row of lockers and entered a string of codes. She opened one of the lockers and took out a bunch of keys. Zhou Wen didn't peep at the codes Aoyang Lan had input, but due to truth listener on his ear, his hearing was much better than before. When he heard Aoyang Lan enter the code, he knew how many numbers she had entered. A 10-digit code. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he subconsciously looked at the locker. He thought, could the string of numbers on the name card be a storage code here? Chapter 109, Choosing a Companion Egg. Zhou Wen looked around and found 2 rows of lockers nearby. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. ignoring the fact that he didn't know if the 10 numbers on the name card were a locker's code. Even if they were, he had no idea which locker the code belonged to. Ouyang Lan held the bunch of keys and said, "In the past, Uncle Chin would always leave the spare key in this locker. If my father came when he wasn't around, he could use the key to access the companion beasts and companion eggs. I never expected Uncle Chin to keep this habit despite all these years. Even the code is the same." "Did the former principal use a particular locker in the past?" Zhou Wen asked casually. "Of course, the lockers here are all old-fashioned safe deposit boxes. They aren't like the public lockers that are popular these days. As long as a code is set, apart from the setter, even Uncle Chin can't open them. Therefore, the lockers here cannot be used by anyone. Those who can use them are typically old customers or Uncle Chin's friends." As Aoyang Lan spoke, she walked to a locker numbered 42. She said with great nostalgia, "This locker is the one my father uses every time he comes." Zhou Wen's gaze immediately landed on the locker as he thought to himself, could that string of numbers be locker number 42's code? While Zhou Wen was deep in thought, Aoyang Lan had already reached out her fingers and tapped on the code pad a few times. Then, locker number 42 opened. Aoyang Lan had only pressed 6 digits. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the codes weren't necessarily 10 digits. It was likely that everyone had their own habits. There were only a few miscellaneous items inside locker number 42, such as white gloves and masks. Ouyang Lan took out a pair of gloves and a mask and handed it to Zhou Wen. "Put it on. Although most companion eggs and companion beasts aren't afraid of contamination, there are some exceptions. This is my father's habit." Zhou Wen silently took the gloves and mask and put them on. Ouyang Lan also wore one set herself before taking Zhou Wen in the elevator and going down to basement 1. The 3 levels above are all kinds of dimensional crystals and materials. Basement 1 is filled with companion beasts and companion eggs, with most of them at the legendary stage. As Aoyang Lan spoke, the two of them reached basement 1. Zhou Wen immediately saw many glass cages in the hall of basement 1. There were all sorts of companion beasts, some he had heard of, and others he had never heard of. These companion beasts were placed here by their owners. It's not easy to buy them. This is because their owners have to pay a huge price to transfer them, so the transfer cost is much higher than buying a companion egg at the same level. Ouyang Lan was very knowledgeable as she introduced all the companion beasts they could see, allowing Zhou Wen to broaden his horizons. When they came to the companion egg area, the numbers clearly increased. Rows of companion eggs were placed behind tempered glass. The colors, sizes, and shapes were all different, making them look like dazzling gems. Besides each companion egg was a sign. On it was some information on the companion egg. There were even portraits of the beast after the egg hatched. "Little Wen, what do you think of this butterfly fairy companion egg? This ice moon fox seems pretty good too." Ouyang Lan seemed to be enjoying it as she kept asking for Zhou Wen's opinion. "As long as it's from you, I believe in Jiang will be happy receiving it," Zhou Wen said. "That may be right, but I still wish to give her something that she will truly like. You are all young people, so your aesthetic standards are similar. Give me more opinions," Ouyang Lan said while choosing the companion eggs. Zhou Wen didn't say anything else as he thought to himself. "As a man, my aesthetic sense is naturally different from women. If I were to give my opinions, the companion egg chosen will probably not be something Jiang will like." However, since Aoyang Lan kept asking for his opinion, Zhou Wen couldn't just keep silent. After some hesitation, he asked, "Sis Lan, can I take pictures of the companion eggs here?" "Not for others, but it's no problem for you. Feel free to take pictures. Later, I'll take you downstairs. There are some epic companion beasts there which you can take pictures of. If you meet them in dimensional zones in the future, you will be able to recognize them." Aoyang Lan even pointed out some relatively important companion beasts and got Zhou Wen to take more pictures. Zhou Wen took out his mysterious phone and pretended to take photos. After taking pictures of the companion eggs, he immediately saw their information and data. He wasn't afraid of being recorded by the surveillance cameras, because he had already tried many times using modern tools like cell phones or cameras to capture pictures of the mysterious phone screen to no avail. All that was snapped was a blur that prevented anything from being discerned. He really couldn't give any suggestions regarding beauty, but with the feature of the mysterious phone, he could give Aoyang Lan some suggestions of the pros and cons of the companion egg stats. No matter how I look at it, I still find the butterfly fairy and the ice moon fox most suited for my little Jaying. Little Wen, what do you think? Aoyang Lan finally decided on the butterfly fairy and ice moon fox, but she was in a dilemma with which to choose from. You can buy both, Zhou Wen said. With Aoyang Lan's wealth, buying 2 legendary companion eggs was just a drop in the bucket. There was no need to fret over it. However, Zhou Wen had used his mysterious phone to look at the 2 companion egg. They had very average stats. Aoyang Lan shook her head and said, "Giving 1 gift reveals one's sincerity. Giving 2 would only backfire. It will make Xiaojing think I'm just patronizing her." Zhou Wen felt a little envious of Jiang. He had never had a mother. His father wasn't a person who was good at taking care of children, so no one had celebrated his birthday for him, let alone give him birthday presents. Yang Lan's thoughtfulness towards Jiang made Zhou Wen suddenly realize that if his mother hadn't died from a miscarriage, she would probably have loved him just like Aoyang Lan loved Jiang. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. Zhou Wen was already used to living alone. He might end up feeling uncomfortable if he really had a mother like Aoyang Lan. Little Wen, what's your take? Don't be bothered by my choice. If it were you, which companion egg would you want? Aoyang Lan asked again. Zhou Wen pointed at a pitch-black egg that was about the size of a pigeon's egg as he said, "If it were me, I would probably want that venomous caterpillar companion egg." For real, Aoyang Lan looked at Zhou Wen in astonishment. Venomous caterpillars were not powerful companion beasts. Although they were at the legendary stage, their various stats were lacking. The talent skill they had, vile venom, was also extremely useless. Such venom would only show its effects on places that the venomous caterpillar crawled over. However, its crawling speed was relatively slow. Even certain mortal creatures were faster than its crawling, much less legendary creatures. Chapter 110, Chained Companion Beast. Key to everything was that venomous caterpillars were really ugly. Furthermore, they even emitted a foul smell when summoned. Typical girls didn't like such companion beasts. Yes, very, Zhou Wen said with a nod. He had already used his mysterious phone to look at most of the companion eggs here. That venomous caterpillar's stats were indeed one of the best legendary companion eggs he had ever seen. Other than having nearly full stats, it also had a rare 3 skills. One of them was basically the godliest skill of a venomous caterpillar. Butterfly transformation was a skill that could transform venomous caterpillar into a venomous butterfly, allowing it to gain powerful flying abilities. Its originally weak speed then became its strongest aspect. The vile venom skill also underwent some changes after the venomous caterpillar became a venomous butterfly. Just touching the venomous butterfly's venomous powder was enough to poison someone. This rare venomous caterpillar with 3 skills was considered one of the best excellent grade legendaries. If Zhou Wen had the money, he would probably be tempted to buy it. Of course, it was just a passing thought of his. It was useless even if he bought it. Firstly, it was difficult for him to incubate a legendary companion egg. Secondly, his mutated lotus flower ant and silver-winged flying ant were not weaker than venomous caterpillar and were perhaps a little stronger. There was no need for him to waste time and energy on it. Even if he really bought it, he could only use it as food for his companion beasts or for fusion. Your taste is really unique. Aoyang Lan seemed to think of something as she narrowed her eyes and mumbled to herself. Perhaps this is a good choice. I'm just unsure if little Jiang can recognize the companion eggs of a venomous caterpillar. If not, I can tell her that this is a black jade butterfly's companion egg, and when she incubates it, haha. While Zhou Wen was flabbergasted, Aoyang Lan had already used her key to open the glass case and taken out the venomous caterpillar companion egg. Ouyang Lan called Ah Sheng over and said, "Ah Sheng, take this companion egg and pay for it. When the invoice is issued, get them to write it as Black Jade Butterfly. The packaging needs to be done nicely. Why don't you do it yourself?" Ah Sheng seemed to be accustomed to Aoyang Lan's random and unconstrained ideas. He didn't wear a look of surprise as he took the companion egg and left. "Little Wen, let's head down and take a look. There are quite a number of interesting companion beasts there. They aren't commonly seen." Ouyang Lan led Zhou Wen downwards. After reaching basement 3, they saw all kinds of independent special rooms. Each room had a companion beast. Although no one was guarding them, there was a powerful security system. Every room needed a different key to open it. Any entry to take a look at the companion beasts here actually required Qin Ziyuan to personally escort them. However, Aoyang Lan had his key, allowing her to directly open the room and broaden Zhou Wen's horizons. Most of the companion beasts here were left behind by veterans. Companion beasts are their partners and comrades, so they do not wish for companion beasts who have a limitless lifespan to die with them. Therefore, many veterans choose to transfer their companion beasts over here before their passing. Although there are some that do it because of financial reasons, it can't be denied that the feelings soldiers have for their companion beasts far exceed those of ordinary people, Yang Lan said. Zhou Wen had always felt respect for soldiers. During the early days of the dimensional storms, countless soldiers used their lives to save ordinary people and explore dimensional zones. At that time, the number of sacrificed soldiers were so many that it decreased the global military forces by a third. "I wonder if that fellow is still around," Aoyang Lan said as she walked forward and stopped in front of a door. After searching the bunch of keys for a while, Aoyang Lan finally found a key and opened the heavy metal door that looked like a vault. Zhou Wen looked into the room and was stunned when the scene before him turned clear. This room also had a companion beast, but it was different from other companion beasts. It had shackles on its body. As the companion beasts were placed here by their owners, they did not need to worry too much about them hurting others, nor was there any need to worry about them escaping. The reason they were locked in rooms was that they were afraid that people would forcefully take them away or harm them. This also prevented others from pulling any tricks due to ulterior motives. However, the companion beast in the room had shackles and cuffs on all limbs. Chains were bound around its body, and behind the chains was a metal slab the size of a millstone. Yang Lan walked into the room and looked at the companion beast as she said, "When I was young, my father would visit him whenever he came to Uncle Chin's place. It's been so many years, yet he's still here." Zhou Wen also sized up the companion beast. He looked very much like a human, but his muscles were extremely thin as though he was just skin and bones. Even his ribs could be seen clearly. However, his body was dry but not withered. His skin emitted a silver metallic luster. On the skin of his upper body, there were many strange silver tattoos. His long, silver hair cascaded down and covered his face and parts of his body. It was hard to see what he really looked like sitting there. It was even difficult to tell his gender. "Sis Lan, what companion beast is this?" Zhou Wen had seen a few humanoid companion beasts in his textbooks, but they had traits that were different from humans. But Zhou Wen didn't notice anything obviously different on the companion beast in front of him. "I don't know. I asked my father when I was young, but he didn't answer me or tell me about the companion beast. However, he would come here every time he came to visit Uncle Chin." Yang Lan clearly had some interest in this companion beast. She sighed and continued, "I later asked Uncle Chin, but he said that he has no idea what companion beast it is. It was put here by my father, and he hasn't told Uncle Chin anything about it." Zhou Wen was somewhat curious as he sized up the companion beast. Suddenly, he saw a 9-key pad on the metal piece that chained it up. It looked very similar to a keypad for passcodes. "Don't tell me the numbers the former principal sent me are for this." Zhou Wen had a thought. However, upon further thought, he felt that something was amiss. The former principal had his daughter and granddaughter, and Qin Ziyuan was his close friend. There was no reason for him to send the passcode to Zhou Wen. Furthermore, if Aoyang Lan hadn't brought Zhou Wen here, he wouldn't have had the chance to see the strange companion beast. It was useless for the former principal to send the passcode to him. Chapter 111. Entering the Lotus Flower Cave again. What perplexed Zhou Wen the most was why the former principal had sent him such a name card. Or perhaps it was not sent from the former principal at all. But if it wasn't from the former principal, who could have sent it to him? Zhou Wen's mind was filled with questions, but an answer eluded him. He wanted to try the number on the name card to see if it could open the companion beast's chains, but he didn't dare to do so because of the unknown consequences. It would be fine if he couldn't open it, but if he did, he couldn't imagine what might happen. As Zhou Wen was pondering over it, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Cold sweat instantly oozed out of his back as though he had been targeted by a ferocious ghost. His gaze froze as he looked at the chained companion beast. Due to the silver hair covering the companion beast's face, Zhou Wen couldn't see his eyes or facial features. However, he had a nagging feeling that a pair of eyes were staring at him from behind the waterfall-like silver hair. Unsure if it was an illusion, Zhou Wen even felt that the face behind the silver hair was smiling strangely at him. "It's almost time. Let's get something to eat before I get Ah Sheng to take you back. We can't affect your studying." Yang Lan led Zhou Wen out of the room and locked the door. Standing outside the door, Zhou Wen watched as the metal door slowly closed and slowly hid the companion beast's figure. However, Zhou Wen still felt that he was staring at him and smiling. Zhou Wen originally wanted to return to school immediately, but Aoyang Lan didn't want to hear anything of that. She had a meal with him before getting Ah Sheng to take him back to school. During the meal, Zhou Wen asked about the former principal. Aoyang Lan shared plenty of information with him, allowing him to gain a new understanding of the constantly smiling former principal. In the past, Zhou Wen felt that the former principal was kind and had taken good care of him, but he didn't care much about the administrative matters. Back when he was the principal of Guide High School, he didn't really deal with matters. Everything was left to the vice principals while he spent his days planting flowers and taking care of his grass. He looked especially relaxed. However, from Aoyang Lan's recount, Zhou Wen learned that the former principal was a very famous historian and had experienced the era of the dimensional storms. The Wen family's previous generation and the old principal were sworn brothers and even closed their ties through marriage. However, life was harsh on Aoyang Lan's ex-husband, and he died too early. Although he learned quite a bit about the former principal, this wasn't of much help to him. The only information that helped him was when Aoyang Lan said that the former principal had indeed been invited to a dimensional zone in Zhuelu County. As the magnetic interference was too overwhelming, it rendered electronic communications almost useless. It had been a long time since Aoyang Lan had received news from the former principal. Although such things happened often in the past, Aoyang Lan was worried as there was nothing she could do. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen saw the antelope still sleeping on the couch. This left him disappointed. Lying in the bed, he took out his phone and continued grinding the dungeons. Like before, he first wiped out the various mini-bosses before committing suicide at Fire God platform. When he arrived at Tiger Cage Pass, Zhou Wen saw a word-engraved demonized general appear. Delighted, he closed the distance and realized it was a paper demonized general. Although the word-engraved demonized general was powerful, Zhou Wen had the astral slash blade that restrained it. Soon, he killed the paper demonized general and heard a chime. A dimensional crystal dropped. Primordial Energy Skill Crystal. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the crystal's name. He impatiently picked up the Primordial Energy Skill Crystal, and the blood-colored avatar successfully absorbed it. Absorbed paper demonized general crystal. Attained astral suction palm. Zhou Wen had longed for the paper demonized general's primordial energy skill, and now with his wish answered, he couldn't help but use it immediately. He reached out and sucked at a demonized soldier at Tiger Cage Pass. The demonized soldier's body was instantly sucked towards the blood-colored avatar's palm, unable to escape no matter how hard it struggled. The blood-colored avatar waved its other palm and slashed down at the demonized soldier's head with astral slash blade. It's truly a godly skill. The importance Zhou Wen placed on the astral suction palm was higher than the astral slash blade. Although astral slash blade was powerful, it was only an offensive measure. Even without it, Zhou Wen still had other offensive means. However, this was the only primordial energy skill he had that could force an enemy to change trajectories. After studying it for a while, Zhou Wen gained a general understanding of the astral suction palm. It was just like astral slash blade, a primordial energy skill that didn't have fixed primordial energy costs. The further the enemy was, or the greater the weight, the more primordial energy that astral suction palm expended. With the amount of primordial energy Zhou Wen had at present, he could easily absorb creatures like demonized soldiers from about 2 meters away. In turn, legendary creatures like a demonized general would be more difficult. However, being unable to draw an enemy didn't mean it was useless. The suction force would still affect the demonized general, causing its actions to deviate from its intentions. A clash between experts lasted for an instant, so any deviation was fatal. The more Zhou Wen studied astral suction palm, the more satisfied he was with it. In the future, after he advanced to the legendary stage, his primordial energy upper limits would increase, thus raising the might of his astral suction palm. It would be an evergreen primordial energy skill. Among the 3 word-engraved demonized generals, only the 5th demonized general hasn't been killed. I wonder if the astral suction palm can withstand the 5th demonized general's skills. Zhou Wen couldn't be sure. Now that Zhou Wen had the silver-winged flying ant and the mutated lotus flower ant, he was still unable to defeat the 5th demonized general. It was not that the 5th demonized general was much more powerful than paper and blade demonized generals, but that its main skill was just too ridiculous. When used, it seemed to gain an invincible body that the mutated lotus flower ant and silver-winged flying ant's primordial energy skills were unable to injure or kill. Now, all Zhou Wen could do was place his hopes on astral suction palm. Since astral slash blade countered astral suction palm, it was possible that astral suction palm countered the 5th demonized general's skill. However, encountering a 5th demonized general solely depended on luck. Zhou Wen constantly grinded the dungeon before heading to the Fire God platform to read the ancient Imperial Sutra. This continued as the days passed. "Zhou Wen, I'm ready. Come to Lotus Flower Cave with me again." Wang Lu, who he hadn't seen in days, shouted for Zhou Wen from the neighboring yard. Today was the deadline for her homework mission. Zhou Wen had been paid, so he naturally had no reason to reject her. He had to accompany her to the Lotus Flower Cave. "This is my last chance. Today I will definitely break Huang Jai's record." Wang Lu was filled with confidence. Zhou Wen declined to comment. All he did was film Wang Lu from behind with a camera. After they entered the Lotus Flower Cave, they searched for fairy monkeys in the stone cave. After exploring several spots in the stone caves, they finally discovered a fairy monkey. However, before Wang Lu could make a move, the fairy monkey was killed by someone else. Chapter 112, Swift Saber Heavenly. It was a boy of Zhou Wen's age. He held a purple narrow saber in his hand, and his body flashed like a ghost. With a few clashes with the fairy monkey, he slew it. The entire process took less than 20 seconds, and the speed at which it happened was terrifying. Zhou Wen sized up the boy in astonishment. He found it amazing that the boy's speed was faster than a fairy monkey's. It was extremely rare among students. His saber skills were even faster than his physical movement techniques. Fairy monkey's speed and movement techniques were top in class amongst legendary creatures, but for it to fail to dodge a single saber strike implied how terrifyingly fast this saber was. The boy wiped the blood from the saber and looked at Zhou Wen and Wang Lu. Soon, his gaze landed on Zhou Wen. "Are you Zhou Wen, The one who killed the word-engraved demonized general. The boy stared at Zhou Wen and asked. I'm Zhou Wen, who are you? Zhou Wen asked. What a pity, the boy said without rhyme or reason before leaving with the saber. Zhou Wen felt a little baffled, but he couldn't be bothered to think too much. With the camera, he prepared to continue forward. Wang Lu, however, looked in the direction of the boy's departure and said, I didn't expect Feng Qiuyan to actually come to Sunset College. Why didn't I see him among the special admissions students? Erek, do you still want to break the record? Zhou Wen asked. The boy from before had clearly broken Huang Jai's previous record. Furthermore, the time he took significantly broke the record at below 20 seconds. Wang Lu might be strong, but to slay a fairy monkey within 20 seconds was clearly impossible. What record? With that fellow around, no one can be faster than him. Wang Lu paused and explained. That fellow is called Feng Qiuyan. You might not have heard of his name in a place like Luoyang, but where I come from, his fame is at the level of Luoyang's and Jiang. They are all considered invincible, cream of the crop. Rumor has it that his legendary life providence is Swift Saber Heavenly King. At the same stage, no one can be faster than his saber. You saw it too. Even the fairy monkey couldn't dodge his strike. It's obvious how fast his saber is. It's completely impossible to compete in speed records, Wang Lu said with a bitter smile. Swift Saber Heavenly King, is this a life providence that augments his swift saber? Zhou Wen asked out of curiosity. Probably. A life providence is a secret for everyone, so people wouldn't usually tell others. I only know that his life providence is known as the Swift Saber Heavenly King that significantly augments anything to do with sabers. After a pause, Wang Lu continued, do you know there's an organization that especially rates life providence? The Feng family has a senior that works at that organization. When a valuation of Feng Qiuyan's Swift Saber Heavenly King life providence was made, the rumored result was an S-grade talent. Isn't it said that the ratings of that organization aren't accurate? Zhou Wen had also heard of the organization. However, it was only a grassroots organization and wasn't created by the League's officials. Therefore, its ratings were greatly limited. Indeed, it can't be confirmed as the life providence they evaluate is firstly based on how much it boosts one's combat ability. As a result, the combat-based life providence ratings are usually higher, but in fact, many life providence might not boost one's combat strength too significantly, while still remaining very useful. However, to be rated as an S-grade means the Swift Saber Heavenly King life providence is undeniably powerful. Wang Lu didn't deliberately belittle that organization. I wonder what my life providence will be in the future. Typically, a life providence is related to a person's physique and the primordial energy art one cultivates. My physique isn't bad, and the primordial energy art I cultivate in isn't weak. I don't think it will be difficult to obtain a powerful life providence. I just have no idea what kind it will be. It's best if it's a combat-style life providence. Zhou Wen felt some anticipation for his life providence. However, advancement with the Lost Immortal Sutra was much more difficult than the average primordial energy art. Even the primordial energy arts on the mysterious stone monuments weren't as difficult to cultivate as the Lost Immortal Sutra. With Feng Qiuyan around, there's no hope of breaking the record. I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Wang Lu was slightly depressed. Although she didn't really care about this record, to be doused with cold water after preparing for so long and being at the brink of success would leave anyone depressed. It's not difficult to break his record, Zhou Wen said after some thought. You have a solution. Wang Lu's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Wen. She surprisingly didn't have any doubts over his words. There is a solution, but it's not part of my job, Zhou Wen said. Speak, what conditions do you have? Wang Lu saw through Zhou Wen's thoughts and curled her lips. Money, how much can you pay me if I help you break the record? Zhou Wen wasn't materialistic and didn't spend much money. However, to invest in Huang Jai's game required a huge sum of money. Zhou Wen didn't have the time or means to earn money. All he could do was start with trivial matters and save up whatever he earned. A rich person like Wang Lu, who could pay 150,000 bucks for a videographer, likely valued help to break a record at 150,000 bucks or more. Wang Lu sized up Zhou Wen and asked, "Are you that short of money?" "Yes, very," Zhou Wen nodded. "What do you plan on doing with the money? How much do you need?" Wang Lu asked. "Again, I have no idea how much money I need. A senior from our school is making a mobile game. I wish to invest in him, but I don't know how much I need to invest. However, I believe plenty is needed." Zhou Wen didn't hide the fact that it was an investment in a game. He was planning to invest in Huang Jai's game to make others know of it. The more people who knew it, the better. "You're really a gaming fanatic. In this era, there aren't many people who are addicted to games like you anymore," Wang Lu thought for a while before saying. "But the scale of making a game has quite a range, so the amount of money spent will be highly variable. If you only wish to make a simple game, 100 to 200,000 bucks would be enough. I can give you that immediately, but if the game you wish to make is grander in scale, the money I give you will be a drop in the bucket. You might as well write up a proposal. If I think it's feasible, I can invest in both of you. We'll talk about investment in the future. It's best you give me the money for helping you break the record," Zhou Wen said as he extended his hand. Wang Lu fiercely swatted away Zhou Wen's hand. "You can have the money, but first you have to break the record for me. How do I know if you can really help me break the record or not?" Zhou Wen didn't say another word. He began searching for a fairy monkey in Lotus Flower Cave with Wang Lu. Breaking a record needed them to first find a fairy monkey. Zhou Wen was rather confident about breaking Feng Qiuyan's record. He had been grinding fairy monkeys recently and had quite some experience killing them. It could be said that Zhou Wen was the person who understood fairy monkeys the most in Sunset College. Chapter 113, Performance. Wang Lu was actually quite doubtful about Zhou Wen's ability to help her break the record. Although he had a pair of legendary wings and powerful movement techniques, that level of movement and speed was definitely capable of dodging Feng Qiuyan's saber. The saber speed which Swift Saber Heavenly King Life Providence brought about made Feng Qiuyan's strikes far exceed the speed of peers at his level. Furthermore, Zhou Wen hadn't advanced to the legendary stage. He was one level lower than Feng Qiuyan. Compared to someone who had the life providence of Swift Saber Heavenly King, even Wang Lu did not have the confidence to beat him in speed. "How are you going to help me? Although the homework mission permits a 4-person team to complete it, I do not plan on joining forces with others. If that's the case, defeating Feng Qiuyan would be meaningless," Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen as they walked. "When you encounter a fairy monkey later, I'll first demonstrate it to you. All you need to do is remember my steps. With your strength, you will be able to kill fairy monkeys in less than 20 seconds. Having been in charge of filming Wang Lu's combat, he had a good idea of her strength. It was also why he dared to help Wang Lu break the record. "You'll be demonstrating," Wang Lu sized up Zhou Wen and asked. "We have no choice. You only have one chance left, and I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp the crux by just verbally explaining it to you," Zhou Wen said honestly. His method of slaying fairy monkeys was from the experience he had gained from killing countless whilst in-game. Every step had been calculated to extreme precision. He could not afford any mistakes if he wanted to kill one in the shortest time possible. If Zhou Wen were to do it himself, it wouldn't be a problem even if he made a mistake. However, Wang Lu didn't have that much experience fighting fairy monkeys. She only had the theory from the college's information and videos. In fact, the information provided by the school wasn't as logical or pragmatic as Zhou Wen's design plans. After all, there were too few fairy monkeys, and no one had the chance of killing many, so it was naturally impossible for them to have a deep understanding of them. After traveling through several caves, they finally found a fairy monkey. Just as Zhou Wen was about to charge forward, Wang Lu suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly said, "By the way, after the Lotus Flower Cave is sealed by the college, students are not to hunt fairy monkeys without permission. Our class was given the homework mission, and we can only kill 2. You aren't a student of our class, so you didn't receive the homework mission that allows you to kill a fairy monkey." "I know, so I have no plans to kill it." Zhou Wen didn't stop as he charged at the fairy monkey. This time, Wang Lu became the videographer. She aimed the camera at Zhou Wen, curious to see how he could kill the fairy monkey faster than the Feng Qiuyan. Wang Lu was still a little apprehensive. Zhou Wen had primordial energy skills that she definitely knew couldn't be identical to hers. If he used some special skill which she lacked, then even if Zhou Wen's method was much faster than Feng Qiuyan's, she would be unable to use his method. However, Wang Lu quickly realized that her worries were completely unfounded. This was because Zhou Wen hadn't used any primordial energy skill or companion beast. All he did was rush towards the fairy monkey. If it were anyone else, Wang Lu would have believed that he had a death wish, but she knew Zhou Wen's strength and character quite well. It was impossible for him to do something so foolish. She adjusted the camera to ensure that she could record Zhou Wen's every move, while her gaze never left him. The fairy monkey bared its teeth as it charged down. Its pair of wings made it abnormally agile, swooping down like a bird of prey while its claws swiped at Zhou Wen's head with a sharp beam. The fairy monkey was much faster than Zhou Wen, but he seemed to have expected it. He slightly tilted his body to dodge the claw beam as he clung close to the fairy monkey's left. The fairy monkey's wings flapped as his body warped. Its claws once again thrust out at Zhou Wen's heart with a sharp claw beam. This time, the fairy monkey was closer to Zhou Wen, and its claw beam was even faster and sharper. However, Zhou Wen's body moved slightly to the side again, dodging the attack in what seemed like an impossibility. Wang Lu stood to the side and watched. Zhou Wen didn't use any primordial energy skills, not even anything related to movement techniques. With his absolute speed deficiency, he leisurely managed to dodge all the fairy monkey's mighty attacks. Zhou Wen gave Wang Lu an odd feeling. It was as though he was the stronger party, not the fairy monkey who was at the legendary stage. Zhou Wen's every move was calm and composed, but he had the feeling of clairvoyance, emitting a pressure as though the fairy monkey was dancing in his palm. It may have felt slow, but in fact, it all happened very quickly. In just 10 seconds, Zhou Wen had nimbly moved to the fairy monkey's back and easily struck the back of its skull. Puh! It looked like it didn't use much strength, but the fairy monkey appeared to be struck by lightning as it fell from the sky. It fell to the ground and twitched, unable to get up immediately. Wang Lu's eyes widened when she saw this. A mortal stage fellow had only relied on his strength and speed. Without the help of his primordial energy skills and companion beasts, he had knocked out a legendary stage fairy monkey. More importantly, slightly more than 10 seconds had passed, without even exceeding 11. Wang Lu was afraid that none of her classmates would believe her if she told them. "How did you do it?" Wang Lu asked as she glared at Zhou Wen, who was walking back. "You can do the same if you observe and study more." Zhou Wen pointed at the fairy monkey on the ground who still couldn't get to its feet due to its stupor. "It's a little groggy from the strike. It will quickly regain consciousness, so let's leave now. Find a spot and watch my demonstration video a few times. Remember my positioning and the timing of my attacks. It probably wouldn't be difficult to squeeze it within 20 seconds. Also, the spot I struck should be precisely where you hit during your final strike. It will result in a death blow, otherwise it will be a waste of time." Wang Lu and Zhou Wen came to an empty stone cave before the former carefully watched Zhou Wen's video. "How did you figure out such positioning and the fairy monkey's weakness?" Wang Lu found it inconceivable the more she looked at it. Even the college's strategies were not as simple and effective as Zhou Wen's. "I carefully watched the videos I recorded for you the other day. I studied them for a long time before I could achieve such results. Selling it to you for 150,000 isn't expensive, right?" Zhou Wen asked. "Not at all," Wang Lu nodded with affirmation. Such experience could not be measured with money. If they were in a real battlefield, it could save one's life. Wang Lu practiced Zhou Wen's positioning for more than half an hour before mastering the crux. Her talent in martial arts wasn't to be underestimated, allowing her to live up to being a special admission student. Then Wang Lu found the fairy monkey again and killed it according to Zhou Wen's method. The process was rather relaxing. Although the positioning was a little rough, she obtained good results in 17 seconds. It was probably a little faster than Feng Qiuyan. Although the record had been broken, Wang Lu wasn't happy. Others might not know, but she knew very well that Zhou Wen had a more ridiculous result. It was just that his results would not appear in the school's record. Chapter 114, Gym Training. Inside an office, Kaio Siyuan stood respectfully in front of his desk with his head lowered, wearing a humble look. "Have you found the thing I asked you to find?" A man sat behind his desk. As the only light in the office was the table lamp, the man's face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a blurry silhouette could be seen. "Sir, apart from the Wen family, I've searched everywhere I can. I didn't find the thing you were talking about." Kaio Siyuan lowered his head and replied cautiously. "Why didn't you go to the Wen family?" the man asked indifferently. "We had sent people to infiltrate them, but Aoyang Lan keeps the Wen family tightly under wraps. The people we sent didn't have the chance of getting close to where Aoyang Lan and the rest live. They were only able to do miscellaneous chores in the yard." After a pause, Kaio Siyuan continued. "In the name of pursuing Jiang Daoxian, I had tried using Liz to test the Wen family's attitude. And Tianzuo was very unyielding, and he didn't care about the senator by maiming Liz's energy C. It's not simple to enter the Wen family to search for it. If everything is that easily solved, what do I need you for?" the man coldly asked. "Yes, sir, you're right. I will think of another solution." Kaio Siyuan bowed slightly before continuing. "Sir, I don't think Professor Aoyang left the thing at the Wen family home." "Why do you say that?" The man sitting behind the light lit up a cigarette with an old lighter. "According to my investigations, Professor Aoyang may be close friends with the Wen family, but he did not agree to Aoyang Lan's marriage into the Wen family. Because of this matter, they had a falling out. Since then, he hasn't entered the Wen family home and wasn't even present when Tianzuo and Jiang were born." Seeing no response from the man, Kaio Siyuan continued. "It's also because after that person's death in the Wen family that Professor Aoyang and Aoyang Lan's relationship improved. However, he's only visited the Wen family a few times and never stays there for more than an hour, much less stay overnight. With Professor Aoyang's relationship with the Wen family, I don't think he will leave something so important there." "Then, where would Aoyang hide the thing?" The man flicked away some cigarette ash before asking. "Sir, do you think Professor Aoyang could have taken it with him?" Kaio Siyuan probed. "Impossible. That thing can't enter dimensional zones or it will only spell trouble. Aoyang often needs to enter dimensional zones, so he won't be so stupid. He must have hidden it somewhere." The man paused before saying, "Regardless, you must find the thing at all costs. Do not dismiss the Wen family's residence. Who knows if their poor relationship was just an act Aoyang deliberately created." "Yes, sir," Kaio Siyuan bowed. "We don't have much time left. We need to retrieve it as soon as possible. Those ignorant fools outside think that time can be squandered, but they have no idea that the disaster is already hanging above their necks like a guillotine blade. It can fall at any time. Once the dimensional zones restrictions are gone, humanity will usher in the apocalypse. Therefore, we need to have that item in our hands to prevent that from happening," the man said. "Sir, is that thing really that important?" Kaio Siyuan asked the question on his mind. "Back when humanity entered the Holy Land, there weren't just 6 heroes. In fact, there were a lot more, but most of them ended up dying inside, their names unknown to people. Besides the 6 heroes, some also left the Holy Land alive and brought certain things out. Jiang Daoxian was one of them. Likewise for Aoyang. The thing he has was something I saw him take out the Holy Land with my own eyes. It is of grave importance. We need to gain control of it," the man said. "Sir, I think there's a coincidence over a matter, but I'm not sure if it's problem," Kaio Siyuan said after some thought. "Speak." "Back when Jiang Daoxian was seriously injured and under our pursuit, he actually stayed in Guide City for nearly 10 minutes, Kaio Siyuan said. "You've already written this in the report. It's related to that youth named Zhou Wen, right?" "That's right. Later on, I investigated Zhou Wen in detail. Other than being Zhou Lingfeng's son, he has a rather good relationship with Professor Aoyang. When Professor Aoyang was principal at Guide City, he often invited Zhou Wen to eat at his placia treatment that other students and even teachers didn't receive. Now, Aoyang Lan has married Zhou Lingfeng. I just find it too much of a coincidence. I'm thinking of the possibility that Professor Aoyang gave the item to Zhou Wen or Zhou Lingfeng. Impossible. The power of that thing isn't something a mortal stage can withstand. It's impossible to even hold it. You can continue investigating Zhou Wen, but you have to place your focus on the Yin family. The only ones with the capability to commandeer that item in the Yin family are Tianzuo and Aoyang Lan. Yes, I understand. Feng Qiuyan wasn't in a good mood. He originally thought that he would definitely be first in class for the homework mission, but he never expected Wang Lu to be faster than him by nearly a second. As expected of Wang Lu, she already has such power even before advancing to the legendary stage. After Feng Qiuyan saw Wang Lu's video for the homework mission, he realized that he had lost fair and square. Wang Lu's comprehension and control over her positioning had reached an extremely high level. This was something that he lacked. After Wang Lu advances to the legendary stage, I will definitely fight her. Before that, I still need to train myself and make myself stronger. Feng Qiuyan quickly walked to the school gym. Feng Qiuyan believed that he had to be focused on everything he did. Quality was demanded for everything, so he only practiced his saber techniques. He hoped to make his saber techniques faster and stronger, allowing him to reach the peak of the world. Hence, after arriving at the gym, Feng Qiuyan immediately walked towards the training court where the ball launcher was. It was the most suitable machine for him to practice his saber. Speed. However, when Feng Qiuyan got to the ball launcher court, he frowned when he realized that someone was occupying the grounds in practice. On careful look, he realized that the person was someone he knew, the freshman who had killed the word-engraved demonized general, Zhou Wen. There was only one ball launcher, so Feng Qiuyan didn't wish to waste any time waiting. Therefore, after some thought, he walked straight into the court and picked up a rubber training saber from the rack before walking towards Zhou Wen. Chapter 115. Unable to touch the balls. Zhou Wen felt that having his strength constantly increased despite staying in his dorm gaming all day seemed a little too eyebrow-raising, so he planned on some outdoor activities. At least, he had to let others know that he was cultivating arduously. After circling the gym once, he had planned on choosing a simple strength training machine to train his legs, allowing him to free his hands and continue gaming. But to his surprise, the gym was filled with people. After searching for a while, he discovered an empty training court. In the past, Zhou Wen had never used a ball launcher. After seeing the demonstration on the screen, he knew what kind of machine it was. The ball launcher was similar to the pitching machines used in baseball practice. Balls were shot out of the machine, and the trainee aimed to hit them. It was just that the launcher would be shot in random directions in a wide area. Furthermore, it could also shoot multiple balls simultaneously. This was slightly different from a baseball pitching machine. There were many practice weapons on the rack: sabers, swords, poles, spears, whips, etc. They were all made of rubber. Zhou Wen casually picked up a short pole and turned on the ball launcher. He was too lazy to study how he could adjust the launcher's difficulty, so he simply switched it on. A ball shot out from the launcher's barrel like a cannonball. Zhou Wen took note of the distance and swung his short stick, easily striking the ball and sending it far away. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that the launcher was rather simple. He could use one hand to strike the balls while using the other for gaming. Some training like this doesn't seem too bad. As Zhou Wen gamed, he didn't need to look at the balls with his eyes to strike them. The listening ability that Truth Listener imbued him allowed him to hit the balls accurately. Furthermore, Zhou Wen discovered that practicing Truth Listener's hearing ability was very helpful to his hearing. There were all kinds of dimensional zones, many that had a great effect on one's vision, causing people to sometimes fight blind. All Zhou Wen originally wanted to do was to get some exercise, but after practicing for a while, he found such training very beneficial. At that moment, Feng Qiuyan arrived at the training ground. He walked onto the court with a practice saber in hand, but when he saw Zhou Wen gaming while striking the balls, he couldn't help but frown. Looking at the ball's trajectory and speed, he knew that this was the lowest level of difficulty. It wasn't even a challenge for ordinary high schoolers who had cultivated, much less students of Sunset College. From Feng Qiuyan's point of view, Zhou Wen's training was an insult to the word training. Therefore, Feng Qiuyan decided to kick Zhou Wen out. Rather than let Zhou Wen waste the school's resources, it was better for him to train more. Of course, it was beneath Feng Qiuyan to chase someone away, nor did he want to nag at Zhou Wen like a woman. Feng Qiuyan had his own ways of doing things, in a masculine manner. He approached Zhou Wen with a practice saber in hand, and Feng Qiuyan stood there silently without moving as he stared at the ball launcher's muzzle. Feng Qiuyan's idea was very simple. It was like playing basketball. As long as he snatched away all rebounds, preventing Zhou Wen from touching the balls, Zhou Wen would naturally find it pointless and leave. Feng Qiuyan was confident he could snatch all of Zhou Wen's balls, preventing him from even touching a single ball. Pong! With a compressive blast emitted from the launch, a ball was shot out as it flew towards Zhou Wen at high speeds. Right now, Feng Qiuyan's heart stirred and was about to swing the wooden saber in his hand. He was confident that as long as he brandished his saber, there would be nothing left for Zhou Wen. The speed at which he drew his saber was not something any ordinary student could match. Even if Zhou Wen stood in front of him, Feng Qiuyan was confident he could gain the upper hand. However, when Feng Qiuyan raised the practice saber in his hand and was about to brandish it, his hand paused in midair. He had ultimately failed to complete the slash as he watched Zhou Wen send the ball flying with his practice pole. Is it a coincidence? Feng Qiuyan frowned as he looked at Zhou Wen. He had his back to him, one hand still holding a pole, the other hand gaming on his phone. However, just as Feng Qiuyan was about to attack, he felt that Zhou Wen was standing in the most appropriate position, blocking all the trajectories of his saber slashes. It prevented him from slashing at the ball. It was like a rebound in basketball. Zhou Wen stood in the spot where the basketball landed. Although the others could jump higher than him, it was difficult to snatch the ball if they weren't in the right place. The position Zhou Wen stood in had given Feng Qiuyan such a feeling, preventing him from having any chance of striking. It's probably just a coincidence, Feng Qiuyan thought to himself as he stared at the ball launcher's muzzle. There were a total of 36 launching muzzles. They were split into 6 rows, covering a length and height of 20 meters. Each muzzle had a small range of movement and direction, allowing for different trajectories in the balls it shot out. As it was set to the lowest difficulty level, it only shot out one ball at a time. However, where the ball shot out from and its direction was unpredictable. Feng Qiuyan focused and planned on finding the ball's landing spot before Zhou Wen could. He wanted him to have a taste of what it felt like to not be able to hit the ball. Pong! Another ball shot out. Feng Qiuyan trained his gaze at the ball's direction and position. Just as he raised his foot to rush over, he saw Zhou Wen already walk over. He was already one step too slow if he took the step now. Even if he rushed over, he would lose the optimal spot, failing to snatch the ball from Zhou Wen like before. If you want to play, fine. I'll be serious this time. Feng Qiuyan imagined Zhou Wen was competing with him. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's attitude of gaming while striking the ball made it obvious to him that he thought nothing of him. This made Feng Qiuyan vexed. However, Zhou Wen wasn't thinking too much about it. He did hear someone beside him, but he didn't know that the person was Feng Qiuyan, nor did he know that Feng Qiuyan wanted to chase him away. He originally imagined that the training court allowed multiple people in, so he thought nothing of it. He just struck the balls relying on his hearing and senses. The inclusion of Feng Qiuyan was also a form of practice for him. Zhou Wen was still grinding Ant Nesta Dungeon. He usually grinded when in public with other people around. Another ball shot out. Feng Qiuyan was already fully focused, but just as he took his step, he realized that Zhou Wen was one step ahead of him, happening to walk to the optimal location before him again. Pong! The ball was sent flying by Zhou Wen again. Feng Qiuyan had failed to touch 3 consecutive balls. He didn't even strike out at all. Chapter 116. How did you do it? At first, Feng Qiuyan had deliberately suppressed his speed, trying his best to maintain it at the mortal stage to compete with Zhou Wen. However, with the passage of time, Feng Qiuyan subconsciously increased his speed after repeatedly failing to beat Zhou Wen to the punch. He began competing with Zhou Wen with speed at the legendary stage. This only served to alarm Feng Qiuyan. Even more speed at the legendary stage was still inadequate. Although his speed was really much faster than Zhou Wen's, with Zhou Wen standing in the middle of the court, which was about 20 meters wide, he only needed to cover 10 meters. Due to the short distance, he wasn't able to manifest his speed advantage. That was not the main reason either. Although the advantage of a short distance wasn't too obvious, an advantage was still an advantage. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely grab an advantageous spot ahead of time. Even if he couldn't take that spot, with his saber speed, he could still strike the ball before Zhou Wen. However, it was like Zhou Wen was prescient. Before the launcher shot out the ball, he had already begun moving. It was too late for Feng Qiuyan to move by the time he saw the ball. Having faster speed was useless, and this left Feng Qiuyan extremely aggrieved. What was even more unacceptable to Feng Qiuyan was that Zhou Wen had been gaming with his other hand the entire time, while snatching the ball away from him. At first, Feng Qiuyan thought that Zhou Wen was deliberately insulting him and wasn't really focused on his gaming. However, Feng Qiuyan later discovered that Zhou Wen was truly gaming. His eyes were peeled to the screen, having never left it once. It was as though snatching the ball was something that he did in passing. This fellow, he's formidable. Sweat began oozing out of Feng Qiuyan's forehead as he stared at Zhou Wen's back. The contempt he had for him previously vanished completely. Zhou Wen's figure seemed to grow in size, turning tall and mighty. It was like an uninvadable city wall. Zhou Wen wasn't paying attention to him at all, lost to his new discovery. The truth listener earring gave him tremendous hearing, enough to make him hear the ball launcher in operation clearly. Therefore, he knew which muzzle the ball would shoot out ahead of time, allowing him to know the ball's trajectory and landing spot before Feng Qiuyan. However, this wasn't the biggest surprise for Zhou Wen. What truly surprised him was his train of thought. Zhou Wen was an extremely focused person. In the past, no matter what he did, he could be fully focused without being disturbed by anything. Therefore, others might find him dull due to his lack of reaction no matter what they said to him. In fact, it wasn't because Zhou Wen was dull and silly, but that he was too focused to the point of not being able to hear what others were saying to him. Now, Zhou Wen realized that he could still be focused on what he was doing, but at the same time, he seemed to be able to handle other matters as well. This feeling was rather indescribable. If an analogy had to be made, Zhou Wen's thought process could be analogous to a computer processor. In the past, Zhou Wen's brain was a single-core processor, but now it was a dual-core, allowing it to handle multiple programs at the same time. Of course, this was only an analogy and was limited in its accuracy. However, it was a fact that Zhou Wen could hit all the balls while gaming. There didn't seem to be any interference between the two activities. At the same time, Zhou Wen keenly discovered that while he was gaming and striking the balls, the lost Immortal Sutra's circulation became especially fast. It was more than twice as fast as usual. It appears this is the result of the lost Immortal Sutra. Zhou Wen increasingly found the lost Immortal Sutra extraordinary. However, he couldn't figure out why Jiang Daoxian had given him such a powerful primordial energy art for no reason. It didn't seem to make sense if it was simply because he caught his fancy. Zhou Wen didn't know the origins of the lost Immortal Sutra, so he naturally didn't know how terrifying it was. If not for the extraordinary focus he was born with, he would have long been killed by it. Even if he didn't die, he would go mad. Even now, Zhou Wen could hear the murmuring voices resounding in his ears when sleeping at night. It would be difficult for a normal person to endure such harassment. Even if he didn't go mad, he would become extremely irascible. Yet, Zhou Wen didn't suffer from such effects. As Zhou Wen indulged in the thrill of his new discovery and training, Feng Qiuyan's expression became increasingly ugly. He had already done his best, but couldn't snatch the ball from Zhou Wen. Although summoning a companion beast would give him a chance of defeating Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan's pride prevented him from doing so. He continued relying only on his physical prowess to compete with Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen felt that he had enough practice today, he stopped and rested. Just as he was about to return, he turned his head to look at Feng Qiuyan. He couldn't help but be taken aback by what he saw. He recognized Feng Qiuyan, but he looked drastically different from before. He was covered in sweat as he panted heavily. His eyes were glaring at him with eyes as red as a rabbit's eyes. This looked like he could devour him at any moment gave Zhou Wen a fright. Feng Qiuyan wasn't truly exhausted but was suffering from immense mental stress. With his physique at the legendary stage, he had lost to a mortal stage fellow. Furthermore, he had been badly defeated. He had failed to snatch a single ball despite Zhou Wen gaming with one hand. The stress was simply unimaginable. If it weren't for Feng Qiuyan's determination, anyone else with a slightly weaker will would probably have already lost their confidence. The more Feng Qiuyan wanted to win, the greater the stress he was under. The mental fatigue he suffered exceeded his physical fatigue. When Zhou Wen imagined that Feng Qiuyan would lunge at him and bite him, Feng Qiuyan glared at him and suddenly asked, "How did you do it?" "What do you mean how?" Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. "How are you able to predict the landing spot of the ball without looking for it?" Feng Qiuyan asked the question burning in his heart. He was stronger than Zhou Wen in everything, but he had lost to him on this point. Because of this, Zhou Wen pointed at his ear before picking up the coat on the chair and left. Zhou Wen was referring to the truth listener earring he was wearing, but Feng Qiuyan clearly misunderstood Zhou Wen's words. He believed that Zhou Wen was referring to his ear and instantly, he fell into thought as he muttered to himself, "So that's how it is." So he wasn't really gaming but using the game to divert his sight and only use his ears to listen out for the ball. So there's actually such a training method. From the looks of it, the rumors of him being a gaming fanatic aren't as simple as they seem. He's more hardworking than anyone. Even gaming is a form of cultivation. Clearly, Feng Qiuyan misunderstood Zhou Wen. In fact, gaming was his main goal, and practicing his listening skills was just something he did in passing. Seeing Zhou Wen walk out of the court, Feng Qiuyan suddenly snapped to attention as though he had awoken from a dream. He chased after him and called, "Zhou Wen, wait a moment." Chapter 117, Please Be My Coach. What's the matter? Seeing Feng Qiuyan chase after him, Zhou Wen could only stop and turn his head to look at him. Feng Qiuyan stared at him and enunciated each and every word as he said, "I want to hire you as my personal coach. Help tailor a training plan for me." "You want me to be your personal coach?" Zhou Wen pointed at his nose and asked in surprise. He did not believe that he had the talent to make training plans. His own plan was to game after gaming, ad infinitum. "Please don't reject me. If you have any conditions, feel free to raise them. Money isn't a problem." Feng Qiuyan was quite sincere. Zhou Wen had already opened his mouth, prepared to reject the offer, but upon hearing the words "money isn't a problem," he swallowed the words he was about to say. "Are you sure you want me to be your personal coach and tailor training plans for you? I'm only a mortal grade student." Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan and confirmed it once again. "Your level is not a problem. I just want to know your training methods. If you find it troublesome, you don't have to deliberately plan one for me. I just need to train with you. I'll do whatever you do," Feng Qiuyan said with all seriousness. Feng Qiuyan clearly misunderstood Zhou Wen, believing that he, who could think of using his sense of hearing to train his strikes, definitely had plans for targeted training. Therefore, he wanted to hire Zhou Wen as his personal coach. He wanted to know how Zhou Wen had trained to his present standards. Perhaps it could aid him in his cultivation, allowing him to break through his recent bottleneck. I'm very expensive. Zhou Wen didn't think too much about it. Since there was a chance for him to earn money, there was no reason not to. I'll pay you what it costs to hire the most expensive personal coaches on the market. The payment can be made monthly or per class. If you have any other requests, you can tell me now, said Feng Qiuyan. It's best we settle it according to class, so a payment for each class. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and realized that he didn't have much to teach. He decided to teach a lesson first, and if he really couldn't handle it, he wouldn't keep scamming Feng Qiuyan. One class would be all. All right, Feng Qiuyan agreed without hesitation. He paid Zhou Wen for one class and eagerly asked, "Coach, what kind of training do we have for the first class?" Zhou Wen thought for a moment before asking, "You use the saber, right?" "That's right. I train to push my swift saber to the pinnacle, and I pursue extreme speed." Feng Qiuyan looked at Zhou Wen with anticipation. He hoped that Zhou Wen could give him some special training method to aid his breakthrough. Zhou Wen pondered for a while when he heard that. He suddenly realized that he didn't know any saber techniques, nor had he practiced any of them. The only thing he knew that had anything to do with sabers was Astral/Blade. However, Astral/Blade was a primordial energy skill that resembled a blade beam. It did not have any technique to speak of, as it was cleaved out directly without any need for cultivation. Despite thinking all day, Zhou Wen couldn't think of a training plan tailored to Feng Qiuyan's cultivation. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Zhou Wen's mind, as he thought of the word-engraved demonized general in Tiger Cage Pass. The word-engraved demonized general had 3 different types. The blade demonized general's Astral/Blade was fast and ruthless, but it could only suppress the paper demonized general and was useless against the fist demonized general. Although a swift saber was formidable, there were also ways to counter one. In any case, I don't know any saber techniques yet. I'll make Feng Qiuyan practice his saber in a diametrically opposite manner. When the time comes, he'll find something amiss and won't come looking for me again. Realizing how quick Feng Qiuyan was to pay him, he found him quite a nice guy and didn't wish to scam him further. "Feng Qiuyan, have you ever heard of the principle of extreme yang gives birth to yin?" Zhou Wen asked Feng Qiuyan. "Are you referring to how things develop in an opposite direction when they go to the extreme?" Feng Qiuyan asked after some thought. "It's almost the same. The ancients say that true wisdom sounds foolish and great skill looks clumsy. It's possible to have the opposite effect once you reach an extreme. You practice in the swift saber, then perhaps one day, if you feel slow drawing your saber, it might mean that your saber techniques can improve further," Zhou Wen said in a cursory manner, hoping that he could satisfy Feng Qiuyan for now so that he wouldn't seek him out again. Feng Qiuyan took Zhou Wen's words seriously as he asked, "Then, how do I train to reach the realm of the slow saber?" "Some things require you to figure it out yourself. No matter how well others explain it, that's still someone else's insight. Only something you figure out is yours. I have already given you direction. As for how you should do it, it will require you to think about it." Although Zhou Wen was bullshitting Feng Qiuyan, what he said was truly what he believed in and understood. It wasn't complete nonsense. After managing to get rid of Feng Qiuyan with great difficulty, Zhou Wen jogged back to his dorm and lay comfortably in bed as he took out his mysterious phone. Perhaps it was his luck. This time, while he was grinding the Lotus Flower Cave, although he failed to obtain a rank 9 Dragon Gate fairy skill, he managed to obtain a fairy monkey companion egg. Fairy beast, legendary. Life Providence, pet of air. Strength 15. Speed 18. Constitution 15. Primordial energy 14. Talent skill, Dragon Gate fairy skill. Companion form, wings. The fairy monkey stats were clearly incomparable to the silver-winged flying ant, so he directly fed the companion egg to Truth Listener. In the past, Truth Listener didn't react much after eating a companion egg. However, after swallowing the companion egg this time, a system notification appeared. Truth Listener has obtained the evolution requirement and is beginning to evolve. Zhou Wen saw Truth Listener's figure appear on the screen. It was a tiny beast in the shape of a golden silk monkey. At this moment, Truth Listener was glowing with resplendent golden light, as though it was a golden Buddha statue. It was so blinding that it filled the entire screen with golden light. After feeding it for so long, it's finally evolving. Zhou Wen was delighted. Truth Listener at the mortal stage was not of much use. However, it would definitely be very useful after advancing to the legendary stage. After a while, the golden light on the screen gradually faded away, revealing its true looks. At the same time, a system notification popped up on the screen. Truth Listener's evolution completed. However, Zhou Wen didn't seem to notice much of a change. Its body was still small, only slightly bigger than his fingers. It was covered in golden fur, and its eyes were sparkling with golden light. No, it's still a little different. Zhou Wen realized that Truth Listener was indeed somewhat different. It originally resembled a golden silk monkey with just a pair of ears, but now it had another pair of ears. It now had 4 ears. However, its ears were very small. They were neatly placed on both sides of its head without making it look ugly at all. If one didn't look closely, one would not notice that it had 4 ears. Chapter 118, Heaven's Senses. Truth Listener, Legendary Evolvable. Life Providence, Heaven's Senses. Strength 21. Speed 21. Constitution 21. Primordial Energy 21. Talent Skill, Truth Listener, Indestructible Golden Body, Evil Warding 9 Extremes. Companion Form, Earring. In the past, Zhou Wen thought that the maximum stats for legendaries was 18. He later found through the mutated lotus flower ant and silver-winged flying ant that 18 wasn't the limit, but he had never seen 21. Mythical creatures are really different. Even if they haven't evolved to the mythical stage, their stats aren't something ordinary companion beasts can compare with. However, I have no idea what exact use Heaven's Senses has. Zhou Wen read Truth Listener's stats carefully and saw that there was an additional note regarding the life providence, prying into the secrets of the world using ears instead of eyes. When he summoned Truth Listener, it still looked petite. It was glowing with golden light as if it was a piece of golden silk monkey art carved out of gold. From its appearance, it did not seem powerful at all. The legendary mutated skeleton ant that shared its level looked many times stronger than it. Getting Truth Listener to turn into an earring before wearing it, Zhou Wen closed his eyes and focused. He immediately felt that the Truth Listener earring had augmented his sense of hearing in a way that was much better than before. Although he had his eyes closed, everything around him appeared like a three-dimensional figure in his mind. It was as though Zhou Wen could see everything around him. The only difference was that the three-dimensional figure in his mind was black and white instead of the colored world he saw with his eyes. Zhou Wen knew that he wasn't really seeing anything, but the ability brought by the Truth Listener earring. He originally believed that he had no way of hearing a still object no matter how good his hearing was. But now, he realized that what he believed was wrong. No object existed independently. Although some objects were still, the movement of other objects would similarly affect them. As long as his hearing was powerful enough, he could replace his eyes with his ears to see still objects. The flow of air and the sound waves produced feedback the moment they touched a still object. The average person couldn't hear such feedback, but the Truth Listener earring allowed Zhou Wen to hear it clearly. Furthermore, it outlined a three-dimensional figure in his mind, as though he was looking at it with his own eyes. There were even more details than could be seen with open eyes. Within 20 meters, even if there were obstructions, Zhou Wen could still see everything behind the walls with his ears. It was as if he had X-ray vision. Other than the lack of colors, everything else was no different from normal vision. With this strange sense of hearing, Zhou Wen could clearly hear everything in the 2 buildings beside him. The soundproofing was completely ineffective against him. While Wang Lu wasn't in the dorm and Jiang happened to be in the bedroom near to Zhou Wen, He didn't have a fetish for invading privacies, so just as he was about to retract his hearing, he heard Jiang say, "Zhou Wen still hasn't cultivated in the sun's strafe art. Was the harm I dealt him last time that great? Did I really go too far?" Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. If he hadn't identified that the person speaking was clearly Jiang, he would have believed that he had heard wrongly. His impression of Jiang was always one that was haughty and aloof, as if she viewed everything in a condescending manner. It was hard to imagine that these words came from her mouth. Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel curious. He wanted to hear what Jiang would say, so he didn't put away the truth listener earring and continued listening to the commotion next door. The usually cold and arrogant Jiang was now sitting on the bed with a teddy bear in hand. It was as if she was speaking to the bear. "I didn't really want to hurt him. I just wanted to prove myself. I just want to let Grandpa know that Mom's choice was wrong. Her child is the best, far more excellent than the genius described by Grandpa. I know Zhou Wen is innocent, and this matter has nothing to do with him, but apart from defeating him, I didn't have any way of proving to Grandpa that I'm better than him. I really didn't want to set him back. Bear, what do I have to do to make him stand back on his feet?" And Jiang paused before adding, "It's not that I care about him. It's just that if he can't get back on his feet and advance to the legendary stage, my defeat of him will be meaningless. It still wouldn't prove to Grandpa that I'm better than him. So I must first help him establish his confidence and then help him advance to the legendary stage. I'll defeat him when he's at tip-top shape. This will let Grandpa know that his daughter's child is the best. Mom's decision to marry Dad was right." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen stopped listening and put away the truth listener earring. Now he finally understood why Jiang was targeting him. It was not because of Zhou Lingfeng and Ayang Lan's marriage, nor was it simply because of that special physique. However, Zhou Wen wasn't concerned that Jiang was upset with him. He only hoped that Jiang would not disturb him in the future. It was best if they minded their own business. Now all Zhou Wen wanted to do was game in peace. The fewer things he had to do, the better. As usual, he first killed all the mini-bosses in the dungeons before heading to Fire God platform to memorize the ancient Imperial Sutra. Just as he was doing it the second time, the doorbell rang. Zhou Wen opened the door and saw that it was Li Xuan, who he hadn't seen in days. Li Xuan wore a smug look as he patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder. "Brat, I'll be protecting you in the future. If there's anyone who dares bully you, just give them my name." "You aren't sick, are you?" Zhou Wen swatted away Li Xuan's hand and sat down on the couch. He poured himself a cup of blood-replenishing tea and slowly drank it. Li Xuan smugly sat down beside Zhou Wen and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Suppressing his excitement, he deliberately whispered, "Old Zhou, I finally succeeded in advancing to the legendary stage. Guess what my life providence is?" "I'm not guessing. I'm not interested." Zhou Wen continued drinking his tea. However, Li Xuan still said excitedly, "I doubt you can guess it anyway. Let me tell you, my legendary life providence is Immortal God of Combat. Isn't that impressive? Just the sound of the name makes it freaking awesome. I'm not bragging, but this life providence pretty much means invincibility, an immortal body, a supreme dominance body. People like Yang Lai will be exhausted to death beating me while I stand there, completely unmoved." When Li Xuan said this, he stood up and jumped onto the couch. He made an arrogant pose, his eyes filled with contempt as though he was looking down on everyone in the world. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked down by the sleeping antelope. The antelope had already treated the couch as its bed. For Li Xuan to have the guts to hop on its bed in his shoes, there was no way it was going to be friendly with him. Bang! Li Xuan fell to the ground, his sternum sinking in with the shape of a hoof while he spewed out blood from his mouth. Isn't that an antelope?" Li Xuan sprawled on the ground as he looked at the languid antelope in astonishment, his face wearing a look of disbelief. Chapter 119, Providence Palace. Li Xuan had always believed that the antelope was a mutated animal from the bottom half of Mount Leijun. However, the power of its hooves made him realize that it was not only a dimensional creature, but an extremely high-level one. His immortal god of combat life providence had greatly augmented his constitution. Although calling it an immortal and indestructible dominance body was an exaggeration, it wouldn't be easy for mere legendaries to injure him. The antelope had severely injured him with a casual kick of its hoof. This was already beyond the strength of a legendary level. It was highly likely an epic stage existence. "I'll take you to the hospital." Zhou Wen was also given a fright. Although the antelope had been staying at his place and refusing to leave, it had never hurt him. Now, with this strike, it had severely injured Li Xuan, who had just ascended to the legendary stage. It also confirmed Zhou Wen's previous speculation that the antelope had terrifying strength. "There's no need. This small injury is nothing to me. The immortal god of combat life providence still means something." Li Xuan shook his head and propped himself up, using the coffee table to stand up. Li Xuan seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain in the beginning. Even breathing seemed to be unbearable, and his face was ghastly pale. However, after taking a few deep breaths, his complexion gradually improved. The injury on his chest seemed to be slowly recovering. "The immortal god of combat has a powerful self-recovery ability. As long as I'm alive, my injuries can slowly recover." Li Xuan did not forget to boast about his life providence. "Your virgin god of combat life providence sure is nice." Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. This life providence was really impressive. It could be considered a life-saving skill. "What virgin god of combat? It's immortal god of combat." Cough. Agitated, Li Xuan pulled at his internal injuries, causing him to cough out a lot of blood. "It looks like your self-recovery powers won't restore you that quickly. Let me take you to the hospital now." Zhou Wen helped Li Xuan out. Li Xuan originally wanted to say no, but when he saw the antelope on the couch, he shivered and left Zhou Wen's dormitory with his neck shrank back. "What's with that antelope? Isn't it a mutated animal from Mount Laojun?" Li Xuan asked in a suppressed voice after Zhou Wen helped him out of the building. "I'm not too sure either. It's been following me all this time, but it hasn't injured anyone before. It's the first time today," Zhou Wen said honestly. "I forget it, I'll just blame it on my luck. There's no need to go to the hospital. Let's find a place to rest. I still have something to tell you." Li Xuan felt depressed. Zhou Wen sized Li Xuan up and asked, "Is your injury really all right?" "It's just a flesh wound and I'm not internally injured. Even if we don't go to the hospital, it will only take a few days before I recover. It'll be troublesome if we go to the hospital, but you be careful in the future. Don't end up getting kicked to death by that animal," Li Xuan said. The two of them sat down on a long bench on the lawn. Li Xuan's complexion was much better now, having appeared to have returned to normal. From the looks of it, he wasn't just bragging. The immortal god of combat was indeed impressive. "It's not bad to have a life-saving life providence like Li Xuan's," Zhou Wen thought. "The school's first comprehensive test is almost here. How's your preparation going?" Li Xuan asked after taking a few deep breaths while on the long bench. What preparation? Zhou Wen knew about the monthly comprehensive test, but he had no idea why he needed to prepare for it. Li Xuan rolled his eyes at Zhou Wen speechlessly. "Let me guess, you didn't read the syllabus for the comprehensive test?" "No, has it been announced?" Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. Li Xuan complained, "You really don't know anything about the outside world. All you focus on is gaming. Every year the first comprehensive test is the same. There are a total of 4 subjects: fishing a coin from a pot of oil, crossing a paper bridge, lifting stone tripod cauldrons, and sucking in the mountain and rivers. You need to pass 2 of these tests to pass. If you were to fail 3 of them, you would be dismissed from school." "Why do these names sound like acrobatic performances of the past?" Zhou Wen laughed. "The names are indeed tacky, but they really aren't easy. These tests are real tests of ability, and not some sleight of hand used by acrobats on the street. Fishing out a coin from a pot of boiling oil uses real oil. To fish one out with one's physical body is definitely impossible. Your hand will be crippled the moment you put it in. You need to have a primordial energy skill covering your hand or have a protective primordial energy skill to fish the coin out." Crossing the paper bridge is the easiest test to fail. It's a paper bridge spanning 100 meters. The bridge's surface is made of thin calligraphic paper, and tearing it when stepping over it will be considered a failure. Without a primordial energy skill that imbues you with alacrity, there's no way to cross it. The lifting of the stone tripod cauldron is easy. As long as you have enough strength, using some primordial energy skill that enhances strength will allow you to pass. It's not difficult to devour the mountain and rivers either. As long as you have 9 points of primordial energy, you'll basically pass. These are the basic requirements Sunset College sets. You should be fine for the latter too, but you need to prepare the first two. If you don't have the type of primordial energy skills required, I can lend you a few primordial energy skill crystals, Zhou Wen said. There's no need. I have my ways of passing. Zhou Wen had Lotus Flower Buddha's primordial energy skill, so it shouldn't be a problem to fish out a coin. As for crossing the paper bridge, he also had Dragon Gate Fairy skill. It wouldn't be difficult for him to cross the bridge. However, Zhou Wen didn't plan on completing all the tests since he could pass as long as he completed 2 tests. There was no need for him to participate in all 4 of them. However, Zhou Wen said, "Don't take this matter lightly. If you can squeeze into the top 10 in the comprehensive test, you can get a chance to enter Providence Palace. Besides Sunset College, that's an awesome place unique to Sunset College that you can't find elsewhere." Providence Palace, Zhou Wen was surprised. Zhou Wen had heard of this name before. Providence Palace was actually the royal palace in the era of the Sui and Tang dynasty. Back then, Luoyang City was the capital and center of politics of the country, and Providence Palace was the political center of Luoyang. Later on, Providence Palace was later buried in history and was destroyed during a war. However, after the dimensional storms, its ruins formed a dimensional zone. Zhou Wen had heard a lot of rumors about the Providence Palace's dimensional zone. It was a relatively special dimensional zone without much danger inside. Yet, it was possible to obtain great opportunities inside. In the past, when he was in high school, there were rumors of a certain student obtaining a particular treasure in Providence Palace and ended directly shooting to stardom, advancing to the legendary or even the epic stage. Of course, they were only urban myths. The Providence Palace's dimensional zone had always been under Sunset College's control and had never been open to the public. Only a handful of Sunset College students had the qualification to enter. As for what benefits lay within, Zhou Wen really did not know what it was. Chapter 120, Providence Palace's Treasures. I've already found out that there aren't many areas in Providence Palace that have been cleared. We can only walk to the main entrance and can't even enter the city gates. In fact, people do not even consider entering Providence Palace, Zhou Wen said. If we can't even get in, why are we heading there? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Zhou Wen acted all mysterious and continued. Usually, the doors of Providence Palace are sealed shut. Even the most famous epic experts would not be able to enter, much less us. That's why no one knows what's inside to date. However, one day every year, the city gates to Providence Palace will open. Many strange and magical items will appear from everywhere as though they are dragged by invisible ghosts, lining up to fly inside. I heard that there are all sorts of treasures in there. There are rare antiques, weapons and armors, gemstones and jade, and all kinds of precious treasures. However, they are practically no use to us. True treasures are the companion eggs and dimensional crystals. Rumor has it that a senior once obtained a companion egg which was an epic stage angel. You definitely know of angel companion beasts. They are dimensional creatures that only appear in the West District's dimensional zone. Logically speaking, we shouldn't have any angel companion eggs here, Zhou Wen said in a tone of mystery. Is that true? Zhou Wen found Zhou Wen's words getting more and more outrageous as he found it unbelievable. Why would I lie to you? Someone from our Li family has already entered, but they didn't pick anything good, Zhou Wen said. According to what you've said, since there are so many good things in Providence Palace, why don't they invite more people to head in to take them out? Why do they only allow the top 10 in the comprehensive test in? Zhou Wen still found it unbelievable as Li Xuan's account didn't make sense at all. Do you think anyone can choose what they want? When they first discovered the Providence Palace dimensional zone, they discovered 10 tokens. On that day, only a person with a token had the right to choose one of the items to bring back. Those without the token couldn't even touch anything inside. Those with a token could only choose one object, nothing more, Li Xuan said in apparent seriousness. Although Li Xuan's words were bizarre, Zhou Wen knew that there was no need for him to lie. Instead, he was a little curious about Providence Palace. Li Xuan smiled and said, "It's useless to think too much now. If I want to choose something from Providence Palace, I'll have to enter the top 10 at the comprehensive test or it's useless. There are all kinds of experts in Sunset College, so even though I've advanced to the legendary stage, I don't have the confidence of squeezing into the top 10. Old Joe, you haven't even advanced to the legendary stage. It will only be harder for you to enter the top 10. Ignoring everything else, there's Huang Jai, Hui Heifeng, Wang Lu, Feng Qiuyan, and that sister of yours. Those 5 people will definitely enter the top 10, occupying 5 spots. The remaining 5 spots have many powerful fellows vying for it. I'm sure I can enter the top 10 given a year or two, but now it's a little hard to say." Zhou Wen didn't know many students at Sunset College, but he knew all of the people Li Xuan mentioned. There's nothing wrong with the rest, but Wang Lu hasn't advanced to the legendary stage yet, right? How do you know that she would definitely be able to take up a spot? Zhou Wen looked at Li Xuan suspiciously. Do you really not know it, or are you faking it? The Wang family's Wang Lu cultivates in the youth rejuvenation divine art. If she can't take the spot, who else can? Li Xuan said. Zhou Wen was confused by what he heard. Seeing that he did not know anything, Li Xuan explained in detail to Zhou Wen. The youth rejuvenation divine art was the Wang family's primordial energy art, which few outsiders knew much about. After cultivating this primordial energy art, the first breakthrough would result in someone regaining their youth. The youth here didn't mean age, but the drop of one's stage to the mortal stage. At the same time, one's physique and talent would improve tremendously. Not only was advancing quick, but one's attainment was higher when redoing the cultivation. Wang Lu's first advancement to the legendary stage happened when she was about the same age as Jiang. However, after the advancement, the effects of the youth rejuvenation reduced her back to the mortal stage. She needed to cultivate and advance to the legendary stage again, but she wouldn't suffer a repeat. However, after Wang Lu advanced to the epic stage, she would experience the effect of youth rejuvenation again. She would still drop to the mortal stage and have to cultivate again. Wang Lu definitely must have taken a liking to the opportunity of Providence Palace by choosing to study at Sunset College. Before the comprehensive test, she will definitely be able to advance back to the legendary stage, Li Xuan said with great certainty. I see. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that Wang Lu actually had such a story. Anyway, I've already informed you. Think about it yourself. Call me if you need anything. Li Xuan rubbed his chest and got up to leave. His invincible connate divine art life providence and invincible connate divine art could heal his body quickly, but the pain didn't lessen one bit. After Li Xuan left, Zhou Wen had been thinking about the comprehensive test. If it was only a competition for placement, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't have wanted to vie for it. However, the items in Providence Palace were quite attractive to him. Even if the other students were to compete, they could only choose one at most. However, Zhou Wen was wondering if he could download Providence Palace to his phone and choose multiple items. To verify this thought, he had to download Providence Palace first. However, if he didn't enter the top 10, he wouldn't have the chance to get there and naturally wouldn't have the chance to download the dungeon. It looks like I'll have to try for this spot. Zhou Wen made up his mind to vie for it, but he wasn't sure if he could get the nomination. The 4 projects tested the students' speed, strength, constitution, and primordial energy respectively. Zhou Wen's 4 attributes were stronger than anyone else of the same level, but compared to those at the legendary stage, he was still very much inferior. Fortunately, the comprehensive test allows the use of companion beasts. It's not like I don't have a chance at all. After Zhou Wen returned to his room, he began crazily grinding again. In the past few days, Zhou Wen's luck had seemed pretty good. When he was grinding Lotus Flower Cave, another fairy monkey companion egg was dropped. Furthermore, its attributes were extremely high. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to use it as food. Finally, he steeled his heart and fused the fairy monkey companion egg with the stone Killin companion egg. If he could get an excellent grade companion egg with 2 skills, Zhou Wen decided to take the risk to incubate it. However, with a 65% compatibility score, the fusion failed. With a loud bang from the phone, the 2 companion eggs vanished. Although Zhou Wen was already mentally prepared for failure, he still felt depressed when he saw the 2 companion eggs disappear. Gambling is indeed a terrible thing. Zhou Wen sighed and could only continue grinding. Chapter 121, Untouchable Stone Saber. Overseer, there's news from the League that a dimensional creature broke out from the sea and has infiltrated the East District. It might be coming to us, Sheng said as he held a document that had just been faxed over. What level is the dimensional creature? And Tianzuo frowned and asked. I'm not too sure yet, but from the description of the document, it didn't easily break through the coastal defenses and even suffered some injuries. It should be an ordinary epic stage creature. Sheng looked at the document and said, however, after it charged through the coastal defenses, the League hasn't been able to track it. They occasionally discover its traces, and from its trajectory, it might pass through Luoyang. The League wants us to cooperate in stopping it. Overseer, what's your take on this? Strengthen the defenses and distribute the newly researched primordial gold bullets. Even if you can't kill it here, you can't let it do as it pleases in Luoyang, and Tianzuo said. Yes, Overseer. Sheng received the order and left. With the help of the legendary Truth Listener earring, Zhou Wen felt like a fish in water. A few days later, he finally managed to remember all the content of the ancient Imperial Sutra. The moment he finished memorizing the ancient Imperial Sutra, he felt as if every cell in his body was igniting. His entire body became extremely hot, almost to the point of burning. As for the Firebird horde that charged towards the blood-colored avatar, they retreated and returned to the furnace in front of the stone monument. Just as Zhou Wen thought his body was about to explode, the lost Immortal Sutra came into effect, causing his body to turn completely still. In the next second, his primordial energy began circulating again. However, it was no longer the path of the lost Immortal Sutra. It became the ancient Imperial Sutra that Zhou Wen had just memorized. The ancient Imperial Sutra could be described with one word: overbearing. Wherever primordial energy flowed, Zhou Wen felt as though all his cells had turned into explosives that could explode with unparalleled power. That searing, potent, and oppressive power was something Zhou Wen had never experienced in any of the other primordial energy arts he cultivated in. However, this overbearing power made him feel brimming with energy and vitality instead of destruction. When the ancient Imperial Sutra completed a cycle, Zhou Wen felt a strange change in his body. It was as though a casual punch could cause a rupture in the world. Looking at the blood-colored avatar stats, he discovered that the values of the 4 attributes had changed from 10 to 11 points. Now, Zhou Wen had 3 stats at 11, leaving only 1 stat at 10. As he had mastered the ancient Imperial Sutra to a basic level, the blood-colored avatar could stand near the Fire God platform without firebirds appearing to attack him. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk up to the Fire God platform. The flames inside the furnace flickered but did not spew out any firebirds. He originally thought that Fire God platform would give him a companion egg, but he was ultimately disappointed. There was only a stone monument and a stone furnace on fire. One platform, nothing else. Hence, there was no one to give him a companion egg. So not every place has a mythical companion egg to give. Zhou Wen didn't feel disappointed as he carefully observed the stone monument and furnace. He had already noted down the words on the monument. Furthermore, He had already gained a basic mastery of the ancient Imperial Sutra, so there was nothing special about it. On the contrary, the stone furnace was rather strange, and Zhou Wen couldn't help but be even more meticulous studying it. There were many firebird symbols on the outside of the stone furnace, but upon closer inspection, he realized that they were not firebirds but fire plumes of different shapes. There was something in the furnace that was burning with scarlet flames. Zhou Wen looked at it for a while before identifying it as a stone saber. It was in the furnace flames that burned vigorously. This only allowed him to make out its blurry outline. Is the stone saber in the furnace also a companion egg? Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat as he made the blood-colored avatar attempt to remove the saber from the furnace. Since it was only a waste of a blood drop if the blood-colored avatar were to die, Zhou Wen was not stingy with making such attempts. After circulating the ancient Imperial Sutra to its limit, the blood-colored avatar's palm reached into the stone furnace. The flames in the furnace automatically parted, as though they were welcoming his hand. The flames split apart, revealing the stone saber stuck in the middle of the stone furnace. Zhou Wen could now see it clearly instead of a blurry outline. The first impression that he had of the stone saber was that it was rough. It was ground from black stone with many rough edges and uneven pot marks. It was nothing perfect or exquisite. However, this stone saber gave Zhou Wen an extremely oppressive feeling. It was as though it was the only thing that could claim to be supreme in the entire world, as an ancient and desolate aura inundated him. On one side of the stone saber, there was a blood stain. The blood-red color coupled with its shape made it look like a blood-red bolt of lightning. Without any hesitation, he controlled the blood-colored avatar to grab the handle, hopping to pull the stone saber out of the furnace. However, when the blood-colored avatar's palm touched the stone saber, Zhou Wen was stunned. The blood-colored avatar's palm seemed to pass through an illusion and did not touch it. Why is this happening? Zhou Wen tried a few more times, but the result was the same. The stone saber did not seem to exist at all, as though it was only an illusion. It was futile no matter how the blood-colored avatar tried to grab it. Time and again, its palm would pass through it. Zhou Wen spent a long time studying the situation on Fire God platform, without figuring out what was going on. Could it be that the stone saber is really just an illusion? Zhou Wen stared at the stone saber in the game, but it didn't look like an illusion at all, because the aura of the saber was just too potent. How could an illusion have such an aura? Now, Zhou Wen had the urge to immediately return to Guide Ancient City and scale the Fire God platform in reality. He wanted to see if there was a stone saber in the furnace. That was just an impulsive thought after all. It was impossible for him to return to the Guide Ancient City, so he could only give up on his plan of obtaining the stone saber and leave the ancient Imperial City dungeon. My 3 stats have already reached 11 points, so how can I find a primordial energy art to increase my speed to 11 points? Zhou Wen only wanted to quickly advance to the legendary stage. Being at the mortal stage was just too weak. He would be slaughtered if he encountered true experts. Furthermore, only by advancing to the legendary stage could he incubate legendary companion eggs without any worries. Armor, weapons, necklaces, and other companion beasts were very helpful in improving his strength. After careful consideration, Zhou Wen headed to the college library. He wanted to see if there were any other mysterious dimensional zones in Luoyang that had primordial energy arts. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything similar to Small Buddha Temple or Mount Laojun. At least in Luoyang, there was no place like that. Zhou Wen browsed through the other dimensional zones in the league. He made some decent discoveries through this search. Boom! As Zhou Wen was checking the information, he suddenly heard a loud boom. The entire library was shaking violently as a large amount of cement fell from above. Chapter 122, The Library Incident. Zhou Wen immediately activated his lotus flower Buddha body. At the same time, he extended his silver wings and retreated more than 10 meters. His left hand, which was wrapped by the lotus flower bracer, shattered the large piece of concrete steel that came crashing towards him. Boom! Amidst the splattering dust and plaster, Zhou Wen saw a huge green-scaled snake falling down from the hole in the roof. It shattered the bookshelf, and the wood fragments flew everywhere as the ground opened up into a huge crater. A large number of fragments smashed onto Zhou Wen. Thankfully, he had already activated Lotus Flower Buddha Body, so none of the flying rubble harmed his body. The green-scaled snake was extremely large, spanning more than 100 meters long. It was as thick as a water barrel, and on its back was a pair of gigantic wing-like fins. The students in the library dodged and screamed as they ran out. Although Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on, he knew that he couldn't stay here for long. Just as he was about to flee the library, he saw the huge snake open its enormous mouth in a bid to devour a student. The student was too close to the spot where the snake had landed. A flying fragment of a steel slab had pierced through her calf, and her body was pinned to the ground. She could not free herself to escape. Zhou Wen took a look and realized that the student was Fang Ruoxi. With a thought, the silver-winged flying ant immediately separated from him and transformed into a silver stream of light, pulling her out before the snake could devour her. The silver-winged flying ant carried the injured Fang Ruoxi and flew back to Zhou Wen's side. The enraged snake lifted its neck and opened its mouth, wanting to lunge towards him. Zhou Wen was just about to flee when he suddenly heard a series of gunshots. A large number of soldiers jumped down from the hole and held their assault rifles in their hands. They fired unceasingly at the snake. Typically, hot weapons had limited impact on dimensional creatures even with nuclear bombs, much less bullets. They might even accelerate the mutation of dimensional creatures. However, when the soldiers' bullets hit the snake, they pierced through the scales and caused it to bleed. The snake began to twist its body and cry out as it tried to escape. However, it was already too late for it to escape. The soldiers continued firing at it. In just a few seconds, the gigantic snake had become riddled with holes. The snake's blood was everywhere. "Young Master Wen, are you all right?" A young man who looked like an officer rushed over and sized Zhou Wen up before asking anxiously. "I'm fine." Zhou Wen recognized the officer to be Tianzuo's adjutant, Sheng. "It's good that you're fine. Young Master Wen, you can go back now. There are still some matters to settle here." Sheng called two soldiers over and asked them to escort Zhou Wen and Fang Ruoxi out of the library. Fang Ruoxi's calf was injured and the steel slab was still piercing through it. Thankfully, the injury was not serious. The moment they left the library, the medical team rushed over with a doctor to treat Fang Ruoxi. "Thank you, Zhou Wen. You took the risk to save me even though I treated you badly in the past," Fang Ruoxi said to Zhou Wen. She had been brooding over the fact that she had failed to form a team with Zhou Wen. "It's nothing. It wasn't much of a risk. If it were any other student, I would also have saved them. You don't have to think too much." Zhou Wen turned around and left. The middle-aged female doctor who was treating Fang Ruoxi's wound almost burst out laughing when she saw the disappointment on Fang Ruoxi's face. She said, "Young lady, there's no loss missing out on such insensitive men. It's how he acts that makes him single. It will save you a lot of woe in the future." Fang Ruoxi blushed. "We're just ordinary classmates, don't think too much." The incident at the library caused quite a commotion on campus. The students were all discussing this matter. The college also gave an official account that a criminal was escaping with a companion beast and ended up entering the college accidentally under the military's pursuit. The criminal and the companion beast were both killed on the spot by the military. Zhou Wen had seen the gigantic snake with his own eyes, but he didn't feel that it was a companion beast with an owner. It resembled more of a feral dimensional creature. Zhou Wen himself also felt that it was impossible. After all, feral dimensional creatures weren't able to leave their dimensional zones. However, when he thought of the antelope in his dorm, he felt that it wasn't exactly possible. If all dimensional creatures can rush out of their dimensional zones, what would the human world become? Zhou Wen could not help but shudder when he thought of this possibility. The number of human experts had increased over the past few decades, and epic experts were no longer rare. but compared to those dimensional creatures, they were still far inferior. Ignoring everything else, just like the three-faced Buddha in small Buddha temple and the expert who didn't even show his face at Mount Laojun, they were probably existences that few humans could match. Furthermore, there were many places like this on Earth. If there really comes a day when dimensional creatures are able to rush out of the dimensional zones, it would be the end of the world for humans. One must be strong enough to survive. Zhou Wen felt that the day wasn't too distant. The examples of the antelope and the snake made his sense of danger tingling. I still need to increase my strength. Zhou Wen felt the urgency to improve his strength. He needed to have the ability to survive in such a disaster. After returning to his dorm, he decided to take a shower and change out of his tattered clothes and dirt-covered clothes before taking a shower to continue gaming. However, when he removed his clothes, he realized that there was a clamshell the size of an egg on the inside of his shirt. The clamshell's rainbow colors made it extremely beautiful. Zhou Wen casually pulled it off and was about to throw it away when he noticed something while holding it in his hand. Inside the clamshell was filled with blue seawater. Even if the clamshell was facing downwards, not a single drop of seawater stirred, it all remained inside. Zhou Wen was a little surprised to suddenly see waves rise up from the seawater. Ripples spread out, and something slowly floated up in the middle. He was alarmed as he quickly threw away the clamshell. At the same time, he summoned his companion beasts and fused with them to prepare for battle. However, the clamshell that Zhou Wen threw was floating in midair. A petite, beautiful figure emerged from the rippling seawater. It was a mermaid-like creature with a head of golden wavy hair. However, her ears looked like fish fins and her eyes were blue like the sea, seemingly possessing an indescribable charm. Is this a mermaid or a siren? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He was now sure that this was definitely a feral dimensional creature. Chapter 123, The First Order of Chaos. Without much hesitation, the moment he saw the siren-like mermaid appear, the transparent wings on Zhou Wen's back vibrated and he slammed his feet on the ground, wanting to rush out from the balcony. There were too many unknown and terrifying existences in this world. Regardless of his chances of defeating a siren, Zhou Wen was unwilling to risk it. But just as he moved, a large amount of seawater burst out from the clamshell behind the siren. The egg-sized clamshell spewed out seawater like a waterfall that engulfed the entire living room. Zhou Wen's body collided with the waterfall formed by the seawater and immediately felt his body being pushed back into the living room like a wave. Keek, foolish human. When standing before the Queen of the Sea, resistance is futile. Your only option is to become my slave and be used by me. The siren's body gradually walked out of the clamshell and gradually grew in size, becoming as big as an ordinary human. Zhou Wen gathered his strength and repeatedly slammed into the waterfall formed by the seawater. He was repelled every time. Even Astral Slash Blade left a tiny crack when he slashed down on the waterfall before the hole disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's useless, foolish human. Stop doing such foolish acts and become my slave. As the siren spoke, a strange light shone in her blue eyes, exuding an indescribable charm. Zhou Wen's gaze landed on the strange pair of eyes, and his eyes immediately lost focus. As though in a trance, he dazedly walked towards the siren. Yes, that's right. Come into my embrace and be my slave. It's a great honor for a human. She spread out her arms and embraced Zhou Wen like a mother. At the same time, she was about to plant her pale blue lips on his forehead. Zhou Wen continued walking towards the siren in a daze, as though he was unaware of everything. All that was left in his eyes was the reflection of the siren's strange eyes. The siren's hands were already on Zhou Wen's shoulders, and her lips were about to be planted on Zhou Wen's forehead when his originally dull eyes turned clear and limpid. His left hand, which was wrapped in a lotus bracer, rose up as his palm brought an astral slash blade beam, slicing it straight at the siren's abdomen. With the augmentation of the lotus bracer, the astral slash blade beam that combined 11 points of primordial energy violently struck the belly of the siren, leaving a mark on it. This act stunned the beautiful face of the siren. Perhaps it was overconfidence, or that she didn't expect Zhou Wen to remain clear-headed under her gaze. The siren failed to react completely as she looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief. However, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate at all. His entire body rose up in an instant. He rained down his fists and knees like a thunderstorm, attacking the vital spots of the siren. The mutated lotus flower ant and the silver-winged flying ant were also summoned by Zhou Wen. They surrounded the siren on both sides, trying hard to severely injure the siren in the shortest time possible so that she wouldn't be capable of counterattacking. Bam, bam, bam. Zhou Wen watched as the arm of the siren moved. Then, he and his two companion beasts retreated at the same time, slamming into the seawater waterfall before bouncing back and falling onto the ground. The siren stared coldly at Zhou Wen, her fingers touching the wound on her abdomen. The wound had strangely healed, not leaving any scars behind. Humans are despicable. They do not heed well-meaning advice, forcing me to take action myself. The siren stared coldly at Zhou Wen and swung its tail towards him. Bam! The moment the siren finished speaking, a hoof fell from above, knocking her down along with the clamshell. This caused the seawater waterfall, enclosing the living room, to collapse, restoring the living room to its original appearance. Zhou Wen saw that the siren was slumped on the floor and could not stand up no matter how hard she struggled. On her back, the white antelope was standing leisurely with its hooves stepping on her. It was as if it wasn't stepping on a terrifying dimensional creature, but a block of wood. Zhou Wen didn't say another word as he immediately changed the mutated lotus flower ant into a bracer and sliced at the siren's neck. The siren was most likely an epic creature. No matter what dropped from killing her, it would fetch a good price. This was undoubtedly very tempting for the broke Zhou Wen. Of course, the main reason was to resolve any possible problems. He couldn't allow such a dangerous dimensional creature to continue living. This was too dangerous for Zhou Wen and his classmates. Don't kill me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I can share a huge secret with you, the siren hurriedly shouted. However, Zhou Wen ignored her and slit her neck with the edge of the lotus bracer. However, it only left a faint red mark on her fair neck. All he managed was a slight laceration. Zhou Wen was a little shocked. The lotus bracer was already considered a top-notch weapon amongst legendaries, but it could only tear open a tiny part of her skin. It was probably that this siren was a top existence among epic creatures. "Brother Antelope, why don't you help me get rid of her?" Zhou Wen said as he looked at the antelope on the siren's back. Unless Zhou Wen's primordial energy was restored, allowing him to use astral/blade matched with his lotus bracer, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill this siren. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, the siren hurriedly exclaimed, "I really have a huge secret to share with you. I've obtained the first order of chaos from the primordial god Chaos. If you are willing to let me go, I can share it with you." What first order of chaos? Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he looked at the siren on the ground and asked. Zhou Wen had heard of the name Chaos before. It was a primordial god in Greek mythology. It was the first god to be born in Greek mythology. It was just that this god was not well known in the world, but his descendants were famous, ones that many knew. For example, the third-generation god-king from Chaos's family line, Zeus of Olympus, sea king Poseidon, the goddess of wisdom Athena, and sun god Apollo were descendants of this god. Some people said that Chaos was one of the celestial gods of time, space, and spacetime. Others said that Chaos was chaos itself. In any case, the status of this god in Greek mythology was akin to the Chinese myth of Pangu's splitting of the primordial egg. When the siren mentioned this name, Zhou Wen was rather surprised. Zhou Wen had heard that in some of the dimensional zones in the West District, many dimensional zones related to Zeus and the other gods were found. There were even second-generation titans found in some dimensional zones. However, he had never heard any news about Chaos. The first order of Chaos is the source of Lord Chaos's power. To you humans, that is Lord Chaos' primordial energy art. the siren hurriedly said. Chapter 124, Crystal Ball. Did you bring out the first order of chaos? Is it the original version? Zhou Wen didn't really believe that the siren could obtain the original version of chaos's primordial energy art. Although to Zhou Wen, the siren was very powerful, she was definitely not a top-notch expert among dimensional creatures. There were too many dimensional creatures that could kill her. For something as valuable as chaos's primordial energy art, it was possible if the siren had taken out a copy, but the original copy was probably something not even mythical experts would move around casually, let alone a mere siren. However, a copy was useless to Zhou Wen. The Lost Immortal Sutra needed the original version of the primordial energy art to do its magic. The siren said, "Of course it's the original version. Don't look down on me. Although I'm not strong, Lord Chaos's blood runs through my veins. There's that tiny bit. After getting the first order of chaos, I escaped to the east." "Then where is the first order of chaos? Show it to me now. If it's really useful, I can spare your life," Zhou Wen said. "I can show you the first order of chaos, but you have to swear that you will return it to me after you see it, and that you will let me leave safely." As the siren spoke, it glanced sideways at the antelope. The antelope seemed to have some interest in the first order of chaos that the sea demons mentioned. It bleated out twice, as if urging the siren to take it out quickly. "You don't have the right to bargain. Show me the item. If it's real, I can spare your life," Zhou Wen said coldly. "All right." The siren hesitated for a while before clenching its teeth. It reached into the clamshell and pulled it out and handed it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked over and saw that the siren was holding a crystal ball, but it was different from an ordinary crystal ball. Within it were constantly changing light and shadows. Night, day, fire, lightning, wind, clouds, sun, moon, and stars kept flashing and disappearing. As they flashed, Zhou Wen could see the characters changing into words, vanishing when the light and darkness crossed each other. However, he didn't know what those words meant. They were different from the language he had learned in the League, probably an ancient language that predated the League. Although he couldn't read it, Zhou Wen was shocked to discover that his gaze was still attracted to the words in the crystal ball. He couldn't even look away as his body and mind changed along with the changes in the crystal ball. It felt as if he had entered the world within the crystal ball, feeling his body assaulted by all kinds of things, burned by flames and struck by lightning. He shivered in the darkness and sank into the sea. It wasn't only Zhou Wen. Even the antelope, which was also staring fixedly at the crystal ball, seemed to suffer from dementia. Upon seeing this, the siren was delighted as a sinister smile appeared on her face. "How can fools like you be able to withstand Lord Chaos's divine powers? Without the bloodline of Lord Chaos, reading the first order of chaos in the chaos space is simply courting death." The siren struggled to get up, hopping to kill Zhou Wen and the antelope, who were entranced by the text in the crystal ball. However, with the antelope's body on her, it was like a mountain. Despite exerting all her strength, there was no way to break free. "Damn it, how is this antelope so strong? Although I was injured before I escaped, I shouldn't be so weak that I can be suppressed by an epic creature." The siren wasn't anxious despite not being able to break free. The siren knew very clearly that as long as they spent more time looking at the first order of chaos, they would be assimilated very quickly and would be thrown uncontrollably into the chaos space. All she needed to do was wait patiently for the time to pass. After waiting for a moment, a look of doubtful shock flashed in the siren's eyes. Zhou Wen was clearly a mortal stage student, which gave him an upper limit of less than a minute before he should be pulled into the chaos space and be trapped inside. However, 2 to 3 minutes had already passed, and Zhou Wen was still standing there looking at the chaos space. He had no intention of walking forward. This human is really strange. Thinking back to how her eyes had failed to entrance him, she couldn't help but examine him. For a mortal stage to perform as such, she believed that he might have some treasure on him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why he was able to resist her eyes and be able to look at the first order of chaos for so long. As for that antelope, She had already determined that it was an extremely powerful existence. It was not surprising that it could persist for so long. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene happened in the two-story living room of Zhou Wen's building. An antelope was standing on a mermaid, while a human and antelope were staring intently at the crystal ball held by the mermaid. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, the siren was certain that Zhou Wen must have an extremely powerful treasure when he still didn't walk towards the crystal ball. God really watches over me. Not only was I lucky to get the first order of chaos, but I actually have a powerful treasure to deliver itself to me. The siren was delighted and wished to immediately free herself from the antelope and search Zhou Wen's body for the treasure. Suddenly, the antelope on her back moved and slowly walked towards the crystal ball. They're finally moving. The siren was overjoyed. She threw the crystal ball into the air, causing it to float far away from her, making the antelope slowly walk towards it, getting off her in the process and giving her freedom. She had not thrown the crystal ball at the antelope earlier, because she was afraid that with it pressing down on her body, it would also pull her into the crystal ball. The siren didn't take back the crystal ball immediately to deal with the antelope, but instead headed straight for Zhou Wen. Even a powerful creature like the antelope was attracted by the words in the first order of chaos, walking towards it involuntarily. Yet, Zhou Wen managed to be unfazed by it, affirming her belief that he had a powerful treasure on him, one not weaker than the chaos space. The siren wriggled her tail impatiently and swam towards Zhou Wen, but at that moment, Zhou Wen, who was standing there like a wooden pole, suddenly moved. The silver wings behind him spread out like a silver bolt of lightning and flew up into the air, lunging in the direction of the crystal ball where the chaos space was. The first reaction of the siren was that Zhou Wen finally couldn't withstand the power of the first order of chaos and was being attracted over to it. However, she immediately dismissed such a thought. How could people who were attracted by the first order of chaos use primordial energy skills and companion beasts? Zhou Wen was very close to the crystal ball to begin with. Therefore, with the siren's hesitation, he managed to grab onto it with one hand. "You have a death wish." The siren didn't panic as she looked at Zhou Wen and sneered. Without a chaos bloodline, touching the chaos space would cause one to be sucked into it and be trapped inside forever. Chapter 125, Chaos Space. Even the siren with some of the chaos's bloodline couldn't easily touch the chaos space at first. Only after cultivating some of the first order of chaos could she use her hands to touch it before fleeing to the east. However, at the moment Zhou Wen grabbed the crystal ball, the expression of the siren changed. When he held it, it actually retracted its brilliance, and everything within it vanished. The text of the first order of chaos naturally vanished as well. Seeing Zhou Wen play with the chaos space that had lost all its glow in his hands, the siren was dumbfounded. "Impossible? How is this possible? You are an Eastern creature. You can't possibly have the blood of Lord Chaos." The siren spoke incoherently, unable to accept the fact that Zhou Wen had control over the chaos space. Meh! With the crystal ball controlled by Zhou Wen, the antelope immediately sobered up. It flew into a rage as it glared at the siren and let out an angry bleat. The siren shuddered and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The third eye on the antelope's forehead opened, and a blinding white light shot out and hit the siren. The latter didn't even let out a cry before it was sucked into the vertical eye of the antelope. The antelope closed its vertical eye and its mood changed for the better. It had been too careless and thought that nothing would happen with its strength. Yet, it fell for the siren's scheme and almost got sucked into the chaos space. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen, it would really have perished. Zhou Wen didn't notice the expression on the antelope's face as he fiddled with the crystal ball in his hand. It wasn't very big, about the size as a billiard ball. In the beginning, Zhou Wen had indeed been affected by the first order of chaos. Fortunately, after being influenced, the lost Immortal Sutra slowly stopped its circulation, and when it restarted, it had turned into a brand new primordial energy art circulation method, naturally the first order of chaos. In fact, Zhou Wen had already regained his clarity of mind. However, he wasn't a match for the siren, and with the crystal ball in her hands, there was no way he could snatch it away from her, much less save the antelope. Without rescuing the antelope, he still was the siren's match when she regained her freedom, so he could only wait for a chance. After the siren threw out the crystal ball, Zhou Wen knew that his opportunity had arrived. He snatched the crystal ball and controlled it with the power of the first order of chaos primordial energy art, allowing the antelope to regain its lucidity. This crystal ball was indeed very strange. When Zhou Wen used the power of the first order of chaos to control it, he found that its interior was a huge space that could contain infinity. If he hadn't cultivated the first order of chaos, this crystal ball would only allow entry, just like a huge prison cell that didn't allow escape. However, after cultivating the first order of chaos, he could control it freely. It wasn't difficult for him to extract something from the chaos space. Isn't this equivalent to a huge storage space? With a thought, Zhou Wen injected the power of the first order of chaos into the crystal ball, causing it to shrink according to his will, and it soon became the size of a bean. However, it didn't shrink any further. Zhou Wen was naturally in a good mood after receiving such a magical crystal ball. However, although the Lost Immortal Sutra had helped him master the first order of chaos, it didn't increase any of his attributes. His strength, constitution, and primordial energy were still at 11, while his speed remained at 10. He thought for a moment before carefully taking in the power of the first order of chaos, and guessed a probable reason. From what Zhou Wen sensed, the first order of chaos obviously had an effect on strengthening his primordial energy. However, his primordial energy attribute had already been enhanced by the wordless monument, so when cultivating a relatively similar first order of chaos, it wasn't of much use. He just had an additional primordial energy art to call his own. If my theory is correct, then I have to cultivate another primordial energy skill that improves speed, to raise my speed attribute to 11 points. Zhou Wen felt a slight headache. It was already very difficult to find a primordial energy art, and it had to be one that focused on increasing speed. The difficulty had increased quite significantly. The information I found in the library did mention lands of mystery similar to Small Buddha Temple and Mount Laojun, but how can I confirm that the primordial energy arts in that particular land of mystery will increase speed? Zhou Wen was a little vexed. Those lands of mystery weren't in Luoyang to begin with, and now there was such a limitation. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss where to find the primordial energy arts. I'll wait until after the comprehensive test. Zhou Wen couldn't leave the college now, so even if he had a target in mind, he wasn't able to go. The antelope sized up Zhou Wen and finally slumped back on the sofa, looking rather listless. Zhou Wen returned to his room and closed the door. He then took out the crystal ball that was about the size of a soybean and attempted to put things like teacups inside before retrieving them. It went very smoothly. Be it small items like teacups and spectacle boxes or bigger items like blankets or chairs, they could easily be put inside and retrieved. It was like a particular robot cat's pocket. However, after Zhou Wen mastered the complete first order of chaos, the mysterious light, shadows, and text in the crystal ball didn't appear again. It lost the ability to attract other creatures to enter by themselves. When Zhou Wen tried putting the mysterious phone into the crystal ball, he realized that it couldn't fit. After studying it for a while, Zhou Wen put away the crystal ball and went online to search for items like jewelry or accessories. In the past, all sorts of gemstones, jade, and diamonds were expensive, but now the prices of those items were very cheap, and ordinary people could buy them. Especially the price of diamonds. They weren't much more expensive than natural crystals now. Firstly, it was because diamonds weren't worth much with artificial diamonds capable of replacing the demand for natural diamonds. Furthermore, in this era, people were more willing to spend money on companion eggs and dimensional crystals. This caused the price of diamonds to naturally drop drastically. Now, an increasing number of high-level jewelry was made with dimensional crystals. Anyone who had a bit of money wouldn't wear ordinary diamonds. Zhou Wen was trying to hide the crystal ball inside an accessory. It was easy for others to suspect a single crystal, but it was difficult to feel any problems when the crystal was surrounded by several inlaid crystals similar to it. After all, the Chaos Space crystal ball usually looked no different from ordinary crystals. After some choosing, Zhou Wen chose a silver bracelet made of natural crystals and diamonds. Chapter 126, Bracelet. As Zhou Wen had deliberately chosen a seller in the same city, the silver bracelet he had bought over the internet was delivered the next afternoon. When he went to the school gates to get the delivery, he saw Ah Sheng driving up. "Young Master Wen, Madam has ordered some dishes at a restaurant and wishes you to have a meal with her." Ah Sheng was so polite that it was embarrassing to reject him. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Since he was going to the restaurant and not the family's residence, there was no harm in him going. The bracelet didn't take up much space, so Zhou Wen didn't return to the dormitory first and got into Ah Sheng's car. "Young Master Wen, rest for a while. It'll take about half an hour before we reach the place." Ah Sheng started the car and said to Zhou Wen as he drove. "Aren't you in Tianzuo's adjutant? Why do you always work for Sister Lan?" Zhou Wen asked curiously. Ah Sheng smiled and said, "I'm the overseer's adjutant. Other than my usual duties, I'm also in charge of taking care of the overseer's life as well as the safety of the family. You can think of me as half a butler of the family." Zhou Wen nodded and didn't say anything more. As half an hour was just too long, he thought for a moment and opened the accessory box and took out the silver bracelet. The bracelet looked beautiful and exquisite. On it was quite a number of diamonds and crystals. Zhou Wen had only bought it after looking at the dimensions, so the size of the crystals was basically the same as the Chaos Space crystal ball. Zhou Wen carefully removed one of the crystals and then embedded the Chaos Space crystal ball. It looked perfect, and he couldn't see any flaws. With the diamonds forming a contrast, the crystal ball wasn't eye-catching. Most people wouldn't purposely take note of the crystals on it. After trying it on his wrist, he found a problem. The space crystal pearl was indeed inconspicuous, but wearing this bracelet on a man's wrist seemed a little too conspicuous. "The silver is a little too shiny and it's not hard enough. It breaks easily, so I think I'll buy another bracelet made of carbide later," Zhou Wen thought to himself and took the bracelet off and put it in the box. The box was a little too big to permit him to put it in his pocket, so Zhou Wen could only hold it in his hand. When he arrived at the restaurant, he realized that Jing was also there. "Little Wen, come over quickly. The dishes have already been ordered. We're just waiting for you." Ouyang Lan pulled Zhou Wen to sit beside her naturally. Although Zhou Wen didn't have a good impression of Jing, he didn't care too much about it. Since he was already here, he might as well sit down and accompany Ouyang Lan and leave after the meal. Jing sat on the other side of Ouyang Lan. She glanced at Zhou Wen but didn't say a word. She had an arrogant and cold expression. Ah Sheng had already ordered the staff to serve the dishes. Before they were served, Ouyang Lan saw the box in Zhou Wen's hand and asked, "Little Wen, what are you carrying?" Zhou Wen thought to himself, it's not a bad idea to let Ouyang Lan take a look too. If she doesn't notice anything, it would be even harder for others to notice anything amiss. "I bought a bracelet. Sister Lan, take a look." Zhou Wen handed the box over to Ouyang Lan. Ouyang Lan took the box and opened it to take a look. It was a silver bracelet worn by a lady. Although it was not an expensive item, its design was quite unique. "Little Wen, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Is this a birthday present for little Jing? I didn't plan on telling you that it's her birthday today and just wanted to invite you to a meal. I never expected you to get her a gift." Ouyang Lan really imagined that Zhou Wen had bought a present. If not, why would a man like him bring a female bracelet here? Zhou Wen was stunned when he heard that. He didn't know that he had bought a female bracelet since he only bought it because the dimensions for embedding the Chaos Space crystal ball was perfect. If Ouyang Lan hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that this was a female bracelet. And Jiaying also thought that Zhou Wen had really bought this bracelet for her. She felt a little ashamed in her heart. Zhou Wen is quite a nice person. I went a little overboard in the past. Should I find a chance to apologize? Just as Jiaying was thinking about this, she suddenly heard Zhou Wen say, "Sis Lan, I didn't know it was Jiaying's birthday today. This isn't a gift for her." And Jiaying's expression froze. For a moment she had mixed, conflicted feelings. Yang Lan hurriedly changed the topic and said, "You bought such a pretty bracelet. Is there a girl you like?" Zhou Wen shook his head and said, "I bought the wrong item. I bought a male bracelet myself and ended up buying a female one. I'll have to return it later." This little rascal, he's like an impervious rock. Zhou Lingfeng is so good at reading people, so how did he give birth to such a brat? Yang Lan felt a little despondent hearing Zhou Wen's words. Since you bought the wrong item and have no intention of giving it to someone else, can't you just give it to Jiaying? It's not like a bracelet costs much. How could Yang Lan know that there was a chaos space crystal ball embedded in the bracelet? How could Zhou Wen give it to Jiaying? This meal was very awkward. Yang Lan didn't have a solution either. After quickly finishing the meal, she got Sheng to take Zhou Wen back first. After Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory, he immediately ordered another bracelet online. This time, Zhou Wen was more careful and confirmed that it was a male bracelet. He even specially chose a carbide bracelet. After Zhou Wen received the new bracelet, he embedded the Chaos Space Crystal Ball into it and found it very suitable. Even if he looked closely, it was difficult to distinguish the Chaos Space Crystal bead from the diamonds and natural crystals. Moreover, most people wouldn't be able to see him wearing a bracelet with his sleeves usually covering it. After much effort, Zhou Wen finally managed to settle the bracelet. The date for the comprehensive test was already nearing. Read latest chapters at. He had not seen Li Xuan for days, perhaps a result of him working hard to improve his strength. He had the Li family backing him, so he had endless numbers of dimensional crystals and companion eggs. Raising his stats and contracting powerful legendary companion beasts wasn't a difficult task. It was expected that his strength would soar extremely quickly. Only on the day of the comprehensive test did Zhou Wen realize how many students Sunset College had. The dense horde of people probably numbered more than 10,000. There were 4 special zones on the field. In one area, there were about 100 pots with scorching hot oil. Blue smoke emitted from them as though it would ignite at any moment. In another zone, there was a 100-meter-long bridge made with 30-centimeter-wide calligraphic paper. It was probably the testing venue for crossing the paper bridge. The other 2 testing venues were quite far from Zhou Wen. He could only see a few stone tripod cauldrons and nothing else. "Old Zhou, how were your preparations? Are you confident of entering the top 10? Li Xuan came to Zhou Wen's side and threw his arm around his shoulder. Upon hearing Li Xuan's words, one of the group of female seniors beside them said with a laugh, "Juniors, you guys are really amusing. You want to get into the top 10 as freshmen. Nice dreams and aspirations. Here, me wishing you all the best as a senior." Chapter 127, Comprehensive Test. Seniors, since you think so highly of us, why don't we be friends? We should work on our communication for pure friendship at school. Li Xuan used this opportunity to chat with the seniors as he walked over. Just as they were happily chatting and Li Xuan was about to take a step further, they suddenly heard a commotion from the students. It was as though many female seniors were talking about a particular brother Y1. "Ah, Brother Wei, Brother Wei." The female seniors who had been conversing with Li Xuan suddenly ignored him and began waving their hands in a different direction. "FCK, when did Sunset College become so liberal?" Li Xuan was puzzled as he turned his head to look in the direction where the female seniors were waving their hands. He saw a boy walking towards the stage to speak on behalf of the students. When he saw the boy's appearance, Li Xuan said with a tinge of jealousy, "So what if you're president of the student council? You're only 2 years ahead of us. I'll be running for student council president later. I'll also be president." Is he very strong? Zhou Wen asked. Not bad, I guess. The student council president of Sunset College usually has the strength to squeeze into the school's top 3. Before we arrived, this Wei Ji was considered the second strongest in the college. His life providence was about being all-rounded in both academics and martial arts. He is extremely fast at learning and mastering things when others need to spend a lot of time practicing. From martial arts and weapons to theoretical knowledge, he has never gotten second place after entering Sunset College. Since he has never gotten second, why do you call him the second strongest? Zhou Wen asked, perplexed. Li Xian chuckled and said, he hasn't been second before, but he has been beaten up badly by someone. However, that person was the weirdo Huang Jai. Now, the situation is different. The two of us are here in Sunset College, so he can only be fourth in the future. After Wei Ji delivered his speech, he did a demonstration for all the students in the 4 tests, mainly to teach the freshmen how the test was to be held. In the coin fishing in oil pots, there were a total of 100 pots with boiling oil inside. However, the 100 pots were split into 10 groups. Each group had 10 oil pots, and the further back the oil pots were, the higher the temperature. Normally, if one could pull out a coin from the pot with the lowest temperature, it would be considered a pass. This test is very dangerous. Before choosing it, you must consider it carefully. Even if you have decided to participate in it, please start with the oil pot with the lowest temperature, said Wei Ji as he summoned a companion beasta black-furred gorilla. This is a Blackyarn gorilla at the mortal stage. Its constitution is at about 9 points, so it's considered top-notch among the mortal stage. With that said, Wei Ji ordered the Blackyarn gorilla to fish out the coin from the first oil pot. However, just as its claws reached into the pot, it screamed. The Blackyarn gorilla screamed as it retracted its claw, but the fur on it had already blistered. It looked very scary, and there was even a faint meat fragrance. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw this. Those students who were originally hopping to try their luck immediately gave up on the idea of choosing this test. I believe everyone has seen it. You must be careful when choosing this option. Next, I will demonstrate it for everyone. Wei Ji smiled as he rolled up his sleeve. A red tattoo appeared on his smooth arm, a red-scaled snake. Following Wei Ji's summoning, the red-scaled snake tattoo on his arm seemed to come alive. It transformed into a red-scaled bracer that wrapped his entire arm and palm. Then, Wei Ji extended his hand into the oil pot and took out a coin as if nothing had happened. Following that, Wei Ji demonstrated the remaining 3 options, but he only did it for the lowest difficulty, mainly to let the freshmen know how the options were tested. Out of the 4 options, only crossing the paper bridge did not have any ranking. All the paper bridges were 100 meters long, and the results were determined by the time it took for one to cross. Tearing the calligraphic paper meant 0 points. Besides, one was not allowed to use flying companion beasts when crossing the paper bridge and had to walk on paper. Therefore, this was a huge obstacle for many students. After Wei Ji's demonstration, the students started signing up for the options they were participating in. Each of them had to declare at least 2, and of course, they could select all 4. Zhou Wen and Li Xian declared that they were taking all 4 options as they wanted to enter the top 10. Therefore, not only did they need to complete the 4 options, but they also had to obtain good results. These 4 options didn't seem easy to Zhou Wen. It wasn't difficult to pass, but it wasn't easy to obtain a high score. However, the first student who went up on stage chose to fish the coin from the oil pot. Furthermore, he walked straight to the hottest pot in the row of 10. He casually stood in front of the pot and rolled up his sleeve. He did not use a companion beast, but his arm had a metallic sheen. It was unknown what primordial energy skill he used as he extended his hand into the pot and pulled out a coin. That guy's name is Wu Jun. He also has a younger sister named Wu Nan. It's very difficult to see the siblings in action. However, they have unfathomable strength, Li Xian told Zhou Wen. Wu Jun's performance gave many of the students who had been frightened earlier hope. In the end, a freshman chose to fish the coin, believing that his primordial energy skill could help him pass. However, Just the lowest temperature pot scalded his hand. Luckily, there were doctors present to provide him emergency treatment. After Wei Ji's demonstration, he watched from the side. When he saw Feng Qiuyan choose to cross the paper bridge and obtain excellent results, breaking the previous record, he came to Feng Qiuyan's side with a smile. "Feng Qiuyan, I've heard so much about you. Are you interested in joining the student council?" Wei Ji asked with a smile. The students beside them looked at Feng Qiuyan with envy. Those who could join the student council were all the college's top students. Normally, they would have to apply to join. Yet the student council president, Wei Ji, personally invited him. To the typical student, it was a great honor. "Not interested," Feng Qiuyan replied expressionlessly as he walked past Wei Ji. Wei Ji only smiled. Those who were capable all had some character. He could understand that, but at the same time, he firmly believed that it was only a matter of time before Feng Qiuyan joined the student council. He turned to look at Feng Qiuyan and realized that he was actually walking towards Li Xiuwen. Wei Ji naturally recognized Li Xiuwen, a famous scion from Luoyang City. He couldn't help but be surprised that with Feng Qiuyan's temper, he would actually have ties with Li Xiuwen. It was truly unbelievable. However, Wei Ji soon discovered that Feng Qiuyan was not looking for Li Xiuwen, but the boy standing beside him. Won the name of Viagra in Chinese. Chapter 128, The Rejected Wei Ji. With a careful look, Wei Ji recognized Zhou Wen. As the president of the student council, he paid attention to the top freshmen. Wei Ji had already carefully studied Zhou Wen and Li Xiuwen's battle of the mutated Buddha Heart Lotus, as well as the video of him slaying the word-engraved demonized general. Zhou Wen's performance was indeed good, but it also exposed some problems. Therefore, Wei Ji had only placed Zhou Wen on a list of possible nominees as student council members. As for whether he would invite him to join in the future, it also depended on what life providence he obtained after he advanced to the legendary stage. Li Xiuwen was talking to Zhou Wen when he saw Feng Qiuyan walking over. He found it odd, but ended up seeing Feng Qiuyan walk straight towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat when he saw Feng Qiuyan. Could it be that Feng Qiuyan found out that I was just being perfunctory with him and came to settle scores with me? "Coach, when's the next class?" Feng Qiuyan asked Zhou Wen. "Wait, coach, what's happening?" Li Xiuwen widened his eyes as he looked at Feng Qiuyan and Zhou Wen. Upon hearing Feng Qiuyan's words, Zhou Wen's hanging heart eased. He said to Feng Qiuyan, "First, master what I said previously. We'll talk about the rest later." "All right," Feng Qiuyan agreed and sat down beside him. "Old Zhou, what's going on?" Li Xiuwen felt like a cat was clawing at his curiosity. He really couldn't understand why Feng Qiuyan was acquainted with Zhou Wen and addressed him as coach. "It's nothing. It's just that Feng Qiuyan invited me to be his personal coach and tailor a training plan for him," Zhou Wen said casually. After Li Xiuwen heard this, the way he looked at Zhou Wen became even odder. With Feng Qiuyan by his side, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. However, he thought to himself, what the hell? Feng Qiuyan can hire any coach. It's not difficult even finding an epic expert as a personal coach for him. Why would he find a student from the same school? Furthermore, Zhou Wen hasn't even advanced to the legendary stage. Is Feng Qiuyan bonkers to hire him as a coach? Li Xiuwen sat there uneasily, eager to know what had happened between Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan. However, it wasn't the best place to ask him. When Wei Ji saw Feng Qiuyan sitting beside Zhou Wen, he was somewhat surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Wang Lu had finally appeared on the field and had just registered for the tests she was taking, Wei Ji hurriedly went up to her and smiled like a gentleman. "Wang Lu, I'm the student council president Wei Ji. I wish to invite you to join the student council." "Sorry, I don't plan on joining any club." Wang Lu politely rejected Wei Ji before walking towards Zhou Wen as well. Wei Ji was not surprised that Wang Lu had rejected him, because her family background was obvious. Others might think highly of the student council's connections and influence, but Wang Lu had no need for it. However, when Wei Ji saw that Wang Lu had actually walked over to Zhou Wen and exchanged a few words with him before sitting down beside him. He couldn't help but be alarmed. When Wei Ji saw Jiang, he didn't mention the invitation to her. He just went up to greet her to acquaint himself with her. Sunset College was originally under the Wen family, so if she were to join the student council, she would definitely become president. When that happened, he would have to step down to the rank of vice president, so Wei Ji naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Fortunately, after all this time, Jiang hadn't shown any intention of joining the student council. This relaxed Wei Ji a lot more. Jiang nodded politely as a response to Wei Ji before walking towards Zhou Wen again. What the hell is wrong with that punk? He's only been in Sunset College for a month, yet he already has such connections. Wei Ji was secretly alarmed as he couldn't help but think more highly of Zhou Wen. Jiang came in front of Zhou Wen. She looked at him and said, "If you can get into the top 100 at the comprehensive test, I'll count you as winning the bet." With that, she walked away. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback before recalling the 3-month declaration Jiang had made with him. However, he hadn't taken it to heart, so if she hadn't mentioned it at that moment, he would have already forgotten it. "What bet?" Li Chuan probed, his eagerness for gossip rearing its head. "Nothing." Zhou Wen shook his head without saying a word. Wei Ji sized up Zhou Wen from a distance, wondering how he could pull him onto the student council. Since Zhou Wen had such connections, it would be of great help to the student council's future development if he could get him on the student council. Wei Ji could also use Zhou Wen's connections, perhaps to break into Wang Lu's and Jiang's circle. As he was thinking, he saw Huang Jai walking over from the front. Wei Ji immediately changed directions, unwilling to meet Huang Jai. In this school, the person he hated the most and also didn't dare provoke the most was Huang Jai. In the past, he had wanted to rope Huang Jai onto the student council but had been rejected. Later, he used some tricks, only to realize that Huang Jai was much more powerful than he had imagined. This ended up in him being beaten up. The school knew that Huang Jai had beaten him up, but they did not know why. Ever since that time, Wei Ji would circle around Huang Jai when he saw him. He had stopped thinking of roping Huang Jai onto the student council again. Moreover, he did not think that anyone had such a pull with Huang Jai. After Wei Ji circled around Huang Jai and looked back, he saw Zhou Wen stand up and wave at Huang Jai, as though he was beckoning for him to head over. By then, Huang Jai had already taken a seat. With Wei Ji's understanding of him, he believed that Huang Jai definitely wouldn't bother with Zhou Wen. However, to his surprise, Huang Jai actually got up and walked over after hearing Zhou Wen calling out to him. When he arrived beside Zhou Wen, he began chatting very warmly with him. Wei Ji was dumbfounded. What's going on? That weirdo Huang Jai can actually chat with someone for so long. He had no idea that the reason Huang Jai was chatting with Zhou Wen for so long was that Zhou Wen was talking about his game and investment. That was why Huang Jai was so interested. This first-year freshman, Zhou Wen, needs serious observation. Wei Ji felt that it was necessary to reassess Zhou Wen again. If possible, he had to rope him onto the student council and be under his service. Not long after, Wei Ji saw Hui Heifeng and Nana walk over to Zhou Wen's side with a few high-ranking students. They seemed to be having a great chat with Zhou Wen and company, and his heart skipped a beat. By right, since he was the student council president, there shouldn't be anyone in Sunset College who could compete with him. However, Hui Heifeng was an exception. If Wei Ji was a classic model student at Sunset College, Hui Heifeng was a typical bad role model. Most of the students around him were people who didn't abide by the rules. Chapter 129, Perfect Score. Sunset College is indeed one of the best schools in the East District. There are just too many formidable people around. Li Chuan couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw someone raise the heaviest stone tripod cauldron. Zhou Wen had roughly guessed that based on the present situation. The two of them had to obtain perfect scores on at least 2 tests before they could enter the top 10. Hui Heifeng and Feng Qiuyan had already passed the test, each scoring full marks on 3 and 9 points on the 4th. Hui Heifeng was 1 point short of crossing the paper bridge, and Feng Qiuyan was 1 point short in the coin fishing test. As Li Xuan expected, Wang Lu had indeed advanced to the legendary stage. Like in Jiang, she had obtained 4 perfect scores very easily. Huang Jai hadn't taken the test, but considering how he had beaten up Wei Ji previously, Zhou Wen knew that it was highly likely that Huang Jai would receive 4 perfect scores as well. There were already 5 people in the top 10. In addition, there were Wu Jun and Wu Nan who had outstanding performances, leaving 3 spots left. That's not right. There are only 2 slots left. That Wei Ji will definitely score 4 perfect scores, warned Li Xuan. In that case, we need to obtain 4 perfect scores to safely enter the top 10. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before saying and basically giving up. After all, he had yet to advance to the legendary stage. He could only rely on his companion beasts, so it was very difficult for him to score high. Hui Heifeng, Wang Lu, and company looked at Zhou Wen and Li Xuan with smiles. They had already received their results, so they were all waiting to see the duo's performance. "We have to give it a try no matter what," Li Xuan said through clenched teeth. The situation was worse than he had expected. When the staff called out Zhou Wen's name, he had no choice but to head to the venue with oil pots to fish out a coin. Just as he was about to register with the staff and head on up, he was stopped by someone. "Zhou Wen, mind if we have a chat?" Wei Ji said with a smile. "How may I help you?" Zhou Wen stopped and asked Wei Ji. "Let the other students take the test first. Let's have a chat at the side." Wei Ji led Zhou Wen to a quiet spot. "Feel free to speak your mind," Zhou Wen said. "Zhou Wen, you haven't advanced to the legendary stage yet, right? Are you confident of getting into the top 10? Wei Ji said when he saw Zhou Wen looking at him suspiciously. "Don't misunderstand me. I don't have any other intentions. I just feel that you are a talent. It'll be a pity if you can't get into the top 10 because of your stage." "What do you mean?" Zhou Wen looked at Wei Ji in puzzlement, unsure what he was getting at. "The student council still has an empty spot for vice president. I admire you very much and wish to recommend you to be the vice president of the student council." Wei Ji paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "As a member of the student council, I will naturally do my best to help you. Perhaps it will help you enter the top 10 in the comprehensive test." "Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I've already made an agreement with Li Xuan to organize a club on my own," Zhou Wen said. Sunset College had a clear rule that students who had already joined a club could not become members of the student council. This was to prevent some clubs from using the power of the student council to seek personal gains. "Is that so? That's such a pity. The doors of the student council will always be open to you. If you ever change your mind, hit me up anytime." Wei Ji looked saddened but did not say anything else. Zhou Wen went to the staff to register before heading to the first test venue, fishing a coin from a pot of boiling oil. "President, will Zhou Wen become the second Hui Heifeng?" A student council member standing beside Wei Ji whispered. Wei Ji didn't answer him. He thought for a moment and asked, "Were you in charge of setting up the venue?" "Yes, it was all set up by our student council. Didn't you arrange for it?" Zheng Tianlan was puzzled. "I didn't arrange for you to tamper with it, right?" Wei Ji narrowed his eyes at Zheng Tianlan. Zheng Tianlan's forehead immediately broke out into a cold sweat. He forced a smile and said, "As expected, I can't hide anything from you, President. I was just trying to help some friends out. I wasn't trying anything else since all they wanted was a pass." YG said indifferently, "You don't have to worry. I didn't say anything before, and I won't say anything now, but I need your help with something." "If there's anything, President, please instruct us. We will definitely do it well," Zheng Tianlan hurriedly said. "The difficulty of Zhou Wen's options should be lowered. The lower the level, the better. It's best if he gets 4 perfect scores," commented Wei Ji. Zheng Tianlan asked with a puzzled look, "President, that Zhou Wen has already rejected you. Why are you still helping him?" "Rejection doesn't make him an enemy. This person isn't simple. There's no harm in doing him a favor." Wei Ji smiled at Zhou Wen when he said that. He didn't say certain things. If he were to become an enemy in the future, This matter might become a skeleton in the closet for Zhou Wen. Cheating was a serious matter at Sunset College. The punishment ranged from having a black mark on their records to being expelled. All right, I'll do it now. However, all we can do is adjust it within a certain range. If it's at the mortal stage, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to get a perfect score, Zheng Tianlin said after some thought. Just do what needs to be done. Remember, I don't know anything, Wei Ji said. I got it, President. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you at all, Zheng Tianlin said hurriedly. Zhou Wen came to the oil pot and was rather cautious. He began with the pot that had the lowest temperature. How many points do you think Zhou Wen will get? Li Xuan asked Hui Heifeng. Hui Heifeng shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Normally, without advancing to the legendary stage, he won't have any legendary companion beasts or primordial energy skills. Fishing out a coin from the fifth pot is already quite impressive. However, Zhou Wen is somewhat abnormal. He might have some unexpected results. It's about the same as I expected. With his abilities, I think he should be able to obtain around 7 points. It will be a little difficult to get any higher. Li Xuan knew Zhou Wen quite well. Read latest chapters at. In fact, Zhou Wen had roughly estimated getting such a score. Although the lotus flower Buddha body could protect him, it was a primordial energy skill that augmented his entire body. It was inferior to primordial energy skills that specialized in augmenting one's arm. Furthermore, his constitution wasn't comparable to those at the legendary stage. The latter might not even be able to obtain 10 points, so Zhou Wen estimated that he would get about 7 or 8. However, when Zhou Wen tried the oil pots one by one, he realized that the temperature of the pot wasn't as high as he imagined. He had managed to successfully take out a coin from the final pot and obtained full marks without any surprises. Although it was thanks to the lotus flower bracer, Zhou Wen still felt that something was amiss. What? Looks like the test isn't that difficult. Li Xuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Wen easily obtain a perfect score. He was just after Zhou Wen in fishing out the coin. Seeing how Zhou Wen had easily scored a perfect 10, he didn't bother wasting any more time as he directly headed straight for the 10th pot. To Li Xuan's surprise, when he extended his hand into the pot, believing that his immortal god of combat life providence and invincible connate divine art could protect him, he let out a loud cry. He hurriedly pulled out his hand only to see his skin scalded red. Chapter 130, Peerless Genius. Impossible. How can Zhou Wen fish out a coin while I ca? Li Xuan's expression was one of disbelief. However, the results of this option were set in stone. Li Xuan couldn't even fish out a single coin, putting his result at 0. Even if he received a perfect score on the other 3 options, there was no way he could squeeze into the top 10. Li Xuan felt a sense of regret. If he hadn't been careless and bore with it, he could have taken out the coin. After all, with the immortal god of war life providence, his hand wouldn't be crippled. One false step will lead to everlasting grief, Li Xuan nearly cried. Zhou Wen successfully passed the subsequent tests. Other than crossing the paper bridge at a slower speed, he obtained a perfect score on the other 3 options. Instantly, the entire school broke out into a flurry of discussion. People were trying to find out more about Zhou Wen. A freshman at the mortal stage had actually received 3 10s and 1 9. They were basically certain that he could enter the top 10. The results were really shocking. Although Wang Lu and Jiang and Feng Qiuyan were freshmen, they had already advanced to the legendary stage. It was understandable for them to have such results. It was shocking for Zhou Wen, who was at the mortal stage, to obtain such results. Instantly, the reputation of the peerless genius Zhou Wen spread throughout the school, but there were also teachers who had their doubts. They had seen their fair share of geniuses, but none of them could achieve such results at the mortal stage. The person who had the greatest suspicions was Wang Fei. She had wanted Zhou Wen to be stirred up by the comprehensive test and see if he could pull himself together, but to her surprise, Zhou Wen had managed to enter the top 10 and even obtain the qualifications to enter Providence Palace. She thought this was unacceptable. However, all the tests were carried out in front of everyone. Zhou Wen wasn't the first or the last one. People before and after him used the same equipment, so there wasn't any evidence to explain it away with cheating. It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Why did I only get 3 9s? Yet, you obtained 3 10s and a 9. Li Xuan really couldn't accept this outcome. In fact, Li Xuan wasn't the only one who couldn't accept it. Zhou Wen also knew that his results were absolutely problematic. On the strength test, Zhou Wen knew very well that he couldn't lift the 10th stone tripod cauldron, yet he had managed to raise it in the end. Furthermore, he felt that the 10th stone tripod wasn't any heavier than the 9th. It was impossible that there wasn't something fishy about it. How could Zhou Wen know that electromagnetic devices were installed at the bottom of the stone cauldron and the platform beneath them? Zheng Tianlun could control the power needed to lift the stone cauldron to a certain extent. The other tests had also been tampered with. However, they were done in an extremely unnoticeable fashion. Even the teachers did not know that the venue had already been tampered with during the setup. After the comprehensive test ended, the venue was dismantled, so no one would realize anything. All of this was something Zheng Tianlun had actually prepared for himself, hoping to use these methods to enter the top 10, but after he was exposed by Wei Ji, he didn't dare continue with the tampering. This ended up benefiting Zhou Wen. This resulted in Zhou Wen inexplicably gaining the reputation of a genius. When Wei Ji specially came to congratulate him, he even winked at him, making Zhou Wen, who had originally suspected Wei Ji, confirm his theory. Indeed, it was Wei Ji who tampered with it, but why did he do that? Is it to rope in a freshman to join the student council? Zhou Wen was perplexed. Regardless, Zhou Wen was famous in Sunset College. Since its establishment over the years, no mortal stage student had such results. As expected of Coach, Feng Qiuyan had zero doubts, believing that it was all Zhou Wen's true strength, so his determination at getting him to be his personal coach became firmer. Although there were people who had their doubts, they could only keep quiet because of a lack of evidence. Finally, the top 10 spots were confirmed. Without any surprises, Zhou Wen successfully entered the top 10 and obtained the qualification to enter Providence Palace. Old Zhou, I really can't accept it. Other things aside, your strength definitely isn't as great as mine. It doesn't make sense that you could lift the 10th stone tripod cauldron, but I couldn't. Li Xuan's face was filled with resentment. That's life for you. What else could Zhou Wen say? Thankfully, Li Xuan wasn't really bothered by the spot. All he did was gripe at Zhou Wen. I'm not bragging, but Zhou Wen is a genius amongst geniuses. Back when we were in Guide High School, everyone in our school knew that Zhou Wen was a genius. You know ascetic meditation, right? With how difficult it is to cultivate, the typical person won't even gain a basic mastery in primordial energy without a couple of years, even if they have primordial energy crystals. Yet, Zhou Wen forcibly mastered it without using a single primordial energy crystal. Tian Xiangdong's saliva splattered as he described anecdotes of Zhou Wen's passed during high school to other students. Without Zhou Wen even realizing it, he had become an iconic figure amongst Sunset College's freshmen and was regarded as the most promising freshman in Sunset College. Although this wasn't the outcome Zhou Wen wished to see, obtaining the qualifications to enter Providence Palace was a pleasant surprise for him. The second day after the comprehensive test ended was the day Zhou Wen and the other 9 students entered Providence Palace. All of them received a token given by the school, and under the leadership of a counselor, they arrived at the legendary Providence Palace. Providence Palace was more magnificent than the Forbidden City. After becoming a dimensional zone, it gave people the feeling that it was magnificent and majestic. Although it was underground, it did not hinder Zhou Wen and the other students from marveling at the greatness of the ancient culture. Outside the entrance, Zhou Wen and company were waiting for it to open. Wang Lu looked around curiously. This place is about 1,000 meters deep and is surrounded by rocks. Where did those legendary treasures come from? Other dimensions, obviously. Do you really think there are ghosts? Hui Heifeng said with a smile. It was Wei Ji's first time here, so he explained. Those treasures flowed out of the dimensional rifts before flying into Providence Palace. There is no lack of precious, rare treasures. However, the typical rare treasures are only collectibles that can only be exchanged for money. The truly precious ones are the companion eggs and dimensional crystals. Among them are things that the East District doesn't have. If you are lucky enough, you might obtain a companion egg like an elf or an angel. They are pretty good selections. How does one know what type of companion eggs they are? Asked Wang Lu curiously. I really do not know. Let's not talk about identifying companion eggs. It's hard to even choose one, said Wei Ji. Why? Wang Lu was a little confused. Because all the treasures are in boxes. All we can see are those boxes. We don't even know what's inside. Once the box is chosen, we won't be able to change it. Therefore, we can only rely on luck to choose something, Hui Heifeng explained. Chapter 131, Treasure Selection. Zhou Wen had been searching for the tiny palm symbol the entire time, but he hadn't found it. He had scrutinized the building that housed the city gates countless times, but he had failed to find it. However, other than the entrance, there were only city walls with no sign of the tiny palm symbol. Is the tiny palm symbol in Providence Palace? Zhou Wen looked at the tightly shut door of Providence Palace and thought, if it were really in Providence Palace, that would be troublesome. Every year, the Providence Palace only opens its gates once a day. However, the counselors have repeatedly exhorted us not to enter. In the past, there were experts at the epic stage who had entered the Providence Palace on this day without being able to exit. Furthermore, I'm only at the mortal stage. Just as he was feeling disappointed, he suddenly heard the melodious and solemn music from within Providence Palace. Accompanied by the music, it was as if the city gates that had been sealed shut for centuries were slowly opening. The city gate was filled with a brilliant purple glow, so blinding that it was hard for anyone to look straight at it. Before Zhou Wen and company could see what stood beyond the city gates, the underground space suddenly emitted a blinding light that resembled holy light from the spatial rifts. Then they saw an inconceivable sight. They saw large and small boxes flying out from the spatial rifts. There were exquisite wooden boxes, boxes filled with antiquity, and green and snow-white jade boxes. There were also large metal chests. There were also gold and silver boxes with gems embedded in them. They looked dazzling and exquisite. The girls stared at them, almost entranced. There were many gift boxes. In just a moment, more than 1,000 boxes flew towards the entrance in a line. Just like the legend said, there seemed to be invisible ghosts dragging them into the entrance. There are so many boxes, how should I choose one? Feng Qiuyan frowned. You can only rely on luck. There's no other way. Hui Heifeng took a large stride towards a golden box with all sorts of gems embedded in it. He took out his token and lightly tapped the small golden box with the token. The small golden box stopped floating in midair, having lost its support as it fell to the ground. Hui Heifeng immediately reached out and held onto the small golden box, then returned. He was very decisive. Zhou Wen looked at the gift boxes that numbered more than 10,000. He really didn't know which one to choose from. At that moment, Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen, "My luck has always been good. If you need it, I can help you choose one." When Wang Lu said this, she was brimming with confidence. It was as if she would definitely be able to choose something good. "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Zhou Wen was extremely disappointed, having failed at finding the tiny palm symbol. Choosing a box held little meaning for him. If he couldn't download the Providence Palace dungeon, the probability of choosing a gift box with a companion egg in it was just too low. To be able to choose a gift box with a high-level companion egg was even more difficult. Zhou Wen never had luck with gambling, so it didn't matter whether he chose it or not. He couldn't be bothered to waste his time and energy and casually threw the token to Wang Lu. Even if he had to choose it himself, he could only randomly pick one. It was no different from letting Wang Lu choose one. He might as well save some time to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol. "Anyone else need my help?" Wang Lu looked at the others and asked. "Since we are already here, it's all down to luck anyway. It's better to choose one yourself, Wei Ji said with a smile. The others obviously like to hold their own fate in their hands, so no one planned on letting Wang Lu choose for them. Other than Hui Heifeng, who had already made his selection, the others began to observe the boxes, hoping that they could find some clues. Zhou Wen was also observing, but he was looking into Providence Palace to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol. Unfortunately, it was filled with a screen of resplendent divine light. All he could see was gift boxes flying in, but he couldn't see what was on the inside. However, Wang Lu had no intention of seriously choosing. She treated the 2 tokens as darts and threw them into the row of boxes. With 2 clangs, 2 boxes were knocked to the ground by her random throw. Wang Lu grinned as she ran over and carried the 2 gift boxes back, handing one to Zhou Wen. The gift box was carved out of wood. It was about 30 centimeters wide on all sides, and there were cloud patterns engraved on it. Other than that, there was nothing else. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to see what was inside. After receiving the box, he stuffed it into his bag and continued gazing into the palace. "Aren't you going to open it?" Wang Lu said. "There's no need. It doesn't matter what it is," Zhou Wen said casually. Wang Lu was a little displeased that Zhou Wen didn't care about it. Seeing that everyone was choosing their boxes and that no one was paying any attention to them, she said to Zhou Wen, "Don't think that I just randomly chose it. My luck is really good. The items I inside will definitely be good." "Yes, thank you," Zhou Wen said perfunctorily. Wang Lu was incensed when she saw Zhou Wen's perfunctory manner. She glared at him hatefully, but Zhou Wen had been observing the situation inside Providence Palace the entire time without giving her a second glance. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have helped you choose." Wang Lu pouted and resentfully retreated to the side. She didn't even have the mood to open her gift box to see what was inside. Even after they had all made their choices, one after another, and the counselors had led them out of Providence Palace, Zhou Wen still hadn't found the tiny palm symbol. He was extremely disappointed. None of them had the intention to open their gift boxes on the spot. Zhou Wen also took the box that Wang Lu had chosen for him back to his dorm. "I wonder what it is." Zhou Wen opened it up. Indeed, it was the same as he imagined. There were no companion eggs or dimensional crystals inside, but a strange old bronze flask. "It can't be a chamber pot, right?" Zhou Wen looked at the bronze flask inside the box, and it looked like one, no matter how he looked at it. But from the looks of it, it seemed to be a little too small. It was probably not suited for adults. Furthermore, the style looked more exquisite, and it had smooth curves as if it did not match the style of the East District's ancient style. Zhou Wen switched on his ordinary phone and checked the internet. Soon, he learned what it was. It was a handheld oil lamp from ancient Arabia. "From the looks of the oil lamp, it should be an antique. I wonder how much I can sell it for." Zhou Wen muttered to himself as he took out the bronze lamp and wiped the dust he saw on it with a piece of tissue paper. After a few strokes, the bronze lamp suddenly trembled, and the patterns on it began to glow strangely. Chapter 132. No Acquaintances with Immortals. The pattern on the lamp's body flickered as swirls spun in circles. A flame was spontaneously ignited at the mouth of the lamp, giving off an inexplicable demonic charm as it danced. It was like a seductive woman twisting her waist while dancing. Zhou Wen's gaze was attracted by the strange flame as though it was the most beautiful woman in the world. He couldn't help but become engrossed, unable to shift his gaze away from the flame. He was extremely determined, so when he felt that something was amiss, he forcefully shifted his gaze away from the flame. However, when his gaze moved away from the flame, he was attracted by the shimmering patterns on the bronze lamp. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the patterns weren't simple patterns. Instead, they were ancient words. The demonic powers contained in them were countless times stronger than the flame, making him unconsciously attracted. How is this happening? Zhou Wen's fingers on his left hand suddenly moved, as though they were playing a piano. However, his mind hadn't willed his fingers to make any movements. Zhou Wen wanted to use his other hand to control his left hand, but his other hand's fingers moved along with it. Soon, it wasn't only his fingers, but Zhou Wen's entire body. He moved uncontrollably in an irregular fashion, something he realized to be dancing. Zhou Wen had never come into contact with dancing, nor was he interested in dancing. He didn't even watch dancing shows, but he was now like a professional dancer. His body danced with the rhythm of the music, making all sorts of moves he had never thought of before. And no matter how he looked at it, he could see that it was a woman's dance moves. They were enchanting and charming, light and elegant. However, to have a man dance, it made him look extremely comical. If Li Xuan were here to see him, he would probably be rolling on the ground laughing. Zhou Wen tried his best to control himself, but it was useless. He had repeatedly switched a few primordial energy arts, but they were all useless. His body was squirming more and more intensely, and there were also many coquettish moves included. Soon, Zhou Wen discovered that his actions were identical to the flickering of the lamp. It was as though he was a puppet controlled by the flame. Damn it, what the hell is this? Zhou Wen felt as though he was going crazy. As his dance sped up, the Lost Immortal Sutra which automatically circulated slowed down. As the Lost Immortal Sutra slowed down, Zhou Wen's body gradually slowed down. When the Lost Immortal Sutra completely stopped circulating, Zhou Wen's body also stopped twisting. However, the next second, the primordial energy in his body circulated in a frenzy, but it was no longer the path of the Lost Immortal Sutra. Instead, it was another primordial energy art that Zhou Wen had never cultivated before. The patterns on the oil lamp are also a primordial energy art. Zhou Wen was astonished but also somewhat delighted. This primordial energy art was very odd. It was different from anything Zhou Wen had previously come into contact with. It seemed to have countless odd transformations, and at times it was light and graceful, at other times as forceful as a storm. It made Zhou Wen have the urge to tear through the air and dance. Time ticked by. By the time Zhou Wen regained control of his body, he had already mastered the primordial energy art. The oil lamp that had been floating in the air suddenly lost its radiance and fell to the ground. It returned to its old and damaged state. Zhou Wen was just about to pick up the oil lamp when he suddenly felt something amiss with his body. The primordial energy art he had just mastered instantly dissipated as the Lost Immortal Sutra began to circulate again. However, the circulation this time was different from the previous one. Primordial energy flowed through his body like blood circling his body. Boom! Zhou Wen felt his brain buzz as a voice resounded incessantly. If God opposes me, I will slay God. If an immortal opposes me, I will cull the immortal. No exchanges with God, no acquaintances with immortals, I am me. The voice was unbridled and savage, but it also had a terrifying power that made his blood boil. It was as if something was stirring in one's heart, eager to poke a hole in the sky. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Zhou Wen. Over the countless nights he had cultivated in the Lost Immortal Sutra, the voice had kept whispering into his ear. However, in the past, he couldn't hear the voice clearly. Today, he finally heard what that voice was saying. It was a woman's voice, but it had a heart-stopping aura. It was as if all living beings from the various worlds would fall prostrate at her feet. Although Zhou Wen only heard a voice, he couldn't help but envision a scene. Countless deities prostrating themselves on the ground, bowing towards a woman as though on a pilgrimage. Unfortunately, this was just Zhou Wen's imagination and was able to see the woman's face clearly. He felt that her bearing was incomparable. She was lofty, but she wasn't as holy as an immortal or Buddha. She had a killing aura. The voice in his mind became weaker and weaker, as if it was about to disperse. In the end, it was almost inaudible. Zhou Wen vaguely heard a sentence that sounded a little different from the repeated sentence he had just heard. My return will spell the death of all immortals. However, the voice at the end was so soft that he didn't hear the complete sentence. Boom! The Lost Immortal Sutra in his body seemed to explode as all the cells seemed to bind together. It made Zhou Wen suspect if his body had self-destructed. Falling, constantly falling. Zhou Wen felt as though his consciousness had plunged into the deep sea as it constantly plummeted. Finally, his consciousness was completely submerged in the darkness. Ever since he had mastered the lost Immortal Sutra, he hadn't had a proper sleep. Every time he fell asleep, no matter where he was or what time it was, there would be a voice whispering into his ear, akin to scripture chantings by Buddha or a devil's enticements. Together with the sleep paralysis, anyone else would have gone berserk. Zhou Wen grinding every day was certainly to raise his strength, but it also included his thoughts of trying to avoid sleeping. Up to this day, the feeling of being haunted by ghosts finally completely dissipated. Zhou Wen slept soundly as though nothing in the world was more blissful than having a good sleep. When he woke up and stretched his back, he felt so comfortable that he almost moaned in delight. All his cells seemed to emit comfortable cheers. Zhou Wen pressed his palm down on the bed to sit up, but when he pressed down, his body bounced up, slamming his head into the ceiling. Half his head was inside the ceiling made of steel and cement, leaving him dangling from it. Chapter 133, Exchange Student. Pui Pui. Zhou Wen spat out the cement in his mouth and looked at his hands in surprise. What's going on? After some thought, he recalled what had happened yesterday and seemed to realize something. He quickly took out his mysterious phone and pricked his finger with a needle, dripping a drop of fresh blood onto the screen. The blood quickly coagulated into the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen looked at its stats and was overjoyed. He had indeed advanced to the legendary stage. He eagerly checked the blood-colored avatar's attributes, only to be left somewhat puzzled. Zhou Wen. Age 16 years. Level Legendary. Legendary Life Providence, Sigh of the King. Strength 12. Speed 12. Constitution 12. Primordial Energy 12. Primordial Energy Art, Lost Immortal Sutra. Primordial Energy Skill, Astral Suction Palm, Astral/Blade, Astral Suction Palm. Companion Beast, Truth Listener, Banana Fairy, Mutated Lotus Flower Ant, Silver-Winged Flying Ant. His stats and primordial energy art were considered normal, but his legendary life providence was a little strange. Typically, ordinary people weren't able to see their attributes in the game like Zhou Wen, but after advancing to legendary, they were able to sense the basic abilities of their legendary life providence and know how it could be used. However, Zhou Wen couldn't sense what his life providence could be used for. All he could sense was that his life providence's powers needed certain conditions to be triggered. As for the triggering conditions, Zhou Wen only had a vague sense which wasn't too clear. When he looked at the additional note regarding Sigh of the King in-game, there was only one sentence. Sigh of the King, it is endless sinking. Zhou Wen didn't understand the meaning of the annotation, so he was momentarily unsure whether his life providence was good or bad. However, being able to advance to the legendary stage was ultimately a boon. It meant that Zhou Wen could finally incubate a legendary companion egg without any reservations. He could also absorb high-valued dimensional crystals to raise his stats. As for killing epic creatures, Zhou Wen didn't have a blind sense of self-importance. The difference between the epic and legendary stages was far greater than the difference between the legendary and mortal stages. The weakest epic could easily kill the strongest legendary. It wasn't only because an epic's attributes were higher, but also because an epic's life possessed a form of soul protection. They were completely different from legendaries, making it an extremely difficult task to defeat an epic at the legendary stage. Whatever, I'll increase my stats first. Zhou Wen picked up the mysterious phone. He wanted to enter the game and use some high-valued dimensional crystals to raise his stats. Otherwise, even if he had advanced to the legendary stage, he would still be one of the weakest. Li Xuan and Jiang had their family's support, so it was very simple for them to raise their stats. They just needed to use the dimensional crystals prepared by their families, but Zhou Wen needed to rely on himself. Before he could launch a dungeon on his phone, the doorbell rang. Old Joe, what treasure did you choose from Providence Palace? It can't be that your luck was so bad to choose a urinal or something, right? Li Xuan didn't dare enter the room as he looked straight in. When he saw the antelope sleeping on the couch, he immediately retracted his head. See for yourself. Zhou Wen invited Li Xuan into the house. No, no, no. I'm not going in. I'm not here to see the treasure you chose. Counselor Wang Fei got me to tell you that she wants you to see her. Li Xuan quickly shrank back again. Why is the counselor looking for me? Zhou Wen was puzzled. She didn't say, but I'm guessing it has something to do with the exchange students from Covenant College, Li Xuan said. What do you mean? Zhou Wen didn't understand. Covenant College was a famous school in the West District and was worlds apart from Sunset College. Even if there was an exchange student, it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Li Xuan smiled and said, There's an exchange student from Covenant College here in Sunset College to study for a period of time. I heard that the exchange student is quite extraordinary. He's from one of the 6 League Heroes families. He's famous at Covenant College and is considered as the heir to the 6 heroes. He's the most likely person to reach the level of the 6 heroes. What has this got to do with me? Zhou Wen frowned. Since it's an exchange student, they will interact with students from our college after arriving. In order to not lose face, the school will definitely let the best students interact with that fellow. Having entered the top 10 at the comprehensive test, it's normal for the school to give you such an important mission. However, I don't think it's any of your business. After all, your ranking in the top 10 is too low. As long as you stand out, it will definitely be Huang Jai, Wei Ji, and Njing who will deal with that exchange student. Just watch the show, Li Xuan said. Zhou Wen thought that it made sense and went to Wang Fei's office. It was just as Li Xuan guessed. Wang Fei informed him that an exchange student from Covenant College was coming to study at Sunset College. Zhou Wen, do you know who the exchange student is? Wang Fei asked. Is this related to me? Zhou Wen said indifferently. Of course it has something to do with you. Otherwise, why would I especially summon you here? If it was just an ordinary exchange student, you wouldn't be needed. Wang Fei paused. The student's name is John. Like Liz, he comes from a family with the last name Cape. Liz, Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Wang Fei continued. John is Liz's younger brother, but he's different from the poorly talented Liz. His talent is almost comparable to the hero from the Cape family. Not only did he inherit the physique of the hero, but he also obtained an extremely powerful life providence when he advanced to the legendary stage. In the West, he has the title of a saint. So what? Zhou Wen said indifferently. Do you need me to go into the details between Liz and you? Given John's status, even if he came to Sunset College, he wouldn't purposely challenge a mortal. However, you happen to be ranked in the top 10 at the comprehensive test as a mortal stage. This gave John an excuse to challenge you. When the time comes, even if he doesn't dare to do anything to you in Sunset College, it will be a disgrace to both you and Sunset College if you were to suffer a terrible defeat. Wang Fei paused for a moment before saying, That's why the school hopes that you can go home for a few days and not give John a chance to challenge you. If he's really out to get me, won't he come knocking on my door even if I were to hide in my dorm? Zhou Wen said. It's all right. You can return to the family home to rest for a few days. The school will approve your leave, Wang Fei said. There's no need. Zhou Wen directly rejected it. He definitely wasn't going to seek protection from the family. Zhou Wen, if you really had the strength to be in the top 10, the school doesn't mind you fighting with John. It doesn't matter even if you lose. However, I think you should know better than me how you ended up in the top 10. The school didn't hold it against you for the sake of the family. However, you should know that your current strength isn't enough to represent Sunset College's top standards. It'd be meaningless to accept such a challenge, Wang Fei said. Chapter 134, Mutated Demonized General. Counselor, although my strength isn't enough to represent the college, there's no need for me to be afraid of John, much less escape. Zhou Wen bowed slightly to Wang Fei before turning to leave the office. Ignoring the fact that Zhou Wen had already advanced to the legendary stage, even if he was John's match, he still wouldn't choose to flee to the family residence. This fellow's surname is in, but why is he as stubborn as the Wen siblings? Wang Fei watched Zhou Wen leave the office and couldn't help but worry. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he launched an instant dungeon and began grinding crazily. He wanted to spawn some high-level dimensional crystals and quickly raise his attributes. Ding, after killing a silver-winged flying ant, a 14-valued speed crystal dropped. The blood-colored avatar absorbed the speed crystal, and his speed increased to 14. Ding, after killing a mutated Buddha Heart Lotus, a 13-valued primordial energy crystal dropped. The blood-colored avatar absorbed it, and his primordial energy increased to 13. Ding, after killing a skeleton general companion egg dropped. Zhou Wen unhesitatingly incubated it and obtained a skeleton general companion beast. However, the companion beast's stats and skills were relatively average. While grinding the Lotus Flower Cave, Zhou Wen was once again lucky enough to spawn a fairy monkey companion egg. When he incubated it, the stats weren't too bad, but they weren't considered excellent grade stats. Since it wasn't an excellent grade companion beast, and its skills weren't anything special, Zhou Wen decided to attempt a fusion when he saw that the skeleton general and the fairy monkey had a compatibility score of 57%, which was a rather high success rate. However, Zhou Wen was extremely disappointed. The fusion failed as the two companion beasts disintegrated simultaneously. Zhou Wen knew how lucky his mutated lotus flower ant had been at succeeding from the recent fusion failures. The chances were about the same as winning the lottery. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was able to keep grinding dungeons. His chances of dropping a companion egg were much higher than the average person. After persisting for an entire day and night, Zhou Wen's stats experienced a significant boost. His strength and constitution had reached 16 points. His speed and primordial energy were slightly weaker and had only increased to 15 points. This made Zhou Wen clearly feel that his body was much stronger. During this process, he managed to raise his Dragon Gate Fairy skill to rank 9, raising his movement technique to its limit. Rank 9 was a standard primordial energy skill limit. There was no way to continue raising it with primordial energy skill crystals. In the past, rank 9 was the highest Zhou Wen could reach. However, with the precedent of Ashen Palm, he knew that rank 9 wasn't the limit and that there was room for improvement. However, that required him to train and figure it out himself before being able to reach Dragon Gate Fairy skills limit of rank 10. It was unknown how many times he had entered Tiger Cage Pass dungeon before he encountered a demonized general with the word fist engraved on its helmet. It delighted Zhou Wen. Seeing the demonized general turn golden in color, like a golden-armored god of war, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to charge forward instead of retreating, clashing head-on with the fist demonized general. Now that Zhou Wen had advanced to the legendary stage, his speed had increased significantly. Coupled with the silver-winged flying ant's silver wings, his speed was no longer slower than the fist demonized general's. He easily dodged its strange spear. Rust before slashing at its neck, with his hand wrapped in the lotus flower bracer. With a clang, Zhou Wen's present strength combined with the lotus flower bracer was still unable to damage the fist demonized general. Instead, his opponent balled its other hand into a fist and threw a punch at the blood-colored avatar's stomach. Astral Suction Palm. Zhou Wen guessed that the Astral Suction Palm could restrain the fist demonized general's primordial energy skill. Unsure if it was true, he gave it a try. The strength of the fist demonized general's fist was extremely domineering, as though it had gathered all of its energy into one point. Even the mutated lotus flower ant at the same level would explode with one punch. The astral suction palm appeared nothing powerful with how soft and weak it was. The instant his palm clashed with the fist, Zhou Wen felt a strange feeling. His astral suction palm seemed to be able to guide the forces of the demonized general's fist. With a thought, Zhou Wen pulled and pushed with his astral suction palm, directing the demonized general's domineering punch right back into the other side of his enemy's chest. With a boom, The armor on his body shattered and blood spewed out. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw this. He controlled the blood-colored avatar to charge forward, penetrating the wound on the demonized general's chest with his palm, which wore the lotus flower bracer. This impact burst the heart inside. Killed Fist demonized general, discovered companion egg. Zhou Wen was still immersed in the excitement of his killing. The Fist demonized general for the first time when he saw the system notification appear. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Upon careful look, he saw a black-colored companion egg drop on the ground. He hurriedly ordered the blood-colored avatar to pick it up, but seeing its attributes, he couldn't help but find it odd. Mutated demonized general, legendary. Legendary life providence, malignant general. Strength 19. Speed 17. Constitution 18. Primordial energy 18. Talent skill, astral fist, demon flame spear, demon rider summon. Companion form, none. How can a mutated demonized general not have a companion form? Zhou Wen found it odd, but its stats were really high. It was considered a top-notch existence among legendaries. He directly incubated the mutated demonized general, since he had no plans on giving such an excellent grade companion beast as food. He summoned the incubated mutated demonized general, and it was exactly the same as the one in the game. A burly demonic general riding on a red horse, with a strange spear in his hand. With one charge, the strange spear in its hand could knock over a large number of demonized soldiers. It was extremely powerful. Another demonized general. Zhou Wen was delighted. With the boost provided by the demonized general's skills, far greater than the mutated lotus flower ant, and the silver-winged flying antit was good as a vanguard. Taking advantage of the excitement of having a new companion beast, Zhou Wen continued grinding. He wanted to raise his stats in one fell swoop. It would be best if he could raise everything to 18. Perhaps due to luck, Zhou Wen encountered another mutated demonized general when he respawned again and went a tiger cage pass. However, the demonized general's helmet had the word blade engraved on it this time. He didn't attack himself, allowing the Fist demonized general to charge forward. Due to the effectiveness of the Fist demonized general against the blade demonized general, it killed the blade demonized general with one charge. The blade demonized general's astral slash blade was shattered by the astral punch and was made completely useless. Exceeding Zhou Wen's expectations, the blade demonized general once again dropped a companion egg. Having obtained 2 mutated demonized general companion eggs consecutively, this was a probability that Zhou Wen found unbelievable. Mutated demonized general, legendary. Legendary life providence, malignant general. Strength 19. Speed 18. Constitution 17. Primordial energy 16. Talent skill, astral slash blade, demon flame spear, demon rider summon. Companion form, none. Chapter 135, Demonic Words. The blade demonized general's attributes were similar to the Fist demonized general's, only its talent skills were somewhat different. Zhou Wen looked at the system notification and discovered that the compatibility score between the two demonized generals was as high as 88%. It tempted him greatly, and in the end, he couldn't help but tap on the fusion button. Ding! When he heard the system's chime, Zhou Wen's heart couldn't help but pound. He was even a little nervous. Fortunately, a compatibility score of 88% was as true as it gets. The fusion succeeded and produced a new demonized general. Just by looking at the new demonized general's appearance, it seemed to be even more ferocious and domineering. It wore red-vested armor, and its eyes were fiercely glowing red. It looked like a ferocious general in a raging inferno. And the word engraved on its helmet was neither blade nor first, but the word demon. Mutated demonized general, legendary. Legendary life providence, malignant general. Strength 19. Speed 18. Constitution 18. Primordial energy, 18. Talent skill, Astral/Blade, Astral Fist, Demon Flame Spear, Demon Rider Summon. Companion form, none. These stats are a little sick. Furthermore, it also has the Astral/Blade and Astral Fist skills. If I were to obtain another paper demonized general companion beast and fuse with it, would it result in an excellent grade with all three skills? Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, it wasn't easy to have two mutated demonized general companion eggs drop. It was unknown how long it would take to have another one drop. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had to grind Tiger Cage Pass dungeon every day, so he wasn't in a rush. There were always opportunities. The mutated demonized general was good at the offensive and defensive. It killed everything in its way, and together with the mutated lotus flower ant and silver-winged flying ant, they formed a team that could kill monsters from both air, land, and sea. Most of the time, the blood-colored avatar didn't even need to move a finger to kill the dimensional creatures. With my current strength and truth listener at the legendary stage, can I try clearing Ant City? Zhou Wen had always been obsessed with the golden beam of light in Ant City. However, previously he had been lacking in strength and couldn't make much progress. Now that he had advanced to the legendary stage and had 4 top-notch legendary companion beasts, it seemed like he could make an attempt. Old Joe, we can finally register our own club. What do you think it should be called? Do you think it's better to call it the God of Combat Alliance or Invincible Club? Li Xuan walked into the living room excitedly. Up to you. Zhou Wen was grinding ant nest, so he didn't have the capacity to care. Furthermore, he wasn't obsessive-compulsive. He would accept any name. Don't mind, this is our club. There's meaning only if we think of names together. Those two aren't good. What do you think about Xuanwen? Our names are both in it. Others can tell that it's our club, Li Xuan said. Sure. Zhou Wen nodded while gaming. The blood-colored avatar had already rushed to the periphery of Ant City. Then that's it. Let's register for the Xuanwen Club. Li Xuan pulled Zhou Wen out excitedly. Zhou Wen had no choice but to follow him out. But when they arrived, they realized that setting up a club didn't just require filling in an application form. They had to gather at least 5 people to submit the application to establish a club. Why do we need so many people? The 2 of us are good enough to beat everyone in the world. Li Xuan's heart stirred as he looked at Zhou Wen and asked, "It won't be easy to find people now. Almost all the senior students have already joined clubs. After more than a month, most of the freshmen have been roped in. It will be very difficult to find suitable people. Your 2 high school classmates seem to be interested in our club. Why don't you rope them in to make up the numbers?" "I'm not sure if they have joined other clubs or not," Zhou Wen said. "Then let's make a call and ask. Do you have the phone number of that beautiful woman named Fang something?" Li Xuan urged. Zhou Wen had no choice but to take out his ordinary phone and call Fang Ruoxi while gaming with one hand. "FCK, you even have a game-only phone and a phone for calls. Bro, you sure are extravagant," Li Xuan teased. Zhou Wen ignored him and called Fang Ruoxi. He heard her voice and asked, "Hello, is this Fang Ruoxi?" "It's me. Li Xuan and I established a club. If you and Tian Xiangdong haven't joined other clubs, why don't you consider it?" Zhou Wen said. "We haven't joined anything yet. I heard that you were setting up a club, so we have been waiting for your invitation," Fang Ruoxi replied with a smile. "All right, we are still short of 1 person. I'll contact you after we find everyone." Zhou Wen hung up after making an agreement with Fang Ruoxi. "Quite swell of this old classmate of yours. She's pretty and pure and she has some feelings for you. You have to act as early as possible. Otherwise, she'll be contaminated by this mixing bowl known as university," Li Xuan said with a smile. "Don't spout nonsense. She's just an old classmate," Zhou Wen said. "Now we have 4 people. We are still short of 1. Who do you think we should get?" Li Xuan tugged at his hair in frustration. "Is it that difficult for young Master Li to find someone?" Zhou Wen looked at Li Xuan in confusion. "It's really not difficult to find someone. Just a simple call and I can get a dozen or 2. However, I'm afraid that there might be my brother's people among them. I'm more at ease with people you recruit," Li Xuan said. I don't know anyone. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something as he asked Li Xiuan, do you know Gu Dian? Of course I know him. How can I not know this person? He's the school's most problematic person. He beat up a senior when he had just started school. He's a person who only recognizes money. As long as he's paid, he will do anything, Li Xiuan said as he looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement. Why are you asking about him? Has he joined a club? Zhou Wen asked. Let's not even talk about him having thoughts of joining a club. Even if he does, no one will want him. Who knows when he might beat up the people in his club? That would be such a joke. Wait, don't tell me you want to recruit him. Li Xiuan widened his eyes. I think he's not bad. If there's really no other candidate, we can give him a try, Zhou Wen said. That won't do. Such a person will definitely be bribed by my brother. When the time comes, he will harm us once again. Li Xiuan shook his head repeatedly. Do you think the others won't be bribed by your brother? Zhou Wen asked. Li Xiuan was slightly taken aback before he smiled bitterly. You are right. As long as my brother wants it done, it's useless who I find. At least Gu Dian has a clear price. Let's be wary of him. It's better than people that put on different facades, right? Zhou Wen said. You're right. However, there were people who invited Gu Dian in the past. He didn't join either. It won't be easy inviting him to join our club, Li Xiuan said with a sigh. Can you find him? Let's give it a try, Zhou Wen said. Chapter 136, Myriad Buddha Cave. Are you sure Gu Dian is here? Zhou Wen looked at the Myriad Buddha Cave in front of him and looked at Li Xiuan in disbelief. There's no mistake about it. According to what I learned, Gu Dian is a weirdo. Ever since he entered school, he hasn't slept in his dorm. As long as he's not in class, he will definitely come to Dragon Gate Grotto. It's normal for him to spend half a month here. I received accurate news that he entered Myriad Buddha Cave 3 days ago and hasn't come out yet. There's no mistake about him being inside, Li Xiuan said. Do you honestly think someone can live inside here? Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the golden warriors wandering around the Myriad Buddha Cave. There were relatively rare dimensional creatures in Dragon Gate Grotto. Typically, they were at the mortal stage. As long as their numbers were few, ordinary students could handle them. However, the golden warriors in the Myriad Buddha Cave were different. Not only were they at the legendary stage, but they also had powerful defensive strength. Legendary students needed a great deal of effort to kill them. It was very difficult. Unless there was a special requirement, the average legendary wouldn't be willing to come here to kill a golden warrior. At that moment in the Myriad Buddha Cave, he could see 2 or 3 golden warriors wandering around. Zhou Wen didn't believe that students could live here for 2 to 3 days. Even if he had the ability to fight with a golden warrior, it was impossible for him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. He would probably die from exhaustion in 1 day, much less 3 days and 3 nights. The news shouldn't be wrong. Gu Dian is a weirdo. He often does this kind of thing. No one knows how he survives in the dimensional zones, but he manages to. It's likely that he's inside the Myriad Buddha Cave, Li Xiuan said with certainty. Since that's the case, let's go in and take a look. Zhou Wen had entered the Myriad Buddha Cave in-game and knew that it was difficult to kill a golden warrior. However, their speed wasn't very fast. He just needed to avoid them since he was only spending a short amount of time to find Gu Dian. Upon seeing Zhou Wen enter, Li Xiuan followed him into the Myriad Buddha Cave. Seeing that someone had stepped into the Myriad Buddha Cave, golden warriors immediately rushed over. Their bodies were dark as if they were carved from some kind of jade. Every step they took left a deep footprint on the ground, indicating their extreme weight. Li Xiuan drew his saber and slashed down at the golden warrior that was charging right in front of him. His saber was fast and ruthless, and was transformed from a legendary companion beast. If an ordinary legendary creature were to be struck by him, they would have their bones cleaved through even if they didn't die. However, when the blade landed on the golden warrior, sparks flew everywhere, producing a sound of metallic hum. Only a faint white mark was left on the golden warrior, while Li Xiuan's palm went numb from the shock. It's harder than the legends say. Li Xian hurriedly dodged, afraid to clash head-on with the Golden Warriors. Zhou Wen dashed in and had no intention of fighting the Golden Warriors. Not only were they strong, but they also possessed the talent skill, Golden Bell. Unless someone wanted to have Golden Bell drop, no one would waste their time killing Golden Warriors. Unfortunately, the drop rate of Golden Bell was very low, making the warriors unpopular among students. Thankfully, the Golden Warriors were naturally slow, so it was impossible for them to catch up to Zhou Wen and Li Xian. As they ran, they avoided the Golden Warriors' attacks and entered the Myriad Buddha Cave. Perhaps it was because no one had been here to kill the Golden Warriors for a while. There were plenty of them in the cave. After covering a few hundred meters, Zhou Wen and Li Xian had about 30 to 40 Golden Warriors chasing behind them. Is Gu Dian really here? At that moment, even Li Xian himself doubted the authenticity of the information he had received. No matter how he looked at it, there didn't seem to be anyone here. Just as Li Xian was about to suggest returning, he suddenly saw a Golden Warrior rushing out of the cavern in front of him. However, it was different from the typical black Golden Warrior. It was covered in golden light, and there was a single golden vertical eye on its forehead. Three-eyed Golden Warrior, Li Xian exclaimed when he saw the warrior. However, it was a more pleasant surprise than horror. What's that? Zhou Wen had never seen a three-eyed Golden Warrior. Back when he entered the Myriad Buddha Cave in-game, he hadn't ventured too deep. This was because it was too difficult to kill the Golden Warriors. He wasn't interested. In the time it took to kill a Golden Warrior, he could kill at least more than 10 legendary creatures. Three-eyed Golden Warriors are an extremely rare legendary creature. It should be a mutated version of Golden Warriors. However, their skills are different from that of other Golden Warriors. Typically, most Golden Warriors only drop 2 primordial energy skills, Golden Palm and Golden Bell. As for the three-eyed Golden Warrior's primordial energy skill, it's called Invulnerable Golden Power, one that's far higher than Golden Bell. Not only is the primordial energy expenditure low, but the defensive strength is even higher. Since we encountered it today, let's just kill it first. It will be great if the invulnerable golden body drops. As Li Xian spoke, he rushed towards the three-eyed Golden Warrior. He used all his strength to slash at it, but the speed of the three-eyed Golden Warrior was much faster than the typical Golden Warrior. It didn't show any signs of clumsiness. As Li Xian slashed down, the three-eyed Golden Warrior actually raised its hand and grabbed Li Xian's saber in midair before forcefully twisting it. The legendary saber in Li Xian's hand was twisted around. In the end, it couldn't withstand the terrifying force and broke into several pieces. My Frost Cicada saber. Li Xian felt his heart ache so much that he nearly vomited blood. He had recently been unlucky and had already sacrificed several companion beasts. Zhou Wen swept past the three-eyed Golden Warrior's head and struck out with his palm, hitting the top of its head. With a clang, the rank 10 Ashen Palm failed to injure it. The three-eyed Golden Warrior turned its head and struck out with Golden Palm, striking at Zhou Wen's back like a bolt of lightning. Its palm move was like lightning fast and ruthless. With Zhou Wen's body in midair, it was as though he had no way of dodging. Li Xian was alarmed as he kicked at the three-eyed Golden Warrior and shouted, "Old Zhou, dodge!" Bang! Li Xian's kick was rather heavy. It was enough to snap a tree that was as thick as a person. However, the three-eyed Golden Warrior seemed oblivious to the attack as it ignored him. Without moving, the Golden Palm continued its trajectory towards Zhou Wen's back. In midair, Zhou Wen suddenly drew out a trajectory like a strange bird, dodging the three-eyed Golden Warrior's strike. Zhou Wen, who was like an eagle, was hovering above the three-eyed Golden Warrior. At the same time, he repeatedly struck with his palms, clashing with the three-eyed Golden Warrior. Li Xian, who was standing by the side, had no means to join in. Furthermore, large groups of Golden Warriors had gathered around them, instantly cutting off all paths of retreat. Chapter 137, Three-Eyed Golden Warrior. Old Zhou, there are too many Golden Warriors. I can't hold on any longer, quickly retreat, Li Xian shouted as he dodged the power golden warriors. Hold on, give me 3 minutes, Zhou Wen said. 3 minutes? Even 30 seconds would be too difficult. Three-eyed golden warriors are too difficult to kill. We definitely won't be able to kill it in a short period of time. Let's go back and get more people to come over. We can clean up this group of golden warrior hindrances before slowly killing it. Besides, I really can't last 3 minutes, Li Xian shouted while fighting. 2 minutes, Zhou Wen said again. FCK, if you can't kill it, my blood will be on your hands. Li Xian gritted his teeth and summoned a companion beast armor to protect his body as he charged into the golden warriors, ferocious attacks, slamming one of them back several steps. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? Li Xian was like a god of combat that had descended to the mortal world. His body slammed forward, his fists unleashed a barrage of attacks, and he managed to charge out of the crowd of golden warriors. Zhou Wen didn't have the time or mood to appreciate Li Xian's ferocious appearance. He circled above the three-eyed golden warrior like a hawk, dodging its golden palm. At the same time, he struck out repeatedly with his palm, striking the three-eyed golden warrior's head. Even with the augmentation of the lotus bracer, Zhou Wen's might made it very difficult for him to injure the three-eyed golden warrior. Every collision was like a clash of metal as sparks flew. Although it seemed to be filled with zest, Zhou Wen's palm strikes couldn't hurt the three-eyed golden warrior at all. At most, it only made it uncomfortable. The three-eyed golden warrior didn't feel good either. It waved its palm again and again, but it failed to even touch the corner of Zhou Wen's clothes. Zhou Wen was like a giant fly flying above it. Roar! Even the most mild-tempered Buddha would be enraged, much less an irascible warrior. With Zhou Wen enraging it, the three-eyed golden warrior's palm glowed with golden light as it used all its might to strike at the airborne Zhou Wen in an indomitable manner. It's now. Zhou Wen's eyes focused as he no longer relied on his movement technique or silver wings to dodge in the air. He flattened his left hand as he sucked at the three-eyed golden warrior's bloodthirsty golden palm. Zhou Wen's palm was blood-red, as though it possessed an invisible force that deviated the three-eyed golden warrior's palm to the side. With a boom, the three-eyed golden warrior delivered its full might with golden palm to its forehead, shattering the forehead with the vertical eye, as well as the golden eye. The three-eyed golden warrior collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Within its own shattered skull, there was a strange, dazzling golden glow. Zhou Wen landed in front of the three-eyed golden warrior's corpse and reached into its head. He pulled out a golden crystal bead the size of a goose egg. Inside it, there was a three-eyed golden warrior figure shimmering. It was a companion egg. My luck with companion eggs seems pretty good at the moment. Zhou Wen reeled with joy. Old Zhou stopped staring blankly. I can't hold it any longer, quickly come and help, Li Xian shouted. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw that he was surrounded by a group of golden warriors. They were pummeling Li Xian until he was dizzy. His armor had cracked from the beating and was about to explode. However, Li Xian's immortal god of combat life providence and invincible Conic divine art were really good at tanking. After being struck countless times, to the point of almost being beaten to a pulp, he still remained conscious. However, the situation looked extremely bad. Zhou Wen threw the companion egg into his backpack as the silver wings on his back vibrated. Instantly, it transformed into a silver beam of light that flew above Li Xian. He reached out and pulled Li Xian into the air and landed on the Buddha statue on the mountain cliff. Don't touch those Buddha statues, Li Xian immediately shouted when he saw this. His face was filled with horror. However, he had shouted too late. Zhou Wen raised him with both hands as he stepped on the Buddha statue's shoulder and used the momentum to once again leap into the sky. It's over, old Zhou. You're really trying to kill me in the future. You should just stay at home and play games. No number of lives is enough coming out with you, Li Xian nearly cried. There were countless Buddha statues in myriad Buddha cave. Before becoming a dimensional zone, there were more than 10,000 of them. but the number was inestimable after the area became a dimensional zone. In Myriad Buddha Cave, everything could be touched, but not the Buddha statues. Once touched, the Buddha statue would awaken. Although it wouldn't really stand up with the awakening of the Buddha statue, all the dimensional creatures in Myriad Buddha Cave would go berserk. Their strength would greatly increase, and in addition, their bodies would also become even harder. Even their originally low speed would turn extremely fast. Just the thought of a group of accelerated golden warriors was terrifying. It was almost impossible for the two of them to escape Myriad Buddha Cave alive with their legendary stages. However, Zhou Wen ignored Li Xuan. After he leaped into the air, he landed on the legs of a Buddha statue that was sitting at a greater height. "Old Zhou, why are you still stepping on them? Do you think our deaths need to be expedited?" Li Xuan felt that his name was already written in the King of Hell's notebook. The golden warriors below couldn't come up, nor did they dare to touch the Buddha statues. As for Zhou Wen and Li Xuan, they stood there for quite a while without seeing any movement from the Buddha statues. Li Xuan looked at them in confusion. Could it be that these Buddha statues aren't awake today? "That's possible," Zhou Wen said casually as he looked around Myriad Buddha Cave. He had entered Myriad Buddha Cave in-game, so he naturally knew that the Buddha statues couldn't be touched. However, that was before he used the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. As long as Zhou Wen switched his primordial energy art to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, he wouldn't anger the Buddha statues no matter how much he touched them. After all, the Buddha statue was only a statue, not a true Buddha. Even a true Buddha might mistake Zhou Wen as a pious child, so it was even more natural for the Buddha statues to fail to distinguish him. This was because Zhou Wen's small perfection of Wisdom Sutra was too low. If he reached an extremely high level, most Buddha-type creatures would bow to him without daring to fight him. The Golden Warriors were, after all, low-level dimensional creatures without any intelligence, so they lacked the ability to sense such weak auras of the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. "Old Zhou, stop carrying me. Put me down now." Li Xuan had been too nervous before, but now that he relaxed, he realized that Zhou Wen's hands were still carrying him in a princess hold without letting him down. "I think it's better I carry you." Zhou Wen didn't know if his small perfection of Wisdom Sutra could protect Li Xuan. It was fine if he stepped on it himself, but he didn't know if it was okay for Li Xuan. "I know I'm handsome, but you can't have impure thoughts about me just because I'm handsome." Li Xuan leaped out of Zhou Wen's embrace and stood on the Buddha statue's knee. Boom! As Li Xuan stood still, he suddenly felt the Buddha statue shake violently, nearly throwing him down. Its eyes suffused a golden glow. Chapter 138, The Ship Anchor. Li Xuan jumped in fright as he wrapped his arms around Zhou Wen's neck and hung off his body. However, it was already too late. The Buddha statue did not stop its anomalous change. The countless Buddha statues in Myriad Buddha Cave all suffused golden glows, illuminating the cave in a golden resplendence. The ordinary golden warriors' eyes also became golden. Their black jade-like bodies emitted golden glows as they stared straight at Zhou Wen and Li Xuan. "They shouldn't be able to come up, right?" Li Xuan gulped and said with some difficulty. Just as Li Xuan said that, he watched the warriors' bodies as a golden halo appeared beneath their feet and began to levitate them. This only served to turn Li Xuan's face green. "Come here." Just as the golden warriors were about to charge up with the golden halo, they suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice coming from above. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan were alarmed as they hurriedly looked up and saw that, in the middle of the many Buddha statues, a person had extended half his body and was waving at them. That ferocious face that resembled a ferocious ghost was obviously Gu Dian's. "Why is Gu Dian here?" Li Xuan exclaimed. However, Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to speak to Li Xuan. He leaped up with him in his arms as the silver wings on his back vibrated. Soon, he arrived at the spot where Gu Dian was standing. Only then did the two realize that in the middle of the two Buddha statues was a stone rift. Gu Dian retreated and let the two of them follow him into the stone rift, leading them deeper in. The golden warriors rose up with the help of the golden halo, but they didn't dare touch the Buddha statues. All they could do was surround them from the outside without chasing up to them. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan walked a distance with Gu Dian before the stone rift opened up. There was an uncarved stone cave inside. The cave wasn't small, and there was a pool below. There was clear spring water flowing in the pool, making it look very clear. There were also some daily necessities in the cave, which looked like they belonged to Gu Dian. "Everything outside will return to normal in an hour. You can then leave," said Gu Dian coldly. "Old Gu, we came specially for you. We plan on registering a club and wish to invite you." Li Xuan exchanged looks with Zhou Wen and directly explained his intentions. "Not interested," Gu Dian said without lifting his head. "Don't be in such a hurry to reject it. Our club's benefits are good. There will be quite a good membership allowance every month." Having heard that Gu Dian loved money very much, Li Xuan hurriedly used monetary incentives. 100,000 a month. "I'll join if you pay me," Gu Dian said. 100,000 was nothing to Li Xuan, but Gu Dian's attitude displeased him. Furthermore, he had never heard of any club using money to buy members. Wouldn't that be a joke? Li Xuan wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at Gu Dian and said, "5 members are needed to register a club. There are only 4 of us now. We wish to invite you on board, and it would be best if you are willing to join. If you aren't willing, can you help us out and register with us? Although you will be one of our members in name, you actually don't need to attend any of the club's activities or be responsible for the club." "How much would that cost?" 10,000, Gu Dian said straightforwardly. "All right, 10,000 it is. Li Xuan, pay up." Zhou Wen agreed without hesitation, but the one paying had to be Li Xuan. "Just helping in the registration costs 10,000. Isn't that a little too easy?" Li Xuan said reluctantly. "Anyway, I can't find anyone else. Find someone else or pay. Choose one," Zhou Wen said as he spread out his hands. "Even if I'm willing to pay, I still need a signal. How am I to transfer money in this crappy place?" Li Xuan said gloomily. "That's settled then. You can return with us later. We'll transfer the money to you once there's a signal," Zhou Wen said to Gu Dian. "Sure," said Gu Dian, and he began packing his things. Gu Dian reached out his hand for something on the mat and stuffed it into his pocket. Zhou Wen had been observing Gu Dian all this time, so his action left him puzzled. When Gu Dian took the item, he had clearly used his body to block their line of sight, as though he didn't want them to see it. However, Zhou Wen had been wearing the Truth Listener earring during his previous battle. Through the abnormal hearing given to him by the earring, Zhou Wen could hear the shape of the item. As Truth Listener only provided listening abilities and not true sight, all Zhou Wen knew was that it was a pocket watch. The exterior was likely made of metal. As for the color, it was unknown to Zhou Wen. However, there was a strange symbol engraved on the pocket watch's surface, something that Zhou Wen seemed to have seen somewhere before. After all, he had heard it without any color, making it different from true vision. Therefore, Zhou Wen momentarily couldn't recall where he had seen the symbol before. As he stared at Gu Dian, who was thinking as he was packing his things, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. He finally remembered where he had seen such symbols. The symbol on the pocket watch was a ship's anchor, but it was different from the typical ship's anchor. On the surface was a woman's side profile. According to what Zhou Wen knew, people who went out to sea to fish in the past were very particular about women. Typically, they wouldn't let women go out to sea with them, nor would they carve women's symbols on the boat. Therefore, Zhou Wen had a deep impression of the ship's anchor when he saw it. The last time he saw the symbol was when he followed Aoyang Lan to the Ziyuan crystal shop. In the room at basement 4, there was a silver-haired companion beast in chains. Behind the chain was a metal piece the size of a millstone. On the metal piece was a 9-number keypad, and on the side of the metal block was such a ship's anchor symbol. However, Zhou Wen's mind was focused on the 9-number keypad back then, so he didn't pay much attention to the ship's anchor symbol. Furthermore, the symbol on the metal piece was huge while the pocket watch was very small. Therefore, Zhou Wen took a while before recalling the matter. Is it a coincidence? Zhou Wen thought with a frown. Although the difference in size between the two symbols was huge and he hadn't seen the anchor's colors on the pocket watch, from the structure of the symbol, it was indeed the same. Old Joe, what did that three-eyed golden warrior drop? Quickly take it out and show it to me, Li Xuan said. Zhou Wen handed Li Xuan the three-eyed golden warrior companion egg that dropped. When Li Xuan saw it, his eyes lit up as he cried out, "Why is your life so good? You actually had a three-eyed golden warrior companion egg drop. That was worth it. Totally worth it. There aren't many of these things, so even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy them. It really was worth risking our lives for it." Chapter 139. Working Hard to Improve. Do you like it? Zhou Wen asked Li Xuan. Nonsense. Who would? This thing can only be obtained by chance. I've only heard of it in the past. I don't even know what companion form this companion beast has, Li Xuan said. Take it if you like it, Zhou Wen said. Really? Don't you want it for yourself? Li Xuan was slightly taken aback. Of course I do. However, you have to give me the amount of money I deserve. It can't be lower than the market price, Zhou Wen said. The three-eyed diamond companion egg might be difficult for others to obtain, but to Zhou Wen, it was just a little difficult. If he wanted, he could visit Myriad Buddha Cave multiple times in-game in the future. It wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain one. The game's companion eggs couldn't be sold in the real world, so it was best to sell companion eggs obtained in reality. Money isn't a problem, but are you sure you don't want to keep it for yourself? This item is truly rare, and even if its companion form isn't something you wish for, the companion beast is strong enough. It can be used as a meat shield and as a vanguard while charging ahead. Very few people can hurt it. It's a rare, excellent-grade beast, Li Xuan said. I don't need it now. If I need one in the future, I'll just get one more from the Myriad Buddha Cave, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Get one more. You make it sound easy. Ignoring the fact that three-eyed golden warriors are extremely rare, just the time it takes to spawn one takes months, and even if you manage to wait for its spawn, the chances of a companion egg dropping after killing it is less than 20%. Li Xuan looked at Zhou Wen as though he was looking at an idiot. Why are you saying so much? If you don't want it, just give it to me, Zhou Wen said as he reached out his hand. Yes, but don't regret it. Li Xuan hurriedly clenched the companion egg in his hand. Gu Dian said that the Myriad Buddha Cave would return to normal an hour later. There was still plenty of time, so Li Xuan couldn't help but incubate the three-eyed golden warrior. Wow, invulnerable golden power, golden palm, double skills. Wow, its companion form is actually a golden silk soft armor. It looks so cool. When Li Xuan summoned the three-eyed golden warrior's golden silk soft armor companion form, he deliberately walked in front of Zhou Wen and occasionally let out an exaggerated cry. Clearly, he was showing off on purpose. Zhou Wen ignored him without giving him a second look. All he did was lower his head and game. Seeing that Zhou Wen was ignoring him, Li Xuan felt a little bored. He ignored Zhou Wen and went to Gu Dian to show off. He summoned the three-eyed golden warrior and tusked in amazement. Look at its body. Look at how domineering it is. It's a rare, excellent-grade beast. Old Gu, have you seen anyone else with such a companion beast after living in the Myriad Buddha Cave for so long? Pay me and I'll say no. Gu Dian looked up at Li Xuan with a serious expression. How boring. The two of you are really boring. Li Xuan felt that being with the two of them was like playing a zither to a cow. He felt depressed that no one was available to appreciate his splendor. After waiting for an hour, the Myriad Buddha Cave was indeed restored to normal. The Golden Warriors also returned to their original states. The three of them rushed out together and did not waste time with the Golden Warriors. After getting Fang Ruoxi and Tian Xiangdong together, the five of them filled out an application form and returned to wait for the news after the submission. The school said that the club would be approved within a week. Li Xuan told them to leave the matter to him and that Zhou Wen didn't need to worry about it. Their Xuanwen club would get the approval tomorrow. Zhou Wen had no plans on bothering with it anyway. He planned on heading home to game, but unfortunately, he bumped into Wang Fei and was taken to her office. "Zhou Wen, have you considered the matter that I mentioned previously?" Wang Fei asked. "Ms. Wang, I already said that I won't avoid it." It wasn't that Zhou Wen insisted on fighting John, but that he had nowhere to go. "All right, since you're so insistent, I won't persuade you any further. In light of how you might be representing the school in battle, you can bring up anything that you need now. The college will try its best to support you," said Wang Fei. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said, "I want the entry pass to Tiger Cage Pass and Lotus Flower Cave. I wonder if it's possible." "Of course, that's not a problem. If you need anything, I can help you apply for a few more passes," Wang Fei agreed readily. Wang Fei felt gratified. Although Zhou Wen had almost no chance of defeating John, it was still worth it if this could stir up Zhou Wen's fighting spirit. "That's even better, thank you, Ms. Wang." Zhou Wen expressed his gratitude. He didn't really wish to enter to train himself with the pass, but to find a reasonable excuse for future summonings of the demonized general and using of the primordial energy skills. There's no failure when you're young. The most important thing is not to leave any regrets. Work hard and don't make yourself regret in the future. Before Zhou Wen left, Wang Fei even encouraged him. Zhou Wen felt that Counselor Wang Fei was really a nice person, but she was just too naggy. That afternoon, Wang Fei sent a few permit passes to Zhou Wen. Apart from Tiger Cage Pass and Lotus Flower Cave, there were several other dimensional zones that had been closed by the school ones that the typical student wasn't able to enter. After Zhou Wen had obtained the passes, he won a Tiger Cage Pass first. He did enter Tiger Cage Pass, but he didn't kill any monsters. He killed demonized soldiers for a while before finding a spot without any demonized soldiers. Coincidentally, there was an old, broken-down tank there. He lay down in it and continued to use his phone to grind. There were many black-winged flying ants outside Ant City. They were legendary creatures, and their combat ability was similar to the silver-winged flying ant. However, they were not as agile as the silver-winged flying ant. Zhou Wen summoned Truth Listener, the mutated lotus flower ant, the silver-winged flying ant, and the mutated demonized general in their companion beast form. Together with the blood-colored avatar, they charged towards Ant City. The mutated demonized general charged forward as the silver-winged flying ant flew in the air. Behind it were the mutated lotus flower ant and Truth Listener. The blood-colored avatar was in the middle, sending the grinding team into the black-winged ants. Despite being at the legendary stage, Zhou Wen's few companion beasts were much more ferocious than the black-winged flying ants. With one charge of the mutated demonized general and a cleave of the strange spear in its hand, it killed several black-winged flying ants. The lotus flower above the mutated lotus flower ant's head spewed out large amounts of red lotus seed bullets. The black-winged flying ants that were hit by the lotus seed bullets immediately corroded away, losing their ability to fly. After landing on the ground, their combat strength decreased drastically, and they were beheaded by Truth Listener's tiny claws. What shocked Zhou Wen the most was Truth Listener. Despite its tiny size, less than the size of a palm, its claws were like a ghostly claw that could lop off a black-winged flying ant's head with one strike. Zhou Wen originally imagined that it would be a bitter fight, but now he realized that he didn't need to do a thing. All he needed to do was follow behind to pick up the items. The four companion beasts charged forward, and from time to time, he would hear a chime. Quite a number of dimensional crystals dropped on the ground, and even a black-winged flying ant's companion egg dropped. Chapter 140, Golden Ant Honey. Picking up things from behind his companion beasts made Zhou Wen feel guilty of reaping the fruits of success without putting in any effort. It's no wonder so many people wanted to be a general in ancient times. With a bunch of lackeys sweeping through everything, it's truly a pleasure to reap the spoils. In a blink of an eye, he threw away the guilt he felt and continued picking things up without any qualms. 17 valued strength dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen hurriedly picked it up and allowed the blood-colored avatar to absorb it, raising his strength to 17. This was the highest attribute Zhou Wen currently possessed. The dimensional crystals produced by legendary creatures were commonly below 15 points. It was rare to see them above that. This was the first 17 points he had obtained. Ever since Zhou Wen began grinding legendary creatures, he hadn't seen 20 valued dimensional crystals. This left him somewhat worried as to how he could raise his attributes to 21. Based on his previous experience, he had to raise his attributes to the level of a mythical creature like Truth Listener, so that he could advance to the next level. All the attributes of Truth Listener at the legendary stage were 21, so Zhou Wen naturally had to raise his attributes to 21. As the four powerful companion beasts charged forward, the blood-colored avatar had already entered Ant City. Large numbers of ants immediately rushed out from the ant nest. These ants were different from the black-winged flying ants. There were red-armored ants and black-armored ants, but most of them were yellow-armored ants. Their numbers were terrifying, but they couldn't fly and could only attack on the ground. The blood-colored avatar and the four companion beasts immediately plunged into the endless sea of ants. The previously ferocious, mutated, demonized general charged forward. Although it killed several ants, more surged forward and pulled it deep into the swamp-like sea of ants. When Zhou Wen realized that the situation was turning south, he made the blood-colored avatar jump onto the back of the silver-winged flying ant and fly straight into the sky before flying towards the middle of Ant City. He let the mutated, demonized general slow down the ant horde as much as it could. Due to the large number of black-winged flying ants killed previously, there were very few ants that could fly after entering Ant City. Using the ant nest as an obstacle, the silver-winged flying ant dodged left and right, flitting through the air swiftly as it got closer and closer to the strange ant nest in the middle. A black-winged flying ant charged forward, but the silver-winged flying ant was no longer capable of dodging. The blood-colored avatar struck out with ashen palm and struck the black-winged flying ant's head. As though it had been struck dumb, it began flying in random directions before plummeting to the ground. Zhou Wen didn't use any other primordial energy skills as their expenditure was too high, allowing him to only use them twice. Only Ashen Palm used a relatively lower amount of primordial energy. With Zhou Wen's natural speed of primordial energy recovery, he could barely use it for extended periods of time. However, that was only on the basis of occasional use. As the black-winged flying ants charging at him from his surroundings increased, Zhou Wen couldn't even use his Ashen Palm. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded by the black-winged flying ants, Zhou Wen looked at the distance between the blood-colored avatar and the ant nest. Gritting his teeth, he leaped from the back of the silver-winged flying ant and charged towards a black-winged flying ant. He took the opportunity to use Dragon Gate Fairy skill to rush to the top of an ant nest by the side. He then used the momentum to rush straight to the highest spot where the nest was glowing with a golden halo. In the nest behind him, several ants were leaping into the air in a bid to strike the blood-colored avatar. Thankfully, they were wingless red-armored ants. The blood-colored avatar circled the sky with the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, causing the red-armored ants to miss and fall to the ground. When the blood-colored avatar used the momentum to slide towards the golden ant nest, two black-winged flying ants rushed over from both sides. The silver-winged flying ant had already been surrounded by a group of black-winged flying ants. Its wings had been ripped apart and it was being eaten. There was no way it could help him again. The Dragon Gate Fairy skill was only a movement technique and not a flight technique. As Zhou Wen's strength had reached its limit and without anything to push off from, there was no way he could dodge the two black-winged flying ants' attack. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Wen thought of something. A green beam of light was summoned from the blood-colored avatar's palm, transforming into a little fairy sitting on a banana leaf. Before the fairy could see what was happening, the blood-colored avatar stepped on her banana leaf and leaped into the air again. However, the little fairy, along with the banana leaf, fell to the ground. It was not easy for the little fairy to regain control of the banana leaf. Her ashen face was filled with anger. She pointed at the blood-colored avatar in the sky and yelled something. With this step, the blood-colored avatar finally managed to dodge the pounce of the two black-winged ants. Like a cannonball, it slammed into the shimmering golden ant nest. Bam! The ant nest wasn't as solid as Zhou Wen imagined. He had actually managed to open a huge hole as the blood-colored avatar rolled in with the mud walls. The scene in the nest left Zhou Wen slightly taken aback. That so-called golden light wasn't treasure. The bottom half of the nest was filled with golden liquid, one that was sticky like glue. Zhou Wen remembered hearing from others that some kinds of ants made honey like bees. Furthermore, these ants that could make honey were typically terrifying poison ants. However, the honey they made was a tonic that was nourishing and even had medicinal value. Of course, this was all hearsay. Zhou Wen was unsure of its authenticity, but the golden liquid in the nest seemed to be ant honey no matter how one looked at it. After the blood-colored avatar entered the nest, it fell into a golden liquid. Immediately, it felt like it had fallen into a quagmire, so the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. However, after the blood-colored avatar's mouth was stained with the golden liquid, he felt a sweet fragrance entering his mouth. It made Zhou Wen even more certain that it was the legendary ant honey. Consumed golden ant honey, primordial energy +1. A notification popped up on his phone screen. It left Zhou Wen slightly taken aback before he became ecstatic. Just as he was about to control the blood-colored avatar to drink a few mouthfuls, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing scream. When he looked up, he saw a flying ant that looked like it was cast from gold. It angrily flew down from the top of the nest and was as fast as a golden phantom. Zhou Wen was only able to see the golden flying ant's appearance when the blood-colored avatar was slain by a golden beam of light. Its head and body were separated. However, the last thing he saw was something like a cocoon floating in thin air in the upper half of the nest. It was snow-white and crystalline, and he had no idea what it was. Without even having the time to look at it, the phone screen went black. Ants seem to be born from eggs, right? That thing was clearly a cocoon formed from thin silk. Could it be that ants in a dimensional dimension can reproduce? Zhou Wen found it odd. The aura from the cocoon seemed somewhat different from the golden flying ant. Chapter 141, Strange Siblings. Just as Zhou Wen was about to drip his blood to revive and continue fighting, he suddenly heard a voice coming from afar. The sound became clearer as though someone was walking over. "Brother, is that thing really inside Tiger Cage Pass?" A woman's voice sounded. Although it wasn't loud and was rather far away, Zhou Wen could still hear it clearly with truth listener's ability. "The most likely place is Tiger Cage Pass," a man's voice rang out. "If that thing is really inside Tiger Cage Pass, with our abilities, we won't be able to rush in at all. I'm afraid we've made a wasted trip," the woman added. "Not necessarily," the man said with a laugh. "The one in Tiger Cage Pass is not the usual person at the epic stage. I'm afraid we won't even be able to catch an arrow from him, so how can we rush in?" the woman said. "Blindly charging in will definitely not work. However, I do know of a method that can allow us to enter." The man paused before continuing. "There are 3 mutated demonized generals like Fist, Paper, and Blade in Tiger Cage Pass. If we can gather all 3 demonized generals' skills, we can use them to get past that arrow. When the time comes, as long as we can get close enough to Tiger Cage Pass, we can enter it through that secret tunnel. There aren't many mutated demonized generals to begin with. It's easier said than done to have one drop with all 3 skills," said the woman. "Let's take it slow. After all, we still have to stay at Sunset College for 2 years. If we are lucky, we might be able to gather the 3 primordial energy skills," the man said. Zhou Wen was lying in the broken-down tank and heard their conversation clearly. The duo talked as they walked, and soon, they had gone some distance without discovering Zhou Wen. "Those 2 must be Wu Jun and Wu Nan who were in the top 10, right? They actually know so much about Tiger Cage Pass and some secret tunnel. What's the thing they were talking about?" Zhou Wen could easily recognize them with truth listener's ability. However, the siblings' behavior was somewhat odd. However, none of this had anything to do with Zhou Wen. He continued to lay in the tank and grind away. He still wanted to enter the golden flying ant's nest to drink a few mouthfuls of the ant honey. He had only taken a sip due to his lack of preparation the last time. Next time he felt that he would be able to fill his stomach. However, through a great ordeal, when Zhou Wen finally arrived in front of the nest at the highest point, he saw a golden beam flash before he could enter. The golden flying ant charged out of the nest and killed the blood-colored avatar outside without giving him a chance to enter. Zhou Wen refused to give up and tried again, but the result was the same. Without even having the chance to enter the nest, he was killed by the golden flying ant. How can this be? Logically speaking, the game's program should be fixed. The first time I went there, the golden flying ant was in the nest. It only took action after I rushed in. Why did it come out before the blood-colored avatar entered the nest during the second and third time? Zhou Wen felt depressed. Drinking the golden ant honey seemed hopeless, so all Zhou Wen could do was grind the other dungeons. While grinding, Zhou Wen also headed to Myriad Buddha Cave to see if there were any three-eyed golden warriors. There were three-eyed golden warriors, but they spawned at different locations every time, which meant that it took Zhou Wen some time to find them. The mutated demonized general led the way on a horse, blasting through the horde of golden warriors. This made Zhou Wen's progress speed much faster. After finding a three-eyed golden warrior, the mutated demonized general clashed head-on with it but failed to gain much of an advantage. However, it wasn't placed at a disadvantage either. The clash between the Golden Palm and Astral Fist was like a collision between Mars and Earth. The air blasts that produced were enough to send the Golden Warriors by the side flying. Although the three-eyed Golden Warrior was powerful, its speed and means of attack were still inferior to the mutated demonized general. Zhou Wen used Astral Suction Palm to help the mutated demonized general to kill the three-eyed Golden Warrior, which ended up dropping an 18-valued Constitution crystal, raising Zhou Wen's Constitution to 18 points. Time passed as Zhou Wen grinded away, living a very regular lifestyle. He alternated between Tiger Cage Pass and Lotus Flower Cave on a daily basis. Wang Fei was greatly gratified when she learned how hardworking Zhou Wen was. However, unbeknownst to her, Zhou Wen only found a place to game after entering the dimensional zones. "Who's that boy? Why haven't I seen him before? He's so handsome." A few girls were walking in the school when they suddenly saw a boy walking over. After taking a closer look at his face, their eyes lit up. "Really? Our school actually has such a handsome guy. Why didn't we notice him in the past?" The girls' eyes were almost fixed on him. In their eyes, that boy was flawless from head to toe. His entire being seemed to be glowing. When the boy saw them looking at him, he smiled at them. The girls' hearts pounded wildly and they lowered their heads shyly, not daring to look at him again. By the time they lifted their heads again, the boy had already disappeared. "Damn it, I should have asked for his number just now." A girl stamped her feet in regret. "The door isn't locked. Come in." Wei Ji was clearing some student council work when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. The door was pushed open, but Wei Ji felt that something was amiss. It was as if the person was not a member of the student council, so he looked up. Upon seeing this, Wei Ji felt a sense of animosity. The boy in front of him was his idea of the perfect man. He was elegant, mature, reliable, and had the aura of a nobleman. No one could ignore his existence with him merely standing there. It was as though he was the center of the world. With just a glance, Wei Ji had already added the boy to the list of his opponents. The boy reached out his hand and in a friendly manner said, "Hello, I'm John." "So it's John. I'm the student council president of Sunset College, Wei Ji. I've already received notice from the school that I'll be responsible for your daily life while you're studying here." Wei Ji stood up and reached out to shake John's hand as their gaze met. John's gaze was as pure as a silent sea, without any ripples. When their hands held each other, Wei Ji smiled as he secretly exerted strength in his palm. He wanted to test John's strength. Wei Ji had long heard that John had the title of saint in the West District. He was a famous genius in the West District. Wei Ji didn't think that he would be any worse than John, but after his hand gradually tightened, his expression changed. No matter how much Wei Ji exerted his strength, nothing happened to John's palm. It remained warm and firm, as though strength couldn't affect it at all. Even his expression was as gentle as ever. Wei Ji felt that John was like an unfathomable ocean. No one knew how terrifying it was beneath the calm. Chapter 142, St. John. John, welcome to Sunset College for your studies. I'll take you to the dormitory first. Wei Ji retracted his hand as his expression was a mixture of emotions. Then I'll have to trouble you, John said with a smile. I heard that Sunset College produced a genius this year. A freshman who has yet to advance to the legendary stage has managed to enter the top 10 of the comprehensive test. Wei Ji was a shrewd person. Upon hearing John's words, he immediately had a guess. Could it be that this John has a grudge with Zhou Wen? Although he had such thoughts in mind, Wei Ji said, I do indeed have such a junior. His talent and character are excellent. I heard his name is Zhou Wen, John asked again. That's right, do you know him? Wei Ji asked. I don't know him. I heard that Sunset College has produced such a genius, so I'm looking forward to it. If there's a chance, I hope I can spar with him. John made his words very clear. This only affirmed Wei Ji's conjecture, but he avoided answering. He only smiled and said, I'll take you to the dormitory first. The school will arrange everything else. John nodded with a calm expression. He didn't say anything further and instead chatted with Wei Ji about the glorious history and interesting news of Sunset College. News of John coming to Sunset College quickly spread. Even if the school didn't promote him, a tall, handsome, and outstanding student like John would easily attract attention once he appeared on campus. It's as the rumors say, John is indeed a genius with both looks and strength. The reputation of a saint is true. What do you mean, as the rumors say? You haven't seen his strength at all, have you? Maybe he's just a pretty boy. Generally, men who are good-looking can't be too weak, said a girl. The students of Sunset College were discussing the genius student from the West District, especially the Cape family that had born one of the 6 heroes. This gave him an even more mysterious halo. Many of the experts in the school hoped to battle John, but this was not something they could sort for themselves. They had to follow the arrangements of the school's leaders. Sunset College had carefully selected a list of students to interact with John. There were 5 people, including Huang Jai, Wei Ji, Hui Heifeng, Wang Lu, and Feng Qiuyan. In consideration of Zhou Wen's relationship with Liz, he wasn't put on the list. When John saw the name list, he didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a rare smile. Zhou Wen had also heard the news of John's arrival, but he didn't take it to heart. With his present strength and his legendary companion beasts that possessed astonishing combat strength, it could be said that he wasn't afraid of any cultivator of the same level. If John really wanted to fight him, he wouldn't back down. He continued persisting in his old ways by grinding daily. He obtained quite a number of dimensional crystals and companion beasts, and his attributes increased significantly. Apart from his speed, the other attributes had increased to 18 points, and his speed was at 17 points. However, he didn't obtain any better excellent-grade companion beasts. Most of them were used as food to feed Truth Listener and Banana Fairy. He attempted to fuse a small number of them, but all of them failed. The success rate of the fusion was frighteningly low. Providing plenty of food was clearly beneficial. After consuming a copious number of legendary companion eggs, Banana Fairy finally began to evolve. Banana Fairy didn't undergo much of a change when she reached the legendary stage. Her body was still small and petite, and she didn't grow up at all. Instead, the banana leaf she was sitting on had enlarged but was merely the size of a palm. Banana Fairy, legendary evolvable. Life state, Great Yin Spirit Root. Strength 21. Speed 21. Constitution, 21. Primordial Energy, 21. Talent Skill, Grand Yin Wind. Companion Form, Fan. Apart from possessing a life providence, her attributes had grown to the same level as Truth Listener. There were no changes in other aspects, with her only skill being Grand Yin Wind. The Great Yin Spirit Root seemed to have a certain augmentation effect on the Grand Yin Wind. Zhou Wen tested the power of the Grand Yin Wind in-game, and with a gentle flap, he sent several black-winged flying ants flying tens of feet away. Furthermore, the wind caused their bodies to be covered in frost, to the point of nearly being frozen into ice sculptures and losing all their combat strength. They were so stiff that they curled into a ball and trembled. What a potent Grand Yin Wind! Unfortunately, I can only use it once. Zhou Wen realized that the Grand Yin Wind was completely uncontrollable. If he used it once, it would absorb all his primordial energy at once without leaving him a single drop. After advancing to the legendary stage, Truth Listener and the Banana Fairy became restless. Zhou Wen often sensed their thoughts, hoping that he could release them. When there was no one around, Zhou Wen would release them to allow them to take a breather. Truth Listener was rather well behaved. He crouched beside Zhou Wen and pricked up his 4 ears to listen to him. It was unknown what he was listening to. However, Banana Fairy wasn't that well behaved. She flew around like a fly on the banana leaf, her mouth smacking away, saying something completely indecipherable. Thankfully, Zhou Wen didn't have any other advantages but being sufficiently focused. No matter how noisy the tiny Banana Fairy was beside him, he didn't seem to hear her. He continued gaming without being affected. Wang Fei was originally worried that John would cause trouble for Zhou Wen, but John didn't seem to have any objections to the list of people. Nor did he mention Zhou Wen, as though he had no idea that Zhou Wen existed. In just 3 or 4 days after arriving at Sunset College, John received unanimous praise from the students, especially the female students. They almost thought John was their Prince Charming. During his sparring, John battled Wei Ji to a tie with his sword techniques. He tied with Hui Heifeng with his melee combat skills. His saber techniques were comparable to Feng Qiuyan's, and his skills of alacrity were no weaker than Wang Lu. Apart from not really fighting Huang Jai, John and the other 4 top students of Sunset College were tied. Although they didn't win, they didn't lose either. However, many students believed that John was stronger because he had never used Holy Light Judgment, the primordial energy skill he used to obtain the title of Saint. A primordial energy skill like the Holy Light Judgment was not something that could be learned with a dimensional crystal. Before that, one had to possess a Covenant Real physique of the Cape family, one of the 6 heroes. To absorb the primordial energy skill crystal, needed to master the terrifying primordial energy skill like Holy Light Judgment. In just a few days, John became synonymous with the words humility, elegance, nobility, and gentlemanly. Even Wei Ji, who was popular with female students, was overshadowed by John. Chapter 143. Dragon Gate 20 Pieces. Zhou Wen, be careful. That John is terrifying, Li Xian said to Zhou Wen with a heavy expression when he arrived at his dorm one night. What's wrong? Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian in puzzlement. Don't you find it strange? He definitely knows about you and Liz, but he hasn't mentioned it in the past 4 days in school. Don't you think this person is too sinister? Li Xian said. Isn't it better if he doesn't mention it? Zhou Wen asked. Not mentioning it doesn't mean he won't cause trouble for you. Anyway, I think there's something fishy. You have to be careful and don't fall into his trap. By the way, it's best you don't agree to spar with him. Do you know what Wei Ji said about him? Li Xian said. I don't, Zhou Wen said with a shake of his head. Unfathomable, Li Xian said before continuing. Although Wei Ji's character isn't great, he's still quite powerful. If even someone like him views John as unfathomable, does it mean that John's strength is really terrifying? Unless necessary, it's best not to fight him. All right, I'll remember that. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. As long as John didn't make trouble for him, he didn't plan on fighting him. When it comes to fighting, how can it be more fun than killing monsters in games? It's not like fighting people can drop equipment or pets, Zhou Wen thought. After sending Li Xuan off, Zhou Wen continued gaming while lying in bed. When Zhou Wen entered Myriad Buddha Cave again, he killed another three-eyed golden warrior and actually had a companion egg drop. My three-eyed golden warrior companion egg has finally returned. Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly checked its attributes. Three-eyed golden warrior, legendary. Life state, golden body. Strength 18. Speed 14. Constitution 18. Primordial energy 17. Talent skill, invulnerable golden body, golden palm, golden fiend tamer fist. Companion form, golden silk soft armor. This three-eyed golden warrior was actually a rare companion beast with 3 skills. Furthermore, its attributes were even better than Li Xuan's. It was basically maxed out. The three-eyed golden warrior's speed wasn't fast to begin with, so 14 points was its limit. Li Xuan was only at 13, even slower than Zhou Wen's. Its strength and primordial energy were slightly lower than Zhou Wen's, with only constitution being equal. Although its attributes were inferior to his demonized general, its golden body life providence made it hardier than the demonized general. It was an excellent grade meat shield pet. With the three-eyed golden warrior tanking any attacks up ahead, it gave Zhou Wen much more space to maneuver. As for the golden fiend tamer fist, it seemed to be weaker than golden palm, but something was better than nothing. The Xianxia Club was finally officially established. In order to celebrate the birth of the club, Li Xuan organized his first club activity and gathered all the members together. He planned on having a training event at a dimensional zone. Although Gu Dian was only a member in name, Li Xuan still sent him a message, hoping that he might participate. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan never expected him to join them, but to their surprise, Gu Dian actually came. "Are you going to Dragon Gate Grotto's ancient Yang Cave?" asked Gu Dian. "That's right, shall we go together?" Li Xuan said with a smile. "All right." Gu Dian nodded slightly before standing to the side without speaking to anyone. Zhou Wen and Li Xuan had roughly understood his personality, so they didn't mind. After getting Fang Ruoxi and Tian Xiangdong, the 5 of them set off towards ancient Yang Cave at Dragon Gate Grotto. Ancient Yang Cave was considered one of the more famous caves in Dragon Gate Grotto. The famous ancient tablets from the Wei Dynasty, Dragon Gate 20 pieces consisted of 20 items, and 19 of them were in the ancient Yang Cave. After it became a dimensional zone, the Dragon Gate 19 pieces also underwent changes, giving birth to a legendary creature, the Mounted Tablet Beast. Li Xuan's organization of the club activity was to hunt the Mounted Tablet Beast together. Mounted Tablet Beasts looked extremely odd. It was a stone turtle that carried a stone tablet on its back. It moved very slowly, but its body was extremely hard. It was like a golden warrior, a legendary creature that was extremely difficult to kill. The only difference was that no one liked to kill golden warriors. However, mounted tablet beasts were popular for hunting because, although it was difficult to kill, they dropped excellent primordial energy skills. Furthermore, the drop rate was rather high. According to the differences in the words written on the tablet, there were a total of 19 types. Every mounted tablet beast had a special primordial energy skill. There were 19 types that could drop, and each one had their own uses and was deeply loved by the students. As too many students hunted mounted tablet beasts, the school had no choice but to limit entry into the ancient Yang Cave. They had to have a permit to enter freely. After Li Xuan used some connections, he obtained the pass to ancient Yang Cave and organized this event. There were too many small dungeons in Dragon Gate Grotto. Although Zhou Wen knew of the existence of ancient Yang Cave, he had never been to it in-game. Originally, he was not interested in the cave, but he still had to participate in the club's events. Hence, he went along with Li Xuan and company. The Buddha statues and Buddhist shrines in the ancient Yang Cave were dazzling. Just as they entered, they saw a moving stone pillar. On careful look, it was a giant turtle carrying a stone tablet crawling on the ground. Let me repeat again. When killing the mounted tablet beast, make sure not to touch the Buddha statues or the Buddhist shrines. Otherwise, no one can save you if something bad happens, Li Xiuwen exhorted again. Brother Li, don't worry. We know the rules. We guarantee that we won't break them, Tian Xiangdong said as he patted his chest. That's good. After all, there's not much danger in ancient Yang Cave. The mounted tablet beast crawls very slowly. As long as you don't court death, it probably won't be able to harm you. Everyone split up and do whatever you need to do. You can all find mounted tablet beasts for yourselves. Li Xiuwen immediately began as he charged towards the mounted tablet beast. Gu Dian and Fang Ruoxi went in different directions to search for the mounted tablet beasts hidden in the ancient Yang Cave. However, Zhou Wen stood rooted to the ground as he watched Li Xiuwen attack the mounted tablet beast. At the same time, he looked at the stone tablet text on the back of the mounted tablet beast. The words on the tablet danced and moved in a strange way. The strokes were full, straight, and filled with spirituality. It had an unbound beauty. Zhou Wen didn't know calligraphy, but when he saw the words on the tablet, he thought of the mysterious stone monuments he had seen. The stone tablet on the back of the mounted tablet beast couldn't match the mysterious stone monuments Zhou Wen had seen, nor did it have any mysterious power lingering on. It was likely something ordinary. However, after reading through the information regarding ancient Yang Cave, Zhou Wen's heart stirred. The species of the mounted tablet beast corresponds to the Dragon Gate 19 pieces. Does that mean that at the last piece of the Dragon Gate 20 pieces, there's a corresponding dimensional creature and primordial energy skill? But why haven't I heard of any other mounted tablet beasts outside the ancient Yang Cave? Zhou Wen checked the information regarding the Dragon Gate 20 pieces and discovered that 19 of them were in ancient Yang Cave. Only one piece was located outside Old Dragon Cave at Xianxia Kiln. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall something. Wang Lu had previously mentioned that one could hear a dragon's roar near Old Dragon Cave and that there was a treasure halo that appeared at night. Apparently, it was close to Xianxia Kiln. Chapter 144, Rising Sun Monument. It killed Wei Ji to meet John again, but he had no choice but to take him around to experience campus life at Sunset College. In the past, Wei Ji had been the center of attention wherever he went. He had been the target of all the girls' passionate gazes, but with John by his side, Wei Ji felt as if his brilliance had been completely overshadowed. He felt it now as they were touring the campus. There was a large group of girls following them, however. The girls who used to only have eyes for him were now staring unblinkingly at John. Their eyes were almost in the shapes of hearts. Is this Sunset College's Rising Sun Monument? John stood in front of a monument made of white jade and stared at the rows of names on it. That's right. This is the Rising Sun Monument. The names of the top 10 students of each year's comprehensive test are engraved on it as a way to inspire future students. If they make it onto the rankings several times, there will be a star-shaped mark beside their names. The number of stars tells you how many times the student has had their name appear on the Rising Sun Monument while schooling, said Wei Ji proudly. He had been on the rankings ever since he was in his sophomore year. Together with the current year, he had already been on the rankings twice. He was bound to appear on the rankings next year, in his final year. Only a small group of elites in Sunset College attained such rankings for 3 consecutive years. This was an illustrious result that one could be proud of. President Wei's cultivation is superb and his sword skills are peerless. I guess you definitely make it onto the rankings, John asked with a smile. I was lucky enough to get on the rankings twice. Wei Ji pointed at his name on the monument. Hui Heifeng, Feng Qiuyan, and Wang Lu are both highly talented, so they should be on this list, right? John asked again. Indeed, they were in the top 10 in the comprehensive test this year. Wei Ji pointed them out one by one, but he could already feel that something was amiss. That's weird. John looked at the Sunrise Monument and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wei Ji had already realized something as he shot a look at John. However, he didn't follow up on the topic, as if he hadn't heard John's words of surprise. Although Wei Ji didn't respond, one of the girls following them asked, "What's so strange, John?" Wei Ji wanted nothing more than to give the girl a slap, thinking that this woman was truly stupid. John pointed at the name on the monument and said, "President Wei, you and the others are all elite talents, being able to advance to the legendary stage before reaching 20. It's not surprising that you could make the rankings. However, on this entire Rising Sun monument, other than one person, all of them are at the legendary stage. Why is this person's name on it despite being only at the mortal stage? The person you're talking about is Zhou Wen, right? Although he is only at the mortal stage, his strength is indeed astonishing. He obtained the stunning results of 3 perfect scores and 1 short of perfect at 9 during the comprehensive test. He's indeed a genius, so it's not surprising that he made the rankings," the girl from before added. John pulled up the corners of his mouth and looked at Zhou Wen's name on the monument. "I never expected such a genius to exist in this world. To be able to enter the top 10 of Sunset College's comprehensive test at the mortal stage makes him a truly rare sight. Since I'm here at Sunset College, I have to see him for myself. Otherwise, wouldn't this be a longing regret?" Wei Ji's expression changed slightly before it immediately reverted to its original state. He looked at John and said, "Zhou Wen is indeed a genius. However, he's still at the mortal stage. It's probably not appropriate for you to spar with him, right?" Although Wei Ji didn't have a good impression of Zhou Wen, as the student council president of Sunset College, he still stood in the position of upholding the school's reputation. John said indifferently, "President Wei, that's not right. There were many experts at Sunset College's comprehensive test. Even the top 23 are probably legendary experts. For a mortal stage to be able to defeat so many legendary experts, and for you, President Wei, Feng Qiuyan and company, to be similarly ranked in the top 10, isn't it odd that you're now telling me that he doesn't have the ability to fight someone at the legendary stage? Could it be that Zhou Wen's results weren't obtained by his strength alone? If that's the case, I suggest that his name be promptly removed from the Rising Sun monument, lest it mars the reputation of Sunset College. Those not in the know might even come to the impression that students of Sunset College only know how to cheat." Wei Ji's expression changed as he replied firmly, "Zhou Wen's results are real. Students from Sunset College never cheat. In that case, I would like to see how this mortal stage genius managed to enter the top 10 of the comprehensive test," John said with a smile. Zhou Wen was gaming on his bed when he suddenly heard his phone ring. When he saw that it was a call from Xianxia, he chose to answer. "Old Joe, bad news. That bastard John is too sinister," Xianxia's resentful voice sounded. "Calm down. What happened? Tell me slowly." Zhou Wen wasn't flustered at all. "That bastard is standing in front of the Rising Sun monument." Xianxia recounted what had happened and continued anxiously. "This matter has blown up quite a bit. The school doesn't have a way out, so this matter probably won't be easy to settle." "Got it." When Zhou Wen heard the doorbell ring, he said to Xianxia, "Someone's pressing the doorbell. It might be Ms. Wang Fei. I'll talk to you later." "What do you plan on doing?" Xianxia asked again. "What else can I do if others come knocking at my door?" Zhou Wen hung up after saying that. Opening the door, it was indeed Wang Fei. She looked at Zhou Wen and sighed. "Zhou Wen." Just as she said that, Zhou Wen cut her off. "Ms. Wang, I can fight, take me there." Wang Fei was stunned. Seeing Zhou Wen's indifferent expression as though he had already made a decision, she still asked, "Have you decided?" "Yes, don't worry. Even if I can't win, I definitely won't embarrass the school," Zhou Wen said. "Just do your best." Wang Fei didn't believe that Zhou Wen could defeat John. If possible, she would rather Zhou Wen not fight. However, the matter had blown up so much that it might even affect the reputation of Sunset College. Regardless of whether it was victory or defeat, Zhou Wen needed to step forward to battle John. The school held no hopes of Zhou when defeating John. They only hoped that he wouldn't lose too terribly so that they could have a chance of spinning it in a better light. Wang Fei didn't wish for Zhou Wen to fight. afraid that the positive attitude he had recently established would crumble from the beating. John's family background was better than in Jiang's. His achievements were not much worse than in Jiang's, and might even be better. Back then, Zhou Wen didn't even manage to withstand a single blow from Jiang. This time, the outcome wasn't optimistic either. Chapter 145, 10 minutes. Since you are doubting the standards of our Sunset College students, I'll fight you. A cold voice was heard in front of the Rising Sun monument. Everyone turned their heads and saw the deadpan and Jiang approach John. John said with a smile, "Miss N, I believe you are mistaken. I'm not doubting Sunset College's teaching ability or strength of its students. I'm very respectful to students like President Wei, Hui Heifeng, Feng Qiuyan, Wang Lu, and you, Miss N. All of you are truly capable students. As for Zhou Wen, I was originally very respectful to him. I wanted to get to know this rare genius, but your attitude has left me somewhat puzzled. This matter had nothing to do with me to begin with, but since I'm an exchange student here at Sunset College, I'm considered part of it during this period of time. I don't wish for the college's reputation to be sullied." "You don't dare to fight me," she stared at John quietly. John continued with a smile. "Miss N, are you upholding Zhou Wen's honor or Sunset College? Could it be that this Zhou Wen is truly lacking in strength and cheated to obtain a spot that should have belonged to another student?" John's doubts caused the students of Sunset College who were watching to whisper amongst themselves. Clearly, everyone became suspicious. Previously, when Zhou Wen obtained the spot, there were already people who suspected him. However, there was no evidence back then, so no one mentioned it. Now that John mentioned it, the previous suspicions were magnified. "There's absolutely no such thing. Our Sunset College categorically forbids cheating. Once they are discovered, they are immediately expelled," an official from the college hurriedly explained. However, no matter what he said, he was unable to dispel the suspicions of those students. "Unless Zhou Wen comes out to fight me to prove to everyone that he isn't any worse than the other students in the top 10, it's hardly convincing," John said with a smile. "How shall it be proven? By defeating you." And Jiang was about to say something when she suddenly heard a voice. Everyone turned their heads and saw Zhou Wen walk over and stand in front of the Rising Sun monument. "It might be a little too harsh on you to talk about defeating me. Weapons or empty-handed, strength, speed, and endurance, or even if it's a battle of companion beasts, you can choose any one type. As long as you can last 10 minutes without being defeated, it's your win." John was forcing Zhou Wen to have no way out. "That bastard John is so sinister," Li Qiuwen cursed under his breath. Now he finally understood why John hadn't directly challenged Zhou when he first came to the college. His intentions were extremely sinister. If Zhou Wen were to fight John as one of the students who interacted with him in the beginning, he could just admit defeat if he wasn't his match. But now that things had reached this stage, if Zhou Wen couldn't hold on for more than 10 minutes, not only would Zhou Wen lose face, but even Sunset College's reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, Zhou Wen had to persist for 10 minutes regardless, and in these 10 minutes, John could do whatever he wanted. John definitely wouldn't dare kill Zhou Wen at Sunset College, but he could teach him a lesson that he would never forget. And Jiang naturally saw through John's intentions and said to Zhou Wen, you don't need to prove anything to others. Since you are so lacking in confidence, how about this? I won't do a thing. As long as you can last 10 minutes without being defeated in front of one of my companion beasts, I'll count it as you winning. How can a top 10 student of Sunset College's comprehensive test not be able to complete such a simple matter? John looked at Zhou Wen mockingly. 10 minutes, Zhou Wen asked John. That's right, just 10 minutes. John couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhou Wen about to agree. 10 minutes is too long, Zhou Wen shook his head. Oh, then how long do you think you can last? John looked at Zhou Wen with piqued interest. It was beyond his expectations that Zhou Wen was actually showing signs of weakness in front of so many people. 1 minute, Zhou Wen thought seriously before giving a number. With Zhou Wen's words, the surrounding Sunset College students felt ashamed. After all, Zhou Wen was in the top 10 of the comprehensive test, so for him to admit that he could only last a minute in front of John's companion beast was a disgrace to Sunset College. A minute is indeed short, but since you have spoken, let's do it, John said with a smile that had no mirth in it. John thought to himself, even if it's only a minute, I can still cripple you. How dare you treat my sister that way? I will definitely settle this score with you. There were special combat grounds in the school. Under the guidance of the college staff, the two of them arrived at the venue. This matter had long spread across Sunset College. Many students had come to watch, but there were very few counselors. Apart from Wang Fei and a few other counselors and staff who maintained order at the scene, there was basically no sight of the college's upper management. The college's upper management could roughly guess how Zhou Wen had entered the top 10. However, they didn't hold it against him because of the Yin family. From their point of view, Zhou Wen was bound to lose to John in combat, so no one wanted to embarrass themselves here. Will Zhou Wen be all right? Fang Ruoxi asked worriedly. Old Zhou will definitely be fine if it's just a minute, but, Li Xuan said. But what? Fang Ruoxi asked. I have a nagging feeling that things aren't that simple. Old Zhou's personality seems mild and uncompetitive, but he's a very proud person deep down. He should. Li Xuan didn't continue. When Li Xuan saw Feng Qiuyan sitting by the side, he asked, Little Feng, you fought with John. What are your thoughts? John is very strong. A minute will be very difficult, Feng Qiuyan said. Li Xuan, Fang Ruoxi, and Tian Xiangdong were alarmed. Tian Xiangdong said in disbelief, Is John so strong that Zhou Wen won't even last a minute? Feng Qiuyan said calmly, It's indeed difficult to defeat John in a minute, but coach might have his own ideas. Tian Xiangdong's and Li Xuan's mouths widened so much that an egg could be stuffed into them. They looked at Feng Qiuyan like he was an alien. Did I hear wrongly just now? Are you saying that Zhou Wen wants to defeat John in a minute? Is that what Zhou Wen meant by a minute? Tian Xiangdong felt his mind become a mess. However, Li Xuan slapped his thigh. I knew it. How could old Zhou be so cowardly? That's right, that must be the case. As the few of them spoke, John had already summoned his companion beast. Many of the onlookers shouted its name when they saw it. Chapter 146. 1 minute is too long. Knight of the Round Table. Li Xuan cried out softly when he saw John summon his companion beast. Among the many dimensional zones in the West District, Camelot was undoubtedly one of the most famous. There was only one dimensional creature in Camelot, the legendary Knights of the Round Table. They were rare in number, and each one of them had different abilities. To be able to obtain a Knight of the Round Table companion beast was like a dream to legendary cultivators in the West District. In the West District, a Knight of the Round Table companion beast was synonymous with being invincible at the legendary stage. It was not only because they were powerful, but also because of another important reason. Other than a Knight of the Round Table's own abilities, they were also one of the few companion beasts who could be augmented by their owner's strength. The more powerful the person with a Knight of the Round Table was, the more it boosted the knight. This made him almost invincible at the legendary stage. There was a very famous West District expert who had used Galahad of the Knights of the Round Table to be unparalleled in companion beast combat in the West District. John's knight was riding a black horse, carrying a steel spear that made him look extremely majestic. He wore a medal signifying his status as a Knight of the Round Table. That's Holy Spear Knight of the Knights of the Round Table. Legend has it that he corresponds to the Round Table Knight Lamorak. He's one of the 3 most powerful Round Table Knights. His usage of spears is nearly invincible. He once defeated 30 knights single-handedly, and is an extremely powerful legendary companion beast. With John's augmentation of the Round Table Knight, it wouldn't be too much to say that he's one of the strongest companion beasts at the legendary stage. Wang Lu identified the Round Table Knight's origins. Is Zhou Wen all right? Li Xuan began to worry. It wouldn't be easy for Zhou Wen to defeat such a powerful companion beast in a minute. Wang Fei was also astonished when she saw the Holy Spear Knight. There were very few dimensional creatures in Camelot, so the number of companion beasts produced was limited. Every Round Table Knight's owner was very famous, so it was unexpected for John to have one. However, Round Table Knights were usually one of a kind. She had never heard of two Round Table Knights appearing at the same time. According to what she knew, the Holy Spear Knight originally belonged to an epic expert in the West District, but now it was appearing with John. Although Sunset College also produced knight-type companion beasts in the dimensional zones, they were naturally inferior to the world-renowned Knights of the Round Table. John looked at Zhou Wen and said, "This is my companion beast Holy Spear Knight. He only has one active primordial energy skill, Spear of the Holy Steed, but the might of this spear is nearly invincible amongst its peers. However, since you are one of the top 10 students at Sunset College, it shouldn't be difficult for you to last a minute under his spear, right? Are you ready?" John narrowed his eyes and asked Zhou Wen. "I'll be done soon." Zhou Wen had planned on using the banana fan to just blow away John's companion beast, but after seeing the Holy Spear Knight, he dispelled the thought. As he spoke, Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned. A crimson beam of light flew out, materializing in front of him to form a red-armored knight on a red horse. It was a mighty knight that resembled a devil. A demonized general? No, it's not an ordinary demonized general. It's a word-engraved demonized general. Why is the word engraved on its helmet a little odd? The students from Sunset College immediately recognized the mutated demonized general and began stirring. Even Wang Fei was somewhat surprised. Zhou Wen actually obtained a word-engraved demonized general as a companion beast. Isn't his luck too good? How many days has it been since he obtained the Tiger Cage Pass's entry pass? He actually managed to have a mutated demonized general's companion egg drop. Furthermore, that word-engraved demonized general is a little odd. Why isn't the helmet engraved with blade, paper, fist, but demon? FCK, old Joe is amazing. He managed to obtain a mutated demonized general's companion egg without anyone knowing. However, can it'll beat a Holy Spear Knight? Li Xuan said. I don't know. In theory, Holy Spear Knight should be stronger. After all, he can be augmented by his owner's power. In contrast, the mutated demonized general doesn't have this ability. He can only rely on himself, said Wang Lu in thought. I'm ready now, Zhou Wen said. A knight versus a knight. That's interesting. I'll show you what a real knight is. John proudly raised his finger and gently swiped it. The time starts now. As though he had received an emperor's order, the Holy Spear Knight lifted up his spear and launched an attack at Zhou Wen and the mutated demonized general. As the charge increased in speed, a terrifying spear beam emitted from the Holy Spear Knight's spear. The spear beam pierced through the air and formed a swirl that was visible to the naked eye. It was like a hurricane that effused a terrifying holy luster that charged at the mutated demonized general. Zhou Wen didn't make any moves as the mutated demonized general charged out as well. The red-armored spear was like a red flame. The white and red horses charged forward at the same time, like two hurricanes sweeping through the battlefield, hitting each other in an instant. Bam! The red spear clashed with the holy spear. The terrifying power tore through the air, creating a piercing explosion. This strike was actually a tie. John couldn't help but frown slightly as he couldn't accept the outcome. The Holy Spear Knight failed to gain the upper hand despite being augmented by his powers. It left him somewhat astonished by the power of the mutated demonized general. The spectating students were also excited. The mutated demonized general was actually on par with the famous Knight of the Round Table. It made them yearn for one, and wished that they could head over to Tiger Cage Pass to have a mutated demonized general's companion egg drop. However, just as everyone thought that the clash had ended, the mutated demonized general's other hand clenched into a fist and bombarded the Holy Spear Knight. Bam! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the Holy Spear Knight's body was sent flying from the horse back. He flew more than 10 meters before landing on the ground. The knight lost grip of his spear as it fell far away. The heavy armor on his chest also cracked, while his helmet rolled to the side. Before the Holy Spear Knight could stand up again, the mutated demonized general on the horse that resembled a devil struck out with another palm. A blood-red saber beam slashed through the air, chopping off the Holy Spear Knight's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that everyone stared in shock. Even John himself had yet to react. His Holy Spear Knight had been killed the moment the face-off began. 1 minute, from the looks of it, it's still too long. Zhou Wen looked at the Holy Spear Knight's corpse and spoke without expression. Chapter 147, Rebellious Knight. What's that? Was I seeing things? That mutated demonized general seems to have used 2 primordial energy skills of fist and blade at the same time, am I right? Is there such a demonized general? A student from Sunset College stared at the scene with widened eyes. Haha, what Knight of the Round Table? He's far inferior to our demonized general. 10 minutes was indeed too long. A minute was too long as well. What Zhou Wen said was right, haha. I knew it. How could someone from Sunset College cheat? Zhou Wen's results must be real. With this companion beast, he's qualified to be in the top 10. Isn't Zhou Wen at the mortal stage? Can a mortal stage use a legendary companion beast? As the students were in a flurry of discussion, Wang Fei wore an odd look as well. What's going on with that demonized general? It has both fist and blade techniques. Is this another mutation of the mutated demonized general? Old Zhou, amazing. The mutated demonized general is truly powerful, Li Xuan said with a laugh. John's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhou Wen and said slowly, Sunset College is indeed worthy of its reputation. I've underestimated you. I lost just now. You have the right to fight me. Do you dare fight me seriously in battle? I thought a saint from the West District would be impressive. So they are just people who can't afford to lose. Li Xuan curled his lips and said disdainfully. John, you've already lost, and Jiang said coldly. John remained unmoved as he continued staring at Zhou Wen. Are you afraid of accepting the real challenge? You've already lost. I'm not interested in people who have been previously defeated, Zhou Wen said calmly before turning to leave. John's expression turned ugly as he clenched his fists tightly and stared intently at Zhou Wen's back. Do you dare to fight me with the Cape family's honor on the line as well as this rebellious knight companion egg? Those who had heard of the name Rebellious Knight were alarmed. Even Zhou Wen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at John. The rebellious knight you mentioned is the one that's strongest among the knights of the Round Table, Zhou Wen asked. That's right, the most powerful knight of the Round Table, Lancelot. If you can defeat me, you can have him. John took out a companion egg. The egg emitted resplendent holy light, and the flawless shell that resembled jade had the marks of a sword and shield. Zhou Wen stared at the companion egg and was truly tempted. Lancelot was known as the strongest Round Table knight, but it was also because of his existence that it fractured the knights of the Round Table and the legend of King Arthur. He was somewhat similar to a General Lu Bu in the history of East District. They were all tragedies that were a result of a woman and eventually ended a great legend. Besides other things, Lancelot was indeed an invincible Round Table knight of that era. If the rebellious knight really corresponded to Lancelot, then it was likely to be even stronger than the Holy Spear Knight that John had used. Zhou Wen didn't doubt the authenticity of the rebellious knight companion egg. The Cape family was one of the 6 League Heroes family clans, so for John to dare say such things about betting on the Cape's family's honor, there was no need to use a fake legendary companion egg to ruin the reputation of the family. Since you are betting with Rebellious Knight, I can give you a chance. However, victory and defeat require a clear definition. You can't just let me kill you here, can you? Zhou Wen spoke very seriously. When people heard this, they felt like Zhou Wen was looking down on John, as though he was saying that John would lose without a doubt and that he would go back on his word when he lost. John's eyes twitched a few times, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. He had paid a heavy price for underestimating Zhou Wen. Now, he needed to fight him again. He believed that it was easy for him to defeat him with his strength. A real battle wasn't as simple as relying on a powerful companion beast. John was confident that he could repress Zhou Wen and his companion beast. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down and maintain his usual composure. He took out a pen and drew a circle on his chest. "It's your victory as long as you can touch this area," John said as he pointed at the circle on his chest. "All right," Zhou Wen nodded, but he had no intention of drawing a circle on his chest. It was as though he was saying that he wouldn't lose. When John saw Zhou Wen acting in such a manner, he felt even more infuriated. However, it also matched his thoughts. He had no intention of easily defeating Zhou Wen. Not only did he want to defeat Zhou Wen, he also wanted Zhou Wen to pay the price for the matter regarding Liz. When Wang Fei heard that Zhou Wen had agreed to fight John again, she couldn't help but frown. Zhou Wen had defeated John by surprise with a powerful companion beast. He should have quit while he was ahead, but now he had been enticed by the companion egg and agreed to the battle. It was somewhat irrational. "Feng Qiuyan, in your opinion, what are the chances of Zhou Wen winning?" Li Xuan asked Feng Qiuyan. Although he was most familiar with Zhou Wen, he didn't know much about John. Furthermore, he was biased, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. Feng Qiuyan pondered for a moment before saying, "Coach is indeed very strong. If both of them are at the legendary stage, I think that Coach will definitely win. But if Coach hasn't advanced to the legendary stage yet, it's hard to say. After all, they will be one level apart." As he spoke, John walked towards Zhou Wen. At the same time, a golden light condensed on him, transforming into a golden armor that enveloped his entire body. John clenched his right hand slightly as a gorgeous sword, with embedded gems appeared in his hand. He was tall and handsome. With the gold armor and long sword as a foil for him, he looked mighty and domineering, like a legendary hero knight that saved the world. With John's footsteps, his entire body and sword emitted a strange glow. The light seemed to condense into something corporeal that could be seen with the naked eye. "Is that the famous battle aura primordial energy art of the West District?" Li Xuan and company widened their eyes as they looked at John. They had only seen battle aura in videos and teaching materials. This was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Battle aura primordial energy arts are rather common in the West District. It's somewhat different from our East District's primordial energy arts. It's not as converged as our primordial energy art. Typical battle aura arts are more domineering. Once one reaches the legendary stage, they will have the ability to release their battle aura, which has destructive power and is also slightly stronger than most of the East District's primordial energy arts, Wang Lu said. At this moment, John, who was less than 10 meters away from Zhou Wen, suddenly sped up. He leaped up and slashed at Zhou Wen with both hands wielding his sword. All the battle aura in him condensed on the sword and transformed into a sword beam that was several meters long. It instantly slashed at Zhou Wen's head. Chapter 148, Super Meat Shield. That strike was too fast and powerful. It was rare to see a sword beam several meters long in the East District. Although there were quite a number of primordial energy arts and primordial energy skills that allowed the projection of force in the East District, they were usually more converged, so there weren't any exaggerated effects. However, to be able to slash out a sword beam that was several meters long meant that John's strength was indeed extraordinary. Typically, the West District legendary cultivators who cultivated battle aura and similar primordial energy skills would only produce sword beams that were about a meter long. To have one spanning several meters was truly terrifying. This John didn't reveal his true strength when he was sparring with us. That strike was much stronger than what he previously demonstrated, Feng Qiuyan said. "Will old Zhou be all right?" Li Xuan was alarmed when he saw the might of the strike. It wasn't only Li Xuan. Many of the spectating students were worried for Zhou when they saw such an exaggerated strike, afraid that he would be split into two by the sword. The two counselors who were in charge of refereeing were already prepared to save Zhou Wen at moment's notice. Zhou Wen looked at the cleave without any intention of fighting. With a casual wave of his hand, A golden beam of light flashed as a ferocious-looking golden warrior appeared in front of him. The mighty golden warrior completely shielded Zhou Wen's body as it raised its palm to meet John's terrifying battle or a sword beam. Clang! An earth-shattering metallic clang sounded. The battle aura golden beam shattered like broken glass in the palm of the three-eyed warrior. The visual impact it dealt on the students made many of them crane their necks to see. John's sword cleaved onto the three-eyed golden warrior's palm, but it failed to proceed further with the huge palm in the way. Holy SHT, three-eyed golden warrior. That guy actually had another three-eyed golden warrior drop. Xianxia felt as if he was going mad. Zhou Wen had a three-eyed golden warrior drop not too long ago. Back then, he gave it to Xianxia and had said that he could get one to drop for himself if he needed it. Xianxia had scoffed at it. The three-eyed golden warrior was so rare that people didn't usually encounter one in months. Even if one did, the chances of a companion egg dropping was pathetic. However, how long had it been? Zhou Wen had actually managed to produce another three-eyed diamond. It made Xianxia suspect that Zhou Wen had reincarnated 10 times as a virgin. Otherwise, how could he have such good luck? The heavens had to be compensating him for the miseries in his past lives. Clang, clang, clang. John unleashed a flurry of slashes with his long sword, but they were all blocked by the three-eyed golden warrior. Even if it directly hit the three-eyed golden warrior, it merely left a faint mark. The three-eyed golden warrior's golden body and invulnerable golden power made its physical defenses stand at the peak of the legendary stage. The only weakness was its third eye. Unless the third eye was hit, even Zhou Wen himself would find it difficult to injure it. Three-eyed golden warrior, mutated demonized general. Zhou Wen is just too enviable. Those are companion beasts that can't even be bought with money. Ignoring everything else, Zhou Wen's companion beasts are truly powerful, but he should have advanced to the legendary stage. Otherwise, how could he incubate such a powerful legendary companion beast? The heavens are unfair. Just give me one of the three-eyed golden warrior or mutated demonized general. That punk John must be feeling depressed. After slashing so many times, he hasn't even managed to injure the three-eyed golden warrior. How can he fight Zhou Wen? The students discussed fervently, mostly envious of Zhou Wen for having 2 rare legendary companion beasts. John originally believed that with his powerful strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the companion beast in front of him. He wanted to kill Zhou Wen's beloved companion beast just like Zhou Wen had killed Holy Spear Knight. He wanted Zhou Wen to experience what it felt like to lose a companion beast before dealing with him. But very quickly, John's expression turned extremely ugly. This was because he knew that even if he used all his strength, there was no way he could hurt the companion beast in front of him. It was a meat shield-type companion beast with powerful defense. It would be meaningless if he continued fighting. It would only be a waste of his primordial energy. It was already too late by the time he realized this. His primordial energy at the legendary stage was limited, and he had already expended most of it. Wang Fei looked at the three-eyed golden warrior standing in front of Zhou Wen in a daze. He had managed to have 2 such companion beasts, ones that might not even be purchasable with money, drop in such a short period of time. With her relationship with Aoyang Lan, she naturally knew that Zhou Wen hadn't accepted the family's help. For him to obtain such a companion beast, it was definitely something he had obtained on his own. This fellow actually managed to kill mutated demonized generals and three-eyed golden warriors. He's probably no longer at the mortal stage, right? Wang Fei looked at Zhou Wen and suddenly felt infuriated. She had worked so hard to help Zhou Wen grow stronger, but who knew that Zhou Wen had already advanced to the legendary stage? To think she had been worried for him, afraid that he would lose too terribly. This punk just needs to be punished. I should intensify the level of his training in the future, Wang Fei thought viciously. While feeling indignant, Wang Fei felt somewhat excited. Before Zhou Wen entered Sunset College, he was definitely at the mortal stage. In just a short span of time, he had already advanced to the legendary stage. Furthermore, he had managed to kill such powerful legendary creatures in Tiger Cage Pass and the Myriad Buddha Cave. Such strength was worthy of the word genius. If he were to be properly trained in the future, she might really be able to produce a great cultivator. Sis Landshore has sharp eyes. Zhou Wen's talent is indeed not bad, and his luck isn't bad. If he can obtain a special physique in the Holy Land, he might really have the chance to step into the mythical stage in the future. Wang Fei felt her heart beat faster when she thought of the possibility of producing a mythical expert. Her cheeks flushed a little red from the rapid circulation of her blood. John had already stopped attacking. He wanted to retreat and recover his expended primordial energy before circling around the three-eyed golden warrior to attack Zhou Wen. He knew very well that such super meat shield-type companion beasts weren't fast at all. With his speed and movement techniques, it wasn't difficult for him to circle around the three-eyed golden warrior. If he hadn't wanted to kill Zhou Wen's companion beast, he wouldn't have been placed in such a passive position. However, the moment he retreated, Zhou Wen, who had been standing behind the three-eyed golden warrior, suddenly moved. Like a ghost, he chased up to the retreating John and extended his palm to strike at his chest. John was alarmed and furious. Zhou Wen had grasped the perfect opportunity when he was retreating. His strength was receding, and his center of gravity was shifted backward, making it impossible for him to counterattack. Chapter 149. The Might of a Flap. Light patterns on John's chest emerged and turned into a warrior raising a shield in front of him. Zhou Wen struck the tower shield with his palm, but only managed to make the warrior retreat half a step. John's expression was cold as his primordial energy churned. His hair flared up, and he had a crown-shaped mark of light on his forehead. Zhou Wen was no stranger to this mark. It belonged to one of the 6 heroes, the Holy Emperor's hero mark, which also represented the Holy Emperor's special physique, the Holy Emperor body. John's current condition was a sign that the Holy Emperor body was being activated. Then, there was no need to guess what John would do next. Oh no, John is actually going to use Holy Light Judgment in a spar like this. And Jiang's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to help. Others might not know how terrifying Holy Light Judgment was, but Jiang had seen the terror of the Holy Light Judgment in the family's database. Although John definitely couldn't reach the level of the Holy Emperor, a primordial energy skill like Holy Light Judgment was extremely terrifying. It was difficult for opponents of the same level to resist it. Indeed, John clasped his fingers together as he raised his arms and slashed at Zhou Wen. As he moved, a dazzling glow like the sun burst out from his tightly locked hands, transforming into a huge blade of light that slashed down. The blade of light was more than 20 meters long, and it was extremely fast. It cleaved down at Zhou Wen like it was a manifestation of lightning, reaching him almost instantaneously. At that moment, John, who was emitting holy light, looked like a representative of God in the mortal world. He used the power of God to judge the guilty. Not good. The 2 counselors who were watching the scene phased away at the same time, hopping to save Zhou Wen before Holy Light Judgment landed. The spectating students stood up. This attack was too terrifying, one that was far beyond the typical legendary stage. If Zhou Wen couldn't withstand it, he would probably be killed by this strike. A cold look flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes, but he didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he advanced and extended his hand and beckoned. A small palm-sized fan that resembled jadeite appeared in his hand as he flapped it towards the approaching John, who seemed to be delivering God's punishment. Bam! Under the shocked looks of the crowd, the terrifying blade of light, the manifestation of Holy Light Judgment, was shattered like glass in a hurricane. John's glowing body was sent flying by the fan and slammed into the tempered glass that lined the borders of the arena and shattered it. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at John, who was struggling to get up from amidst the glass shards. He was unable to get up even after repeated struggles. His body was still curled up as he shivered, like a creature that was about to freeze to death in an ice cellar. Bam! Zhou Wen walked in front of John and stepped on his chest. He looked down at him and said coldly, "Do you want to do it again? I can give you another chance." John was furious and embarrassed. He had the reputation of being a saint in the West District and was known to be invincible among peers of the same stage. He had never suffered such humiliation in Covenant College. In his anger, anxiety, and embarrassment, together with the injuries caused by the Grand Yin wind, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. The two counselors who had rushed in to rescue Zhou Wen were taken aback, momentarily unable to recover from their shock. They had rushed in for a situation completely different from the outcome. It left them at a loss. "Counselors, I'll have to trouble you with the rest." Zhou Wen didn't care if John was dead or alive as he took out the round table knight companion egg from John's backpack and bowed slightly at the two counselors. "All right." One of the counselors finally snapped back to attention and quickly went up to check on John's injuries. After all, John was a descendant of the Cape family, and he had inherited the physique of a hero. If he died at Sunset College, it would be a huge problem. Zhou Wen wasn't fazed by this and left after taking the companion egg. "What just happened?" "Damn, I didn't see clearly what was going on just now. Why was John, who was like a god descending to the mortal world, sent flying?" "I saw it." Zhou Wen waved a green fan in his hand at John, sending his sword beam flying together with him. "That John looks quite scary, but why is he so weak? He can't even withstand one strike." Zhou Wen sure is terrifying when it comes to strength. Although he relied on the powers of his companion beasts, they are still a part of his strength. This Zhou Wen's background is probably extraordinary. A typical family student wouldn't have so many powerful companion beasts, even if they advanced to the legendary stage. After Zhou Wen left, the students snapped to their senses and began discussing excitedly. The main topic was Zhou Wen's companion beasts, and the most discussed topic was the companion beast which manifested as a green fan. "Old Zhou, you finally made a name for yourself. You sent St. John flying with a fan. It's simply exhilarating. What kind of companion beast is that fan of yours? It's really too powerful," Li Xian said to Zhou Wen excitedly as they walked to the dorm. "He's just too weak." Zhou Wen didn't answer Li Xian's question. It wasn't easy to explain the banana fairy's origins, and Zhou Wen didn't want to tax his brain to fabricate a story, much less deceive his friend. Li Xian didn't ask further either, as the two returned to the dorm. John's defeat at Sunset College had not only caused a stir at Sunset College, but also caused a great stir in Covenant College. John, a formerly undefeated hero's successor, one who had the title of saint, had been beaten up by someone at Sunset College. Furthermore, the person wasn't the strongest student at Sunset College. The fact that he barely entered the top 10 rankings made it clearly unacceptable to them. For a moment, the discussion forums of Covenant College seemed to explode. Some people claimed that John was not fit to have the title of a saint, nor was he worthy of being the successor of Holy Emperor. People also said that John should work harder at his cultivation before defeating Zhou Wen and reclaim his glory. Zhou Wen wasn't aware of this, nor was he in the mood to care. He had just hatched the Rebellious Knight and was admiring his attributes. Rebellious Knight, Legendary. Legendary Life Providence, Fate 9. Strength 19. Speed 19. Constitution 19. Primordial Energy 19. Talent Skill, Cross Sword, Everlasting Shield, Holy Steed Summoning, Holy Steed Battle Aura. Companion Form, none. It was a companion beast with 4 skills, and all its stats reached overdrive at 19 points. It could be said to be an excellent grade existence among legendary companion beasts. Its attributes were even more impressive than the mutated demonized general. Chapter 150, Restriction City. Wang Fei hadn't been in a good mood recently. Apparently, she hadn't been in a good mood ever since she had Zhou Wen as a student. Zhou Wen's defeat of John had cheered her up for a period of time, but soon there was no more joy in her. She originally believed that Zhou Wen would establish his confidence, stop giving up on himself, and become a hardworking student after defeating John. However, the truth was completely opposite to what she had imagined. Since Zhou Wen had defeated John, he hadn't returned to the dimensional zones and just cooped himself in his dorm all day. According to Wang Fei's investigations, although she didn't know what he was doing in the dorm, Zhou Wen's sunbathing every morning while holding his phone didn't escape her notice. He was clearly playing a game. Damn you, Zhou Wen. You're like a donkey. Every time I whip you twice, you'll take 2 steps. If I don't whip you, you just stay there and roll around. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? The more Wang Fei thought about it, the angrier she became. She originally believed that Zhou Wen had finally snapped out of his doldrums, but to her surprise, he immediately returned to his original state after the crisis passed. It was like dousing Wang Fei's enthusiasm with cold water. Wang Fei was clearly not someone who could let matters pass. Therefore, she made it her mission to completely free Zhou Wen from the terrible habit of gaming. She wanted him to completely quit his online addiction. Of course, the reason Wang Fei was so adamant about it was that she didn't want Zhou Wen's talent to be wasted. He thinks he's impressive just because he defeated John. He's still far from invincible. Furthermore, he relied on his companion beasts, not his own abilities. With this in mind, Wang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. She couldn't help but smile as she revealed a bizarre smile. She had another idea once again. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't deliberately go to Tiger Cage Pass. He was just too famous. Recently, whenever he went out, there were always students he didn't know coming up to talk to him. Zhou Wen couldn't ignore others when they came to greet him out of goodwill, but with so many students doing so, he had no time to focus on gaming. In addition, his demonized general and three-eyed golden warrior had already been revealed, so there was no need for him to pretend to head to the dimensional zones. He might as well stay in his dormitory to play games. Zhou Wen originally believed that he could game in peace, but the new homework mission that Wang Fei assigned washed his plans down the drain. Old Zhou, our counselor, is treating us, ordinary students, as special admission students. The homework mission she assigned us is only given to those special admission students in past years, Li Xuan complained after seeing the homework mission. What kind of place is Restriction City? Zhou Wen asked as he looked at the information on the homework mission. Their new homework mission was to hunt 10 bronze beasts in Restriction City, but Zhou Wen had never heard of a dimensional zone known as Restriction City. Li Xuan said, Restriction City is one of the underground cities in Luoyang and is one of the few that's right at the bottom. It isn't considered dangerous, and there are quite a number of dimensional creatures at the mortal stage in there. The highest level ones are only legendary creatures. However, there's something very special about Restriction City. There's no way to use a companion beast there. It's impossible to summon them or use their companion form. In other words, we need to use our strength to kill 10 legendary creatures. Zhou Wen understood what Li Xuan meant. That's right. This mission has very high standards required of one's own strength. In the past, only special admission students received this mission. I never expected that this year our class would actually be given such a homework mission. I'm afraid most of the students will fail. The students in our class must be wailing in despair now, Li Xuan said. Is this bronze beast very difficult to kill? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. Although most of the students were still at the mortal stage, the mission allowed for up to 4 people to complete the mission. With the collective strength of 4 students, killing a legendary creature wasn't too difficult unless they encountered a creature as powerful as a mutated demonized general. Most of the students had completed the previous mission of killing ordinary demonized generals. It's not easy to kill. According to the information, the various attributes of the bronze beasts are pretty good. They do not have any obvious weaknesses. Although they aren't considered strong among the legendary stage, they are extremely difficult to deal with. Under the circumstances of not being able to use a companion beast, it's still fine for us at the legendary stage, but it's probably very difficult for those mortal stage students to accomplish it, Li Xuan said with a smile. Let's go, let's head to Restriction City. Zhou Wen suddenly stood up and pulled Li Xuan out. Why are you suddenly so pumped up? Aren't you gaming? Li Xuan was puzzled. Zhou Wen had never been so enthusiastic before. Zhou Wen said, since most of our students are unable to complete the homework mission, don't you think that they will spend money to buy my strategy if I can figure out a strategy? Zhou Wen said with lit eyes. Do you lack money? Li Xuan was rendered speechless. Yes, Zhou Wen nodded seriously. Why do you need money? How much do you need? Li Xuan asked again. I wish to invest in Huang Jai's game. I've previously chatted with him, and the first round of investment requires $1 million for him to first create a simplified version. Development will continue when I have more money, Zhou Wen said. Are you crazy? What era are we in now? You actually want to invest in developing a game. Are you going to develop it for old people? Young people these days have more and more invested in dimensional zones. Apart from those old people who have never cultivated before, who else would be in the mood to play games? Li Xuan said. Me, Zhou Wen said with a smile. That's what depresses me. You game all day, so how are you this strong? Li Xuan was indeed depressed. On the surface, he appeared to be enjoying himself, but he cultivated hard in private. However, compared to Zhou Wen, his progress was clearly much slower. I game to become stronger, Zhou Wen said seriously. FCK off, stop pulling my leg, I won't fall for your trick. Li Xuan didn't raise the issue of money again. If Zhou Wen really needed it, he wouldn't mind helping him. $1 million wasn't a huge sum to him. However, Zhou Wen had indulged in the fantasy of investing in a game. Li Xuan felt that it was best if he wasn't an accomplice in this, so he didn't offer the money. Zhou Wen had no plans on borrowing money either. He wanted to earn money himself. Hence, Zhou Wen and Li Xuan went to Restriction City that was deep underground. Restriction City was in an ancient style. Legend had it that it was the capital city of a certain dynasty in ancient times. It was said to be related to East Zhou, but Zhou Wen didn't know if it was real or fake. However, after entering Restriction City, he immediately felt as though the companion beasts on him had vanished. He no longer had any connection with them. However, Banana Fairy and Truth Listener were exceptions. Zhou Wen could still sense their existence and could still use his will to communicate with them. A mythical pet is indeed extraordinary. Zhou Wen was somewhat delighted.